The hero confirmed that he had arrived in this world, but when asked about the time of his visit, Li Kang only grinned, looking at the strange numbers on the screen. The character saw the login interface for an unfamiliar application and a message with a question. Because of this, the reality around him began to seem unreliable and shaky to the main character. Li Kang felt the tremors and realized with horror that an earthquake was beginning, and there was no escape in sight on the horizon. The hero thought, cursing, that he needed to get out of here urgently, because there was less and less time left. The character saw an emergency alert appear on his phone screen about a magnitude 9 earthquake in Tokyo. Li Kang cried out in despair that if he stayed here, he would simply die under the rubble. The hero made a firm decision that he needed to get out of here immediately, without waiting for any new shocks. The character looked around and realized that the building around him had begun to crack and collapse. Li Kang rushed towards the exit, pushing aside the people who were crazed with fear in his path. The hero ran out into the street and saw how the Tokyo Tower, which had been standing still just a minute ago, collapsed with a roar. The character froze in horror, realizing that he had just miraculously escaped certain death. The main character remembered his life, how he basked in the rays of glory and had everything he could wish for. The next moment, Li Kang woke up and realized that he had become a man from the past, returning to life after many years. The protagonist opened his eyes and saw his reflection, realizing that he now bears the name Li Kang. His former life remained only a foggy memory. The character firmly decided that since this is how it happened, why not write a new story from scratch, accepting his new destiny? The protagonist exclaimed in rage, wondering what kind of nonsense was going on. After all, the famous tower that should have been here did not exist. The man asked his interlocutor how he should approach this assigned task, which required immediate execution. An official named Sakamoto handed over a thin folder of documents, explaining that this was all he had managed to collect so far. The character asked doubtfully whether he should double-check this information or whether he could rely on someone else's word while looking through the papers. Sakamoto reported that everything was thoroughly recorded, turning to Fujiwara, a subordinate of the first Regent General of Korea. But then the high-ranking gentleman suddenly turned to Sakamoto and said that he wanted to ask about something. The authorities asked him directly whether he thought it was possible to win over this Korean prince to their side, glaring at him. The guy apologized and asked why the interest fell on this particular person and not on someone else. The character was told that the gentleman was showing interest in the prince for the sake of the great cause of the next Japanese government. He hissed at his subordinate, calling for him to speak more quietly, and the latter immediately asked for forgiveness in fear. Sakamoto coughed and told the protagonist that if he was interested in his opinion, he was afraid that it would be very difficult to lure the prince away. The official explained that if one looks at the collected materials, one can understand that the prince feels deep hostility towards us. The dossier stated that the intelligent Prince Li Chiak had shown the charisma of a true heir since childhood, but fell for the traitor's trick. He was hooked on opium, which resulted in the prince's face becoming disfigured, and he stopped eating properly. The character noted that it was not surprising that rumors had spread throughout the Joseon Empire that the heir to the throne had become a feeble-minded idiot. Sakamoto reassured him that there was no need to worry too much about this, since there was another candidate for the throne. 8 years ago, the concubine Gui Bi gave birth to a new prince, and the system of succession became strangely skewed in Japan's favor. The hero learned that the greedy concubine was now trying to put her bastard on the throne. She confuses the king and in every possible way drives out the legitimate Prince Li Chiak. The chief's interlocutor noted that the likelihood of Prince Li Chiak becoming the next king is extremely low, but the master ordered to continue surveillance. The man looked around in confusion and did not understand where he was, while someone nearby respectfully addressed His Highness. The character heard himself called a Korean prince and became completely confused about what was happening. The hero was surprised that there was no earthquake, and passers-by whispered that they were seeing his face for the first time. Li Kang tried to remember yesterday, but his head was completely confused, and he didn't know where he was. The character cursed under his breath, asking again where the hell he was. The character felt like he was suffocating and realized that this was probably the end. A respectable man heard the report that there was no surveillance, and all that remained was to sign the tender papers. He was informed that the terms were offered based on an analysis of competitors, and everything was in their favor. The character thanked his subordinate, who promised that they would not disappoint him. The hero suddenly noticed water splashing in the glass and did not understand what was happening. An emergency alert appeared on the phone screen about a magnitude 9 earthquake in Tokyo. He cried out in horror, realizing that it was a real earthquake. The character realized that if he stayed here, he would simply die. The hero firmly decided that he needed to get out of here immediately, and without looking back. Lee Kang remembered that it was then that his previous owner of consciousness, the American-born Korean Park Byung-joon, died. The character admitted that at first he thought it was a dream or a prank. The hero realized that he had not just traveled to the past, but to the body of the imperial prince. After talking to a certain Woo Hyun-sik, Lee Kang realized that he had become Kojong's second son, named Lee Kang, even though the country was no longer diplomatically sovereign. The character looked around and noticed that there were only guards around. The hero wondered why he ended up in the body of this particular prince, and whether there was any reason for it. Lee Kang decided that now he had only one thing left to do, namely, adapt to his new life. The character was informed that a doctor had arrived, but the hero's thoughts were still preoccupied with the ground beneath his feet. Dr. Baik from the Tokyo hospital suggested that the patient had accumulated a lot of stress due to living abroad for a long time. The character asked again if this meant that if he returned to his homeland, he would recover. The doctor replied that it was more likely that His Highness was simply too sensitive at the moment. The doctor advised taking the medicine and resting for now, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts. The character realized that these people were preventing his return to Korea. The hero realized that they were puppets of Japan and acted solely in its interests. Lee Kang coldly replied that he would act according to the doctor's recommendations and ordered him to leave. The doctor quickly agreed and left the room. Lee Kang wondered what to do. Since the previous owner of the body wanted to return to his homeland, the hero realized that this was not easy, and even bypassing the Japanese, his home country would not give permission. He realized that neither his father Gojong nor the corrupt officials of the Joseon Empire would help him. The character remembered the place where Lee Kang studied, and where he, Park Byung-joon, was born and raised. The hero made the final decision to go to America. He simply had no other choice. Lee Kang decided to go to America, but he understood that everything has its place, and he couldn't just leave. The character thought that at the same time it would be worth putting in order his knowledge of history, which had been thoroughly forgotten. The hero tried painfully to remember when the Great Earthquake and the Great Depression had occurred. Lee Kang remembered that more than 20 years had passed since he graduated from the university in New York, but the history of the United States and the names of the presidents have not yet been erased from memory. The character sighed and admitted that he was trying to remember the details, but nothing came to mind. Although he could always be proud of his memory, the hero confidently noted that he truly had a brilliant mind, which had helped him out of difficult situations more than once. Lee Kang added that as a lobbyist, he had no choice, because without an excellent memory, it is simply impossible to survive in this field. The hero decided that he would now take care of the remaining preparations so as not to waste time. Lee Kang suddenly exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the unexpected news. The character asked incredulously if there really wasn't a cent left of the previously accumulated fortune. The hero was outraged that a person who managed finances could let things get to the point where there was no money left at all. The interlocutor timidly noted that wasn't it His Majesty who spent it all himself, even though he was repeatedly dissuaded. Lee Kang froze and asked him again what he had said, not believing his ears. The character realized that the memories of the previous owner of Lee Kang's body had surfaced. The hero cursed under his breath, realizing that this idiot was wasting everything he had, while he wanted to use his knowledge to make money. Lee Kang thought bitterly that now everything was lost and the plans were falling apart. The hero was delighted and exclaimed that if this was not in Lee Kang's memory, he should at least dig into the memories of Park Byung-joon. Lee Kang suddenly remembered the existence of Kojong's secret fund, which could be the solution to his problems. The character realized that if this continued, the Japanese would figure out this fund and take it away. The servant anxiously asked His Majesty what had happened to him, to which Lee Kang replied that he was simply hungry and suggested that they go and eat. The hero was surprised by such a sudden desire to eat, but agreed, noting that cover had to be arranged beforehand. Lee Kang ordered from the waiter, asking for coffee and an omelet. The character asked his companion what he would like to order, but was refused, saying that he needed to save money. The hero inquired who Woo Hyun-sik was, and learned that he was a distant relative of Li Kang, who managed his money. Li Kang was told that the man was saying this because of his own recent words, and he admitted with a grin that he was surprised by him. The character apologized for his behavior and explained that he had simply forgotten how he had behaved in the past and had unfairly accused his interlocutor. The hero firmly stated that if he was going to apologize, then he was being sincere, and suggested that they forget the grievances and eat together. Li Kang asked for another identical order and at the same time inquired where Choi Hyun-woo had disappeared to. The character was told that Hyun-woo said he went to the post office, accompanying a representative of the Japanese government. The hero was surprised and asked why he was going with a Japanese official, since it looked suspicious. Li Kang turned dryly to the man who had entered and asked where he had gone. Hyun-woo replied that he had been told about the arrival of a telegram, so he went to get it. The character demanded to see the telegram immediately, holding out his hand. The hero read the message and realized that it was a response to his request to send a capable assistant for his wife. Li Kang asked him point blank how things were going with his return to his homeland. The interlocutor hesitated and did not dare to answer directly, which clearly indicated bad news. The character realized that since the one who runs the fund is still in Japan, he would have to create a scandal to drag him here. The hero swore in anger and admitted that it infuriated him so much that he couldn't stand it anymore. The servant tried to calm his majesty, but Li Kang responded by ordering him to go and report to the Empire all his antics and complaints. The character ordered the interlocutor to stop following him around, expressing his irritation. The hero thought that it would be good if the fund manager came after the first scandal, without waiting for new ones. Li Kang understood that this man was not one to be easily moved, which meant that he would have to create situations to influence him. The character loudly called his guys, who were ready to carry out any of his orders. The hero remembered that these three were not from high society, but became his faithful comrades abroad. Li Kang paid for his assistant's mother's operation as a token of gratitude for his loyalty and assistance. The characters said that from then on they began calling him boss and swore allegiance. The hero was glad that not all the money had been wasted by the body's previous owner. At least some benefit remained from it. He was informed that the nearest ferry to Tsushima departed tomorrow, and the next one would not arrive until next Wednesday. The companion was surprised why he would leave the comfort of Tokyo and go to the wilderness of Tsushima. The comrade explained that in good weather it was possible to get from Tsushima to Tun in less than a day, and the boss knew it. Li Kang thoughtfully confirmed that this was true. The character noted that after repeatedly rejecting envoys from the Empire, the right person had finally appeared. The custodian of Kojong's personal collection, Homer Hulbert, appeared before His Majesty. Li Kang wearily noted that he had come a long way and must be tired from the journey. The hero recognized Li Kang's former mentor from his studies in the United States, named Li Wan Young. The character realized that since they even sent the American Hulbert and his old mentor, it meant that something serious was planned. Li Kang assumed they were going to slip him some money and persuade him to return to America. Hulbert suggested having a glass of wine, since today was our first meeting. The hero admitted that lately he has not been able to sleep without alcohol. The character decided to first eliminate those who were in the way, since it would be difficult to meet Hulbert alone later. Li Kang noticed that the guest had passed out after drinking very little and realized that this would not do. The hero ordered Hyunshik to take the man away so he could rest, to which he received an affirmative answer. The character noted with satisfaction that the obstacle had been removed, and it was time to move on to the main matter. Li Kang praised Hulbert, saying that he really takes a punch well. Hulbert objected that it didn't look like His Majesty was drunk at all. The hero noticed that no matter how much he drank, he didn't get drunk because of his worries. The interlocutor reassured him, saying that there was no need to worry too much, and that as soon as the situation stabilized, everything would be fine. Li Kang firmly replied that he was not worried about his own safety right now. The character with pain in his voice replied that the homeland was in danger, and warned Hulbert that those Japanese bastards had gotten wind of the fund. The keeper of the treasury exclaimed in horror, wondering how they could have found out about the secret fund. Hulbert pretended not to understand what His Highness was talking about, and reminded him that he was only a foreigner. Li Kang chuckled, noticing that his interlocutor was pretending to be innocent, even though he knew very well about the Palace Affairs Department. The character said thoughtfully that the Emperor must protect the country from those who care only about their own gain, and for this, He is ready to do anything. The hero firmly stated that his father was ready to make any sacrifice to protect the country. Hulbert objected that even if we assume that His Highness was right, would the emperor have entrusted such an important matter to a foreigner? Li Kang asked reproachfully if they still didn't trust him, mentioning his predecessor Li Yong-ik. The character recalled that the Japanese had since begun searching for the secret fund with redoubled zeal. The hero confirmed that his predecessor had been kidnapped by the Japanese, and that part of the emperor's secret funds had been seized. Li Kang explained that this was precisely why Hulbert was entrusted with the management of the funds, since he was an American and would not be suspected. The character added that the main thing is something else, namely that Hulbert is the only one whom the emperor truly trusts. The hero admitted that he had tried so many times to return and convey this news, but to no avail, so he had to call Hulbert here. Li Kang said that he had already considered this his last attempt, and now his interlocutor was finally here. The character bitterly noted that even at such an age, the emperor was unable to adequately assess the situation. Hulbert agreed, adding that as soon as the conversation started, the emperor immediately offered a drink, but the hero only listened to complaints. The man was called out to, and Hulbert respectfully turned to the gentleman and asked what was the matter. He was told that His Majesty wished to see him regarding the matter of Prince Li Kang. The emperor said that there was one request for which he had called Hulbert, and he asked him to give orders. His Majesty ordered the two of them to persuade Prince Li Kang to go to America. Hulbert was surprised that the prince was still in Japan and asked why they had been chosen. He explained that one of them was American, and the other was an older classmate from his studies in the US. And if they talked, the prince would certainly agree. The man admitted that he had no idea that His Majesty had such a profound plan, and many misunderstandings were cleared up. The character added that it seemed like his reputation had improved a little in the eyes of others. The hero came to his senses, said that he had been talking too much, and that was enough for today, after which he ordered his interlocutor to go and rest in his room. Li Kang decided that he would not press any further, and that it would be better for him to think about the situation. He was again addressed respectfully, calling him His Highness. The hero was asked if he had any plan on how to manage the Black Fund without being detected by the Japanese. Li Kang confidently replied that there was a plan, and said that Japan had recently sent people to Shanghai. The character explained that before the Japanese got there, it was urgent to transfer secret funds from Shanghai to a safe place. The hero added that now is the time to transfer them there, and if they are handed over to reliable hands, it will be simply ideal. Li Kang responded to his interlocutor's surprised cry with a grin, as if confirming the correct answer with a bell. The character wanted to say it directly, but was afraid that he would be misunderstood, and refused the role, saying that he was not suitable for it. Hulbert asked why His Highness thought so. Li Kang answered directly that the emperor did not trust him, unlike Hulbert. The hero suggested that his interlocutor take on this matter himself, since the emperor trusted him. Hulbert replied that the emperor needed a foreigner, and wondered what to do then. Otherwise, the fund would be in jeopardy. The character hesitated and said that he had just had an idea, and asked if His Highness would like to hear it. Hulbert's idea was to warn Kojong of the Japanese threat, but to hide the fact that the source was Li Kang. The plan was for Hulbert to transfer funds to the United States as a trusted person. They will meet secretly at an American bank to register Li Kang as an account representative, without Kojong's knowledge. The hero concluded with satisfaction that in this way, Kojong's money would end up in his hands. The man asked his interlocutor how he felt about this plan and remarked that, as a relative of the emperor, he was quite suitable for the role of confidant. The hero agreed that the plan seemed reasonable, but noted that something else was needed to implement it. The character asked Hulbert to return to Joseon and send him a telegram 3 times ordering him to return to America. The hero inquired about the 3 telegrams to His Highness, and was told that he would need to encrypt his location each time. Li Kang admired Hulbert's insight and said that he would follow his words, and Kojong's secret fund would soon be in his possession. Hulbert had reached Hanyang safely, and the next telegram was to be about the decision to transport secret funds from Shanghai. Late at night, someone knocked on the door, and the hero was surprised because everyone had already been asleep for a long time. The visitor introduced himself as Li Gun-sang and asked permission to enter. Li Kang was surprised at who he was and why he had come at all, and assumed that Kojong was still trying to appease him. The character, shocked, asked again who sent him. Hearing the name Gui Bi, the hero was afraid that Hulbert had failed, but he said out loud not to jump to conclusions. Li Kang ordered to talk to the guest first and then decide what to do, and told him to come in. The visitor thanked His Highness and apologized for being so late. The hero noticed that the guest hadn't been drinking by any chance, since he mentioned drinking beforehand. The character offered the guest a drink with him, since he was tired from the journey, and he happily agreed. The guest exhaled with pleasure and said that he had not drunk for a long time, and his mood immediately improved. Li Kang himself wondered what kind of guy he was who would only drink. The character asked directly whether Gui Bi had sent the guest simply to have a drink with him. The guest hesitated and replied that of course not, and that Lady Gui Bi was worried about the well-being of His Highness. Li Kang bitterly remarked that Gui Bi would have eaten him alive if it would have helped her son. The guest added that she was worried about the relationship between the Emperor and His Highness, and asked if he was really planning to travel. Li Kang confirmed that he was going to, because he needed to return, and as soon as he received a telegram from Hulbert, he needed to set out. The character wondered whether the guest knew about his plan or not, and heard the question whether he really intended to return to his homeland despite the ban. The guest conveyed that Gui Bi was afraid that His Highness's relationship with the Emperor would be ruined forever. Li Kang realized that they knew nothing and had no idea what game he was currently playing. The guest said that Gui Bi had always been thinking about how to soften the Emperor's heart, and after much deliberation, she sent him off with a ticket to the United States. He conveyed Gui Bi's request to go to America and stop the growth of Japanese influence. Li Kang understood why she had sent the messenger and mentally replied that even if he returned, he would get nothing, because the throne belonged to her and her son. The character realized that they want him to create American support and help the homeland, but he cannot accept this. The hero said bitterly that he was just some Asian prince, and what could he do in America without a penny to his name? Li Kang admitted that he had almost decided to leave, but with this attitude, he now doesn't want to do it in a good way. The guest said that Lady Gui Bi had ordered one more thing to be conveyed to His Highness. Li Kang wondered how much money was in there and looked at the envelope with interest. The envelope contained checks and bonds worth $500,000, but the hero considered this amount too small for the heir. Li Kang ordered that Gui Bi be told that this was catastrophically insufficient, and he wondered with interest how far she was willing to go for her son. The next evening, Li Gunsang came to see His Highness again. Li Kang calmly told the guest to enter without showing any unnecessary emotion. The character asked directly whether the guest had thought about what they had talked about yesterday. The guest answered in the affirmative and respectfully asked His Highness to accept the envelope. The hero noted with a grin that in one day the sum had grown from $500,000 to $1 million. The guest assured that Mrs. Gui Bi was truly concerned about Prince Li Kang, and therefore allocated an even larger amount. Li Kang doubted that a reply could have come from Joseon to Tokyo so quickly. The hero realized that Gui Bi had originally given almost $1 million with the order to do everything to prevent Li Kang from becoming the heir. The hero realized that the messenger decided that $500,000 was a huge sum, and wanted to put the rest in his pocket. Li Kang chuckled and said that laughing at him and trying to steal his money would not work, and that this amount was not enough. The guest exclaimed in shock, wondering how His Highness could speak like that. Li Junsong added that this amount could be used to maintain the imperial palace for 2 years. The character noted that for them, $1 million is a lot of money, but for a great power, it is not. The guest admitted that even if that were the case, they could not give more. Li Kang made a condition that if they provided additional funds for the operation, he would go to America with his entire family. When asked for clarification, he confirmed that he would take all his people, including his wife, to America. The hero added that he was going to take them anyway, so it wasn't a problem. The character stated that such conditions should suit Mrs. Gui Bi, since it was an offer that was difficult to refuse. Li Kang noted that this would mean that he would not return for a long time, which would also be beneficial for Gui Bi. The hero gave them until the end of this week, and said that he would put a little pressure on them so that they would not have time to think. The character firmly declared that he would do as he intended, and was about to leave. The guest, in a panic, asked to wait and promised to definitely bring what His Highness wanted. The guy asked if the prince was already leaving, and Li Kang confirmed it. The hero said that he also owed him a lot. Li Kang said that in the end, Li Gunsang convinced Gui Bi, and a whole $2 million fell into his hands. The young man added that the Prime Minister also regretted it and gave him a gift, hoping that the difficulties abroad would be less burdensome. The envoy explained that this was a gesture of goodwill from the Japanese government for the sake of friendship between the countries, and asked to accept it without hesitation. Li Kang realized that it was money, but firmly replied that he could not accept it. The hero explained with dignity that as a diplomat of his country, he could not accept anything other than his official salary. The character added that his actions are the actions of his homeland, and he cannot take Japanese money. Li Kang said this out loud, knowing what the future would bring, and realizing that relations between the countries would deteriorate sharply. The hero called Japanese money a poisonous cup that should not be taken under any circumstances. The character announced that he was going to establish himself in the United States and use Korean immigrants as his support. Li Kang explained that these people would become a support in gaining influence in America. But if they found out that he had taken the hated Japanese money, not only would they not support him, but they would become angry to an unpredictable extent. The hero said that he must become their leader, which means eliminating the risks in advance. So let the messenger keep the money for himself. The character added that it was time to leave. He was late and left the room. Finally, Li Kang and his companions set off for Hawaii, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The protagonist asked what happened to the people they took with them. Before leaving Japan, Li Kang had given Sakamoto some instructions in advance, and now these people were suffering from severe seasickness due to the storm. The hero asked Sakamoto to release several Korean prisoners held in Japan. Max shouted indignantly that he didn't understand why the boss brought those damn bastards. Aaron ordered Max not to argue, saying that the boss had brought the right people. But Max still didn't want to tolerate them. The character approached Yu Kil-chun and asked him if he was severely seasick, and if it had gotten better yet. He replied that after the storm had died down, things had gotten better, and he respectfully turned to His Highness. Yu Kil-chun studied at Boston University and realized for himself how backward the political and administrative system of Joseon was. After Kabo's reforms, observing the further decline of the system, he launched a radical revolution. But it failed. After the failure, he fled to Japan with his 2 sons to save their lives. Over time, it became clear that the goal of the revolution was to overthrow Kojong and place Li Kang on the throne. Yu Kil-chun tearfully thanked His Highness for caring for them despite their guilt and releasing them. In other words, their guilt towards Li Kang was great. And if you think about everything that happened, the 3 of them deserved to die. The eldest son Yu Mangyum and the youngest son Yu Okyum stood side by side, their heads bowed in repentance. Li Kang said that here they were, and even though the emperor was angry with him because of that incident, they had suffered for 4 whole years. Those who fled to Japan to save their lives after the failure of the reforms ultimately refused Japan's attempts to use them against Joseon. As a result, they spent 4 years under house arrest, suffering hardship and humiliation. Yu Kil-chun bowed again and said that they were very sorry and thanked His Highness for everything. Li Kang replied that everything was fine and ordered them to now serve him faithfully, without sparing themselves. And they, in response, respectfully addressed His Highness. Yu Kil-chun swore to follow His Highness's will until his death, without betrayal or doubt. Looking back, they are certainly guilty, but now Li Kang needs suitable personnel, not empty apologies. Li Kang said that he needed to speak with Yu Kil-chun alone, and told his 2 sons to go out and rest. The hero turned to the remaining Yu Kil-chun and said that he wanted to offer him something. Li Kang asked Yu Kil-chun to tell him information about the officials in Hanyang, but Yu Kil-chun advised him to relax. As a second-generation Korean who grew up in the United States, Park Byung-joon knew almost nothing about Korean history. The hero decided to compare Li Kang's fragmentary memories with this man's data and draw conclusions based on them. Yu Kil-chun explained everything calmly, one by one, like a true star lecturer. But as soon as Li Kang mentioned Yoon Chi-ho's name, the narrator began to lose his temper and said that this traitor should not be approached. The character realized that Yoon Chi-ho had given the revolutionary plan to the Japanese, which resulted in many comrades suffering. Li Kang thanked Yu Kil-chun for his help, and said that thanks to him, many things became clearer, and then sent him off to rest. He happily replied that he was glad to be of service to His Highness. The hero thought that he had brought this man well, because he was very useful, and would be very useful in the future. A few days later, Li Kang was met in Hawaii by his classmate Kim Gyusik, who was working in the United States. The character was delighted to see his old acquaintance and said that he was glad to see a familiar face, and he offered to get into a rented carriage. Lee Kang looked around and thought, "This is what Hawaii is like in the 1900s, and really, there is nothing here." Kim Gusik said that everything needed to be finished by the end of the day. But the hero asked him to stop for a minute. As Lee Kang passed the plantations, he saw overseers beating the workers and asked if they were all Koreans. The character was outraged at why some Koreans treat other Koreans so mercilessly. They explained to him that these were low-level managers who were hired for this job because of their foreign-like appearance. Lee Kang could not understand how one could oppress one's own compatriots, and called it incomprehensible. He decided to go back for now so as not to escalate the situation. A record number of Koreans in Hawaiian history gathered to greet the Joseon prince. Some came more out of curiosity than sympathy. The hero thanked the assembled company for coming despite being busy and introduced himself as Prince Lee Kang. The character admitted that he was ashamed of having arrived so late and formally apologized. Lee Kang asked everyone to understand and forgive him for his long absence and inattention to their troubles. Everyone seemed shocked that a royal was apologizing to simple peasants, but the reaction was quite good. The hero realized that he had to build on his success and touch their hearts in order to gain their trust. Lee Kang said that he shouldn't have turned a blind eye to their suffering just to survive, and the worst part was, he even wanted to escape to the empire. The crowd shouted that His Highness was not guilty of anything, but that those scoundrels who had clouded his vision were to blame. People demanded the extermination of all the damned pro-Russian and pro-Japanese creatures standing behind the backs of the offenders. With the crowd on Lee Kang's side, he knew it was time to cement the effect by thanking the ground for its support. The hero said that on the way he saw the terrible conditions in which people worked, and he named the reason why the landowners despised them. Lee Kang explained that Koreans are not as united as immigrants from China or Japan, and proposed creating a unified community. One of the migrants named Lim Jung-soo asked what the name of their association would be if they formed one. Lee Kang thought for a moment and suggested naming the association Synthesis, which would signify their joint movement towards success. Lim Jung-soo admired the title, noting that it echoed His Highness's speech and was very inspiring. Lee Kang himself has become the association's first chairman, and he has appointed Lim Jung-soo and Chung Young-won as deputies. The hero announced that out of $30,000, $20,000 would go to the community, $10,000 for scholarships, and ordered to monitor those who are smart and capable, and especially to support them. When asked what he wanted to use his skilled hands for, Lee Kang replied that these people would become their support in the future. The character explained that, if circumstances allowed, he wanted to send them to medical school to take over medicine. When the community's strength grows, it will become his strength too, the hero reasoned to himself. After discussing how to use the scholarship fund, Lee Kang met among the young immigrants the person he had long been looking for. The character recognized Pi Sung Man and said that Kim Gyu-sik praised him a lot, and now he understands why. He modestly replied that His Highness overestimated him, but Lee Kang noted that he was studying in Washington. Lee Kang invited the young man to go with him to the mainland, and he happily agreed, considering it a great honor. 2 days later, they headed to the port to sail to San Francisco, and Kim Gyu-sik addressed His Highness with respect. Kim Gyu-sik suggested that Lee Kang take a little more rest in Hawaii, since his arrival he had been working for 2 days straight. Lee Kang understood why Kim Gyu-sik was saying this, because Lee Kang had lived a happy and wild life before. However, now that he has won the favor of immigrants, it is better not to show such sides, because many eyes are watching. As expected, although he is still young, he has political acumen. Lee Kang replied that while others were suffering, how could he enjoy the views here? And this was not just a show for the audience, because he felt guilty that the immigrants had to work so hard, and he wanted to earn money as quickly as possible and help them. The guy apologized for his short-sighted reasoning, and the hero replied that everything was fine, as he had said it out of concern for the prince. Lee Kang noted to himself that Pi Sung Man could also prove useful in the future, and it was not for nothing that he had paid attention to him. The character said goodbye and told Kim Gyu-sik to take care of himself and take care of Hawaii, to which he received a wish of good luck in return. Lee Kang cheerfully told himself that it was time to go get his money and set off for new achievements. After a 20-day voyage, Lee Kang and his companions finally arrived in San Francisco. The hero said goodbye to Lee Sung Man, who immediately headed to school. And he looked around, and suddenly something rose violently in his chest. Li Kang looked around San Francisco in the 1900s and remembered that it was the cold land where he grew up. The character said with deep feeling that this was his homeland. Even though he once lived in America, the hero firmly decided to start all over again right here, on this land that was so dear to him. Li Kang thought for a moment and asked his companion what he thought would be his first priority upon arrival. The companion replied that finding housing was the most urgent task, and His Highness agreed with this. The character clarified what budget should be provided, where and how to pay. Li Kang insisted on the purchase, explaining that real estate in the US was constantly rising in price, and that it was a profitable investment. The companion objected that buying a mansion in a good area requires a lot of money. The hero suggested buying with a mortgage, but his worried assistant asked him to reconsider, as getting into debt was dangerous. Li Kang responded that he understands the fear of debt, but one should not look at it too negatively, because debt is also an asset. The character realized that he had been pushing his people too hard from the start and chuckled at his own thoughts. He explained using the example of a lever, which in economics means investing a little and getting the maximum. Li Kang said that a house can be purchased with a small budget and a bank loan, and the rest can be invested elsewhere. When asked what exactly and where, the hero firmly answered that into the ground, and he considers this decision to be the right one. The companion noted that in America they say water is good, but His Highness clearly thinks about something else, and admitted that they think alike. Li Kang announced that he was going to buy land with the aim of increasing his capital together with his compatriots. The assistant was surprised why they were buying land for their compatriots, and asked if it was in Hawaii for those whose contracts were ending soon. The hero replied that no. There were already a lot of businessmen there, and there was no point in interfering, and suggested thinking about another place. Li Kang said that they were Koreans, which meant they needed to buy land where they could do the best they could. The character confirmed that he was going to buy land where he could grow rice, and the interlocutor agreed that this was a great idea. Max suddenly intervened and said that everything could be lost because rice doesn't grow well in California. Li Kang was surprised by this statement, but Max explained that even if Koreans were good at growing rice, it still wouldn't work here. The hero praised Max for speaking up when something was wrong and admitted that he was right. But Li Kang objected that it was the people who were wrong, and that the soil was not bad. They simply took the wrong varieties. He showed 2 samples of rice, one purchased in Japan and one locally grown, and explained the difference between Annamite rice and Japonica rice. The hero stated that he was going to grow specifically Japonica rice, which grows in cooler conditions, and his cultivation methods are different. The companion understood and agreed that this variety was worth trying. Li Kang explained that he intended to buy the land, bring Korean immigrants from Hawaii, and make them tenants. He wanted to bring in those who were suffering from unfair treatment and give them a fair rent. The hero said that now the usual rent is 90-10 in favor of the owner, but he will enter into an agreement 50-50. This way, the settlers will achieve success faster, and their success will become his support, Li Kang explained. But Max noticed one problem when he asked who to sell the rice to if most whites preferred Annamite rice. Li Kang replied that he was going to sell the rice he grew to Japan. His people were shocked that he was going to sell rice to the Japanese. The hero calmly asked what the problem was with selling for money, since it was just business. The character fully understood his compatriots' disgust towards the Japanese, and the idea that they were helping these bastards. Li Kang asked his assistant how many years he had lived in Japan itself, hinting that he knew the Japanese better than anyone else. After hearing the answer, about 4 years, I asked where the rice he ate there came from. The assistant replied that he ate rice grown in the Gyeongsang region because rice from Joseon was exported to Japan cheaply. The hero confirmed that this was true and explained that Japan bought rice from Joseon at almost exorbitant prices and ate it cheaply itself. Because of this, the people of Joseon are suffering from hunger, the character added bitterly, looking at his interlocutor. Li Kang explained that this is why he wants to use this rice for trade with the Japanese, and if the worst day comes, then as a weapon. It was decided to buy the land after the arrival of people from Joseon, and first to buy a house. The hero joyfully exclaimed that people had finally arrived, having seen suitable real estate. Dokbae, a servant from Li Kang's house, humbly greeted His Highness after coming a long way. Li Kang praised Dokbae for the long journey and called him a good boy, then asked him to stand up so as not to hurt his knees. There was a particularly warm relationship between them, since Dokbae was the son of a concubine who served the mother of the main lady. Dokbae noticed that His Highness lived well without him, because his body had become much stronger. Li Kang explained that American society values masculine bodies more, so he exercised whenever he could. The hero was glad that at least someone appreciated his efforts, and humorously noted that Dokbae's eyesight had improved while they were away. Dokbae objected that his eyesight had been good before, and then asked where his wife was. The servant replied sheepishly that the lady was very ill, and therefore could not come right away. In Li Kang's memories, she was always sick, and the hero wondered if it was really that serious. Dokbae reassured him, saying that she would soon recover and come, and also conveyed that the lady had sent funds and more workers. Li Kang decided that he should thank his wife, and asked if there was anyone who was knowledgeable about agriculture. When they were selecting people who were knowledgeable in rice growing, they met one man, the servant replied. The man introduced himself as Kim Jong-nim from Hamgyong Province, in what is now North Korea. Li Kang was shocked to hear the name and exclaimed, asking again if this was really the same Kim Jong-nim. Li Kang asked Kim Jong-rim if he had a scar on his right hand, and he was surprised how His Highness knew about it. The hero rejoiced to himself, calling it luck, and said that he was simply glad to see him, after which he asked to go away with him for a while. The character explained to his people that Kim Jong-rim was the grandfather of his best friend Jae, who told him about him. Kim Jong-rim replied that he was also glad to meet him, but he did not understand why this was luck, since His Highness himself admitted that he was deaf to hearing about him. Li Kang recalled that his friend's grandfather started out as a farmhand and became the largest landowner in California. And now, that story finally came in handy. Previously, this boasting had irritated him, but now he was grateful for every word spoken. Even though Kim Jong-rim himself did not know how he had distinguished himself. Li Kang said that he was going to do farming here and go buy land, to which Kim Jong-rim nodded approvingly. Kim Jong-rim declared that he was an ace in this matter and knew how to choose land, and promised to choose the best plot for His Highness. The hero said that it sounded reliable and completely relied on his new acquaintance, noting to himself that not everyone can become a billionaire. But to tell the truth, it wasn't that simple because Kim Jong-rim was too obvious about his liking. They came across a sly agent who was charging outrageous prices, thinking that they were dealing with stupid Asians who didn't know the market. The agent suggested going straight to look at the site, but Li Kang replied that they were still choosing. The realtor was asking $10,000 for the plot and the neighboring one, and the hero briefly replied that he understood. Li Kang switched to Korean and asked Kim Jong-rim how he liked the land, and he replied that the soil was excellent, but it was a little lacking in water. Kim Jong-rim added that there is a river nearby and water can be supplied from there, so it is not a big problem. The agent, noticing the hesitation, suggested another good site, which is currently vacant and located in the Sacramento Valley, but a little far north. Li Kang asked again about the north and inquired if the place was free. The agent assured us that in the 20th century, this region would become the most famous for rice cultivation, and suggested we go and see it. The hero said that since he insisted so much, he would go, and thought to himself that these people did not yet know how valuable this land was. So they traveled for several days and finally arrived at the Sacramento Plain, where the entire plain was put up for sale. Kim Jong-rim excitedly said that this was the perfect place for growing rice, and there was no better place. The hero asked the price, and the agent replied that it was even less than 1/10 of the cost of the previous plot. And if he bought it, he definitely wouldn't regret it. Li Kang realized that these idiots did not know the value of land, and said that since the agent said so, it meant that the land was really excellent. The agent was delighted with such a wise decision, and promised to contact the owners of the neighboring plots. Li Kang entrusted this matter to Kim Jong-ri, and soon became the man with the largest amount of the most fertile land. A few days later, Choi Hyun-woo returned from Hawaii and reported on the emigrants' reaction to the proposed terms. When purchasing the land, Li Kang immediately offered certain conditions to the Koreans he brought with him. At first, they were disappointed that the conditions were the same as those of the whites, but when they saw a special condition in which the higher the productivity, the more favorable the distribution of income becomes for them, They were delighted. The hero created a system where, with an average harvest, the tenant's share was 2 out of 10. Li Kang explained that even if they are renters, they will feel like they are the owners, and the motivation is to generate profit. Choi Hyun-woo remarked that the prince's mercy towards his compatriots was immeasurable. But wouldn't his losses be too great? Li Kang replied that the concerns were not unfounded, and if he only intended to run the farm, it would be a loss. But he had a plan. His ultimate goal is to increase the value of this land and sell it for a multiple profit. Choi Hyun-woo said that to prevent the prince from incurring losses, they would work even at night. Li Kang ordered that it be imperative to convey to the emigrants that any attempts to interfere with others for their own benefit are unacceptable. Choi Hyun-woo promised to warn the emigrants and report on the completion of the Agricultural Corporation project, which was almost ready. Li Kang noted that agriculture unexpectedly unites many industries and praised Choi Hyun-woo for his quick work. The hero explained that it doesn't just end with rice production, as there are factories that clean the rice from its husks and warehouses for storage. Now, in the 1900s, the industrialization of agriculture has not yet received the attention it deserves. Therefore, Li Kang intends to be the first to occupy this niche. The character announced the name of their agricultural corporation, which should be intuitive so that people could understand it more easily. Kim Jong-rim asked what the name meant, and Li Kang explained that it was made up of the first letters of the words California and grain. From now on, all rice production and exports from California will be under this easy-to-remember and simple name. Preparations are going according to plan, and since Li Kang knows the future, his business will definitely be successful. But he cannot predict all natural disasters. The hero thought about insurance, since the agricultural subsidy system did not yet exist at that time. And then he turned to Hyun-sik. The character realized that connections were needed first and foremost, and asked how much cash they currently had at their disposal. Choi Hyun-woo replied that he currently had about $500,000 at his disposal. Although a lot of money was spent on purchasing the land, Li Kang ordered that about $10,000 in cash be sent to the governor's campaign headquarters to begin with. Choi Hyun-woo was surprised by such a large sum, but the hero added that he needed to send another $10,000 next week, and the week after that. With such sums, the governor will be interested in who Li Kang is. He will definitely invite him, the character explained. A few weeks later, they received an invitation from the governor to meet with a federal official from the Ministry of Agriculture. Choi Hyun-woo was outraged that they donated $30,000, and in response, only an invitation. And this was offensive. Max also got angry, saying that it was impossible to treat the boss like that. But Li Kang replied that it was still beneficial for him. The hero explained that any lobbying begins with a personal acquaintance, and this invitation costs more than $30,000. If a man from Washington travels so far to California, it means he has a specific goal. He will come to see how he can help agriculture. If everything goes well, Li Kang will easily achieve what he wants, and then he will be able to receive government support. The character decided that he should buy new clothes for an upcoming important meeting in order to make a good impression. Li Kang breathed a sigh of relief and thought that his debut in American high society was already close. He waited impatiently to see what would happen next. The security guard at the entrance rudely stopped him and ordered him to stand, showing disrespect to the man who had been officially invited. The attendant demanded to see the invitation if Li Kang was really invited, since he was Asian, and this aroused suspicion. After reading the invitation, the guard was surprised to recognize the governor's signature and said that he needed to come in and check the documents. Li Kang thought that racism still exists, but for now it is worth being patient. At that moment, a greeter appeared and joyfully greeted the prince. The character apologized for the security and said that he should have been waiting for him outside, but Li Kang replied that everything was fine and he had not come here to quarrel. The guard finally let the guest in, saying that he could enter right away, and Hyun-sik showed the prince the way. As expected, all the partygoers were white. The protagonist walked through the hall past influential people and thought about his business. The girl standing nearby mistook the guy for a waiter and asked him to bring her some cold champagne. After looking closely at the character, she suddenly hesitated. Then she laughed and apologized, justifying herself by saying that all the waiters here were of different skin tones. The main character was tired, but he understood that he needed to behave naturally. He took a drink from the waiter. He introduced himself and learned that the woman's name was Jane. and that she was the influential widow from San Francisco he had heard about. Li Kang said that it was a great honor for him to offer a glass to such a beautiful lady, and she admired his manners. Afterwards, the guy introduced himself and said that he was Li Kang from the Korean Empire, and that he had come at the invitation of the governor. The girl said what he said, and replied that it was even difficult to pronounce. John, who was looking for the prince, approached them and was surprised that he had already met Mrs. Jane. Hyun-sik explained to John that Li Kang was the second son of the current emperor of Great Korea. He then clarified that Korea was located between Qing and Japan. Mrs. Jane admitted that she had behaved disrespectfully in front of such a respected person. But Li Kang said it was okay because even many Americans don't know where Korea is. His only wish was that this event would make people treat him a little more kindly. The woman noted to herself how handsome and well-mannered the prince was. Not at all what he seemed at first glance. She decided that she would spread good rumors about him. These rumors would one day help Li Kang in his affairs, because Jane had a lot of money and influence in the city. California Governor George Pardee approached them, and Li Kang thanked him for the invitation. The governor said he was grateful to the prince for accepting the invitation and tried to introduce him to his friends as Prince Khan. Hyun-sik politely corrected the governor, explaining that in the East, the family name comes before the given name. So the prince's family name was not Kang, but Li. The governor realized his mistake and apologized for his ignorance of Eastern culture, to which Li Kang replied that it was okay. It happens. In fact, the hero deliberately presented himself in accordance with the Eastern tradition so that the governor would make a mistake and become nervous because of it. So Li Kang accumulated a moral debt to be used profitably in business in the future, and the governor invited him to come in. At the first meeting, the hero noticed that people were friendlier than he expected, and rumors of his donations had already spread. He attracted the attention of some with his donation and exchanged ideas with others, trying to understand what benefits there might be. One of the guests asked whether the prince had recently founded a corporation and whether he was interested in agriculture. Li Kang replied that yes, especially rice farming, and explained that his people were experts in rice farming. The guest promised to remember this, because such people might be needed at any moment. Li Kang thought that if he could persuade him to become a sponsor, he would be able to resettle more of his compatriots. One guy remarked that you shouldn't expect luxury here, but he heard that the prince had bought a lot of land and asked where exactly. Li Kang replied that he had bought land in the Sacramento Valley and continued small talk. One of the guests laughed and said that Li Kang apparently didn't know what he was doing buying land in the Sacramento Valley, since he came from another continent. He suggested introducing the prince to an honest agent next time, to which Li Kang politely thanked him for the kind offer. The hero thought to himself that this man did not understand anything at all, and did not even imagine the true value of this land. The guest apologized for disturbing him and asked if it was true that the prince was interested in rice growing. The stranger introduced himself as Aiden and said that he worked in land management, and the hero replied that he was glad to meet him. Li Kang said he became interested in rice farming to contain Japan, which had always considered rice a staple food. The character explained that Japan had recently experienced a population increase and was experiencing food shortages. Li Kang hoped to gain Aiden's support, which would help him later when he entered the world of big politics. Hyun-sik was upset because they spent so much money, came to this party, but still didn't meet the minister. Li Kang confirmed that he had planned to discuss agricultural subsidies with the minister immediately, but he did not show up, citing illness. However, the minister said he was very keen to meet the prince when he was in Washington. Li Kang advised Hyun-sik not to waste time on disappointments, but to look for the next opportunity. And if you don't give up, everything will work out. The character had a short conversation with the governor about subsidies, and perhaps there was some clue in this for the future. In recent times, the damage from natural disasters was too great to ignore, and there was only 6 months left until the day of the disaster. Li Kang knew there would be an earthquake in San Francisco and prepared for it in advance. After the banquet, Li Kang became close to influential people in California, and now invitations were pouring into him like buckets. Most of them were counting on his support or something similar, and the hero understood this hidden background. He was informed that Congressman Richard, re-elected for a 4th term, wanted to invite him to dinner, but Li Kang ordered it to be postponed. The secretary asked what to do with Mr. Olson's proposal for investment in trade. The hero responded with irritation that they were all scammers hunting for his money. It was all because of the rumors that he was a fool who bought up the entire Sacramento Valley. but Li Kang promised that within a year they would idolize him. Hyun-sik reported that contact had come from Washington from that very Aiden, and the hero was delighted with this useful news. Aiden wanted information about the rice varieties to plant this spring, and about Japan's ambitions for China. Li Kang ordered him to support him and tell him everything that was not a commercial secret, and also reminded him that it was almost time to meet the guest. When asked if there was anything else to report, Hyun-sik said that construction of the mansion in Sausalito was in its final stages. Li Kang built a house in one of the few relatively safe areas of California in case of an approaching earthquake. He understood that he wouldn't be able to save everyone, but he could at least protect his current people there, and he ordered that more insurance be taken out. It is necessary to protect one's property from earthquakes, so the hero ordered to insure everything. Jack Milo, the owner of the largest gold mine in California, came to him and was the first to approach the prince at the governor's reception. The reason was simple. Li Kang's status perfectly matched Jack's interests, and the hero asked him directly what he had come for. Jack noticed that His Highness was still impatient, and reminded him how he had hastily bought up the miserable land. Li Kang was indignant. Was he making fun of him? Jack handed over the documents. These were shares of the United Eastern Mining Company, which was apparently connected with the mines. Li Kang looked at the company's investment profile and realized that its headquarters were in New York, but the main mine is located in the Korean Empire, in the town of Unsan. Jack had already purchased a small amount of these shares on the market, but he could not decide whether to buy them all, and asked the prince for advice. As befits his nickname, the Golden King, Jack was elated at the prospect of making money from gold. Unfortunately, however, Li Kang did not remember anything about the Unsan mine. The hero understood that speaking without knowing anything was the lot of the inept, and said that he preferred to see everything with his own eyes, rather than from pieces of paper. Jack agreed, unsurprisingly, and asked if he should go to Joseon. But Li Kang recalled that he cannot swim due to an injury from a shipwreck. The hero asked if Jack had mines in South Africa and Brazil. I asked him if he had invested there without seeing it in person, to which Jack replied that he was using a special method. He invests together with local nobility and has proposed to jointly purchase shares of the Eastern United Mining Company. Jack drew up the documents honestly and invited the prince to read them and then ask questions if he had any. The documents concerned a new trust company in which the rights were divided equally. At first glance, it seemed like Jack was being extremely generous to Li Kang. Li Kang cursed under his breath in frustration, noticing that Jack had written a special condition into the contract, and a very tricky one at that. If circumstances arise, they must first be offered to other shareholders for 75% over 5 years. Hyun-sik interrupted the meeting and said that there were questions about insurance, and Li Kang asked permission to leave for a moment. Jack let him go and do his business without objection. Li Kang asked Hyun-sik if he knew anything about the Unsan mine, and heard that it was a gold mine in the Korean Empire. The information obtained turned out to be even worse than expected. The gold mining permit was essentially extended to foreigners. To put it simply, the damn Gojong cooked porridge and gave it to the dog, and Hyun-sik asked why the prince needed to know this. Li Kang showed the documents and said that everything had gone to foreigners, but he was thinking of getting it back. Jack returned and apologized for the delay due to the insurance, to which Li Kang replied that it was no big deal. Jack announced that he accepted the prince's investment offer, and Li Kang was surprised, asking if he was serious. But he would like to change the clause on preemptive rights, because they will be investing together for a long time. Li Kang offered to lower it to 50%, and Jack called it a gift and agreed, saying that the prince was right. Jack promised to make the changes, register a trust company, and purchase the relevant shares. He then asked if the prince was planning to engage in insurance fraud. If there is not enough money, because it looks like he really spent a lot. Li Kang was indignant that he was not so poor as to do such a thing, although that was indeed the impression that could have been created. Financing politicians, buying land, building houses, and opening companies created the illusion of money flowing away. The hero explained that those he met on business simply considered insurance important, so he took it out. Jack noticed that the prince had insured himself too extensively, and it was not cheap. However, it wouldn't hurt for Jack to have at least one point insured, but he politely declined. Jack stated that insurance is a complete scam and profiting from fears that may not come true. Li Kang realized that the mine would be in his hands faster than he thought, and he could stop taking out insurance. If he suddenly needed funds, Jack promised to introduce the guy to a very reliable banker named Amedeo Pietro Giannini. The hero asked again if he was the same founder and director of Bank of Italy, and Jack confirmed it. The character realized that the interlocutor knew the man who would become the giant of the future, and asked if he was interested in getting to know him. Lee Kang replied that of course he did, and wanted to meet him as soon as possible. So, I need to take advantage of this chance before it's missed, thought the hero. He wanted to meet Giannini before the earthquake, but he didn't get in touch, and he had to wait a little longer. Finally, a reply came from Giannini, and Lee Kang was glad that he responded. It's good that Jack contacted the prince again at his request, and the meeting will still take place. Lee Kang decided that he would have to somehow lure the banker over to his side, using all available means. A month later, Kaplan provided Lee Kang with a report on Giannini, and the hero praised him for his good work. A preliminary investigation before meeting with a new figure was mandatory. Lee Kang believed that people with such progressive thinking were extremely rare. Max asked if this man was really that important, but the hero explained that it was precisely radicalism that would make Giannini great. At that time, the banking system was a privilege of the elite, and it was impossible to get money without collateral. But Giannini lent out large sums at low interest rates, and he began to view future income as collateral and popularized loans. Hyun Shik was still worried, but Lee Kang pointed out that it was difficult for the people here to understand the credit system, which was already obvious to them. The hero wanted not just to take money from Giannini, but for him to take his side, or at least become a partner in sharing the profits. Giannini's lifelong principle was that no one should be in sole control of the financial system. Therefore, even the founder of the Bank of Italy did not own more than 100 shares. Lee Kang thought day and night about a solution that would suit both of them, so that Giannini would manage and he would earn money. He was confident that Giannini would have no choice but to accept his investment proposal, and they finally met in person. Amedeo Pietro Giannini greeted the prince and said that it was a great honor for their family to host such a prominent person in a modest place. He heard from Jack that the prince urgently needed money, but Lee Kang replied that it was a misunderstanding and he just wanted to get to know him. Giannini wondered why he should come then if he didn't need the money. The hero said that veiled words do not change the essence, and suggested speaking directly. Then Giannini said that he wanted to invest about $100,000 in Lee Kang, and asked what he would say. The prince knows how to joke, the banker replied, because investing in a bank that is less than a year old is unwise. But Lee Kang confirmed that he really wants to invest in it. Giannini asked why he was making such an offer at the first meeting. Lee Kang replied that he had heard rumors about a man who had turned a bank with a capital of 10,000 into $1 million in a year. $1 million man with an outstanding management record has no reason not to invest, said the hero. Although there are no such rumors in society yet, it will soon become true. And Giannini could not make a decision so easily. Lee Kang decided to tell him about the future of the financial sector to build trust. The hero stated that the entire banking system would soon be turned upside down, and that now the system is one bank, one branch. The federal government will soon allow banks to open branches across the country, as in Canada, but it won't be easy. The current President Roosevelt is known for his fight against monopolies and corporate tentacles. However, it will not be he who does this, but the next president. The main contender after Roosevelt is Taft, his closest ally and presumptive successor, and he is the one who will do it. Those in power are afraid to share their power, so once the former second-in-command becomes the first person, he or she will immediately begin to erase the traces of their predecessor. Even after retiring, Roosevelt's popularity will still remain. If Taft doesn't take control from the start, his position will begin to weaken. That's why Taft will turn to Wall Street, which has been kept at arm's length until now, for help. And Wall Street will demand what they want. Wall Street wants to control where their money goes and comes back from, and creating branches all over the country is inevitable. Giannini understood him, but still did not understand why Lee Kang wanted to invest in him and not in someone else. Lee Kang explained that he wanted to invest in Giannini because he was a rebel and an innovator with a keen eye for action. He is the one who will be able to survive in unstable times. And besides, he is one of the few who thinks like him. Giannini replied that hearing about a like-minded person was even more pleasant than he expected. Lee Kang asked if he would accept his investment. Giannini refused, explaining that he could not accept such a huge sum of $100,000. If he accepts the money, he will have to give up more than 100 shares, and this is contrary to his principles. Therefore, Giannini proposed issuing preferred shares. Preferred shares have the same rights as ordinary shares, but unlike them, they do not grant the right to vote or participate in management, although dividends are still paid on them. Li Kang offered to buy 100 common shares and 3,000 preferred shares for $100,000. The main character asked the banker how he could make such an offer. Giannini agreed that the bank would receive capital and be able to circulate it, which would be profitable. The investor will earn money without having to deal with management. But since the sum is large, the prince has one condition. The first condition was that any additional issue of preferred shares would only be possible with Li Kang's consent. The second condition stated that when common shares were issued free of charge, preferred shares must also be issued free of charge. Giannini admitted that even the additional conditions take into account the philosophy and interests of both parties, making it a very tempting offer. However, he needed to discuss this with the shareholders and asked for some time. Li Kang understood and said that he would go then, and they said goodbye, wishing each other to take care of themselves. Giannini promised to look into everything and give an answer as soon as possible. The hero knew that when a major earthquake occurred, small businessmen in San Francisco would turn to the Bank of Italy for a loan. When they meet again, Li Kang will negotiate on more favorable terms for himself. He mentally warned Giannini not to be offended later, since it was he who did not accept the prince's offer in time. Li Kang's residence in Sausalito was striking in its size and beauty. The arriving emigrants were delighted that His Highness's residence was in no way inferior to the palace. The children ran happily around the area and suggested playing hide-and-seek all day long. Li Kang asked if everyone they had contacted had already arrived, and he was told that almost all the emigrants from San Francisco had arrived. The hero expressed hope that today they could forget all the difficulties and have fun. And Hyun-sik noted that the prince really has a kind heart. In fact, the picnic was just a pretext to take people as far away from the disaster as possible and protect them. Kim Gyu-sik approached them, bringing with him two guests who introduced themselves as An Chung-ho and Park Youngman. Li Kang greeted them and said that he hoped they would have a good day, to which the guests thanked him for the warm welcome. They noticed the excellent rifles the guards had and asked what they were for. The hero replied that security in San Francisco is bad right now. Park Young-man said he wanted to create an armed organization to punish anyone who collaborates with Japan. Li Kang knew that Park Young-man was a close friend of Ri Singman, but their methods of fighting for independence were very different. This meant that the immigrant community could split into two camps, and the hero had to prevent this. He was asked what he was thinking about, and Li Kang replied that he was thinking about things in Hawaii, but he was reassured that the Synthesis Association was working well under the leadership of Lim Jung-soo and Chun Myung-won. Although they sometimes argue over differences, they are good at getting things done. Once everyone had gathered, the hero announced that he planned to create a cooperative next month to help people survive in this foreign land. He explained that in 1906, a new law on agriculture would be adopted with guidelines for the creation of cooperatives. Li Kang intended to develop the emigrants' businesses through a cooperative, which would also significantly strengthen his power. He was told that he was generous and cared about the people, but the hero thought to himself that he was doing this for his own benefit. It was almost 5 in the morning. The main character muttered under his breath that it was already very soon. He wondered if maybe he should have left altogether and waited out the earthquake somewhere else. But he told himself that this was his home, and there were people here he had to protect, and he would turn this disaster into an opportunity. So he decided he had to hold on, counting down the seconds in his head until that very incident. As Li Kang counted down the last 10 seconds, an earthquake began. Everyone shouted that something had started, and ordered His Highness to quickly hide in the shelter. Damn, I can't breathe, Li Kang cursed to himself, reliving the memories of Park Byung-joon. He thought that this was the end, but immediately pulled himself up, saying that it was not the end, and that a column was falling on him. Hyun-sik panicked and shouted out if His Highness was okay, but Li Kang replied that everything was fine. He ordered that they first check whether there was a fire in the residence and whether there were any victims, and then gather all the emigrants together. Early in the morning, he gathered the emigrants and received a report of what had happened at dawn. Fortunately, the residence was built with earthquake resistance in mind, and the damage was minimal. Li Kang ordered security to guard the mansion and open warning fire if a suspicious group approached. Li Kang reported that a strong earthquake struck San Francisco around 5 in the morning, and people were panicking and repeating that they had lost everything. Those who listened to him and took out fire insurance need not worry too much. Those without insurance will be able to obtain a loan for restoration through the cooperative. The people thanked the prince for his concern, and he asked them to put aside their worries about the future and help him from today on. From this moment on, they will begin rescue operations, Li Kang announced to the assembled group. Rescue efforts began in the Sausalito area that afternoon, and the damage was horrific. Houses and buildings burned and collapsed. People rescued those trapped under the rubble of wooden debris, sharing food and water. And finally, he met a man who introduced himself as Albert Nadanizal, editor-in-chief of the Daily San Francisco newspaper. Li Kang introduced himself to the editor-in-chief as the Prince of the Korean Empire, and the editor immediately remembered the rumors about him. The editor was surprised that the prince was participating in rescue efforts together with the Koreans. Li Kang replied that fortunately they were not seriously injured, so they decided to help. The editor said that this was amazing and that many people should know about it. Li Kang admitted that this was precisely why he went out with the people. The editor assured that the way the prince does not spare himself in such a situation is very touching, and with his help, everything will move forward much more easily. Li Kang understood that if things went as they had in history, Roosevelt's new immigration law would ban entry to everyone except the Japanese. However, the guy was determined to stop this. He wanted to ensure that Koreans could enter along with the Japanese. The hero was informed that assistance in the Sausalito area was almost complete, and he decided to head to San Francisco. The first plan worked. It's time to move on to the second and continue rescue operations there. The Sausalito area was across the river from San Francisco, and they had to cross to the other side. Hyun-shik pointed to a burnt-out timber warehouse that once belonged to the prince. Li Kang said that there was nothing that could be done and ordered them to head to the city center. Li Kang was the man who had taken out 5 fire insurance policies, and now that was going to play a role. As they got deeper into the city, there were already citizens there trying to stop the fire, and they joined them in helping to put out the fires. It seemed like it should have happened today, but it seems the calculations were a little off, and so he came. And Li Kang was glad that his second plan was starting to work. As expected, the man made his way through this hell to the city center, and the hero mentally greeted him. In this earthquake, Li Kang set 2 goals, the first of which was to improve the image of Koreans. He met the banker Giannini, whom he had not seen for a long time, and he asked where he was going in such a hurry. Becoming friends with Giannini became the prince's second goal, which he intended to achieve at any cost. Li Kang assured the banker that if he found it difficult to say something, it was okay, and asked him to simply know that he was not his enemy. Giannini called the prince to him and warned him that if he was going to the bank, it would be better to go around to the west. The banker was surprised how Li Kang knew that he was going to the bank, and the prince replied that he was a banker and had to protect the money. In addition, clients will come to withdraw deposits and will need cash. As an investor, Li Kang promised to help and advised them to go to the pier first, and then handed the banker a box of sardines. Giannini asked what it was, and Li Kang explained that food prices were about to rise, and he had stocked up on food for his countrymen. Nowadays, San Francisco has become the Wild West because it's full of marauders, and the wagon with guards will shout to rob him. So the prince ordered the money to be hidden under the sardines. Even looters wouldn't think that the money is hidden under this stinking fish. The hero shouted at the hesitant banker, asking if they were following the prince's orders, and he finally obeyed and left. The hero remained in place and watched the cart drive away, hoping that his trick would work. The character mentally calculated all the possible risks on the banker's way to the bank. Li Kang understood that now every minute of delay could cost a lot of money. Finally, he saw a familiar figure returning to him with a relieved smile on his face. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his plan had succeeded brilliantly and the money had been delivered intact. 4 hours later, Giannini returned and happily thanked the prince for his help. Everything went well. The plan succeeded, and, as expected, the marauders stopped the cart, but did not notice the pearls hidden under the sardines. Giannini once again thanked the prince for his insightful mind, which helped save the bank's assets. Li Kang said that he could only hope that the looters would not reach the house, and suggested that the banker temporarily store the money in his estate. Giannini agreed that it was a great idea and said that he would do so. Li Kang breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he could now relax a little. However, Giannini recalled that they had not yet discussed investment issues. It was necessary to act while the banker was as attractive to the prince as possible. And Giannini, smiling as if there was no way out, immediately signed the papers. He regretted that he should have made a decision earlier, but he did not hesitate for a second when signing the documents. 4 days had passed since the earthquake, and Li Kang, while carrying out rescue work, was simultaneously checking his losses. He was asked if the warehouses containing cotton and timber were still intact, and Li Kang ordered that they be donated to the city and reported to the press. He insisted that this donation was meant to help those who had lost their homes, as now was the time to strengthen their improved image. Giannini asked to borrow a warehouse near the pier because looters had attacked the Bank of Italy building and set it on fire. Li Kang understood the problem and told Hyun-sik to choose a warehouse in a good location. Then he said to give it to the banker, and also to tell him that he would come the day after tomorrow. 2 days later, a temporary Bank of Italy branch was already operating on the pier, and the bank was open to customers. Li Kang loudly announced to those gathered in line that they should stand in line and not push each other. Otherwise, they would not get a loan. The temporary bank branch looked more like a bazaar, where people pushed and swore, demanding to be given numbers. One of the customers named Franco approached, and the banker asked him if his store had been damaged by the earthquake. Franco replied that the earthquake and fire had burned everything down, and he wanted to reopen the business with a new loan. The banker agreed to lend him $300 at the same interest rate, and the man was profuse in his gratitude. Other than this, writers were outraged that friends were being given money for nothing and demanded an explanation, accusing the bank of dividing people. The banker sharply responded to one of the indignant people that he was taking money, spending it on gambling and not returning it on time. The bank doesn't give loans to people who drink, gamble, and hang out with women, but this client did all of those things at once, and they sent him away. The unfortunate client swore back, calling the bankers bastard Italians, and told them to eat their sardines. The bank employees knew who was who among the residents of San Francisco. Therefore, they clearly distinguished who could be given money and who could not. After all, there was no credit rating system at the time, and this was the only way to assess the reliability of a borrower. The hero asked if work was going well at the warehouse, and the banker replied that under current conditions, there was no better place to work. Giannini thanked the prince for that advice and said that now he had nothing to fear. Li Kang advised that it is essential to take out fire insurance because you should always be prepared for disasters. In reality, it was an alibi for his over-insurance, so as not to arouse suspicion since many ignored this advice. The banker noticed that Jack Milo had been going around borrowing money lately because he was having problems with his mines. Jack spent a huge amount of money on rebuilding the mines damaged by the earthquake. His gold mine would soon end up in the hands of Li Kang, who now had no pity for his competitor. Suddenly, a bank employee came running and reported that liquid assets were almost exhausted. And as soon as clients found out about this, panic broke out. The money ran out faster than expected, and the situation became hopeless. After all, it was the only bank that issued loans without collateral. Li Kang thought that he needed to think about the future and once again help these people who were on the brink of despair. The frightened crowd demanded that she be calmed down, not understanding who this stranger was who had come out to them. The hero introduced himself as Prince Li Kang of the Korean Empire, and people began to remember who he was. Someone recognized him as the same hero from Sausalito whom they had seen in the newspaper, but was surprised why the prince was there. Li Kang asked to speak and addressed all the assembled friends to calm them down and offer a way out of the crisis. Li Kang introduced himself as the prince of the Great Korean Empire and asked permission to say a few words to the assembled group. He understood that everyone was going through a hard time right now, and many had lost everything in an instant due to a sudden disaster. The hero stated that he could imagine how great the feeling of hopelessness and despair was among these people. However, they did not give up and came to the bank to get back on their feet, Li Kang said encouragingly. Probably everyone was disappointed to hear that they couldn't lend them any more money, even though they came with hope, he continued. But the prince promised that today he would deposit into this bank all $300,000 in cash that he had at home. The crowd gasped at the amount and rejoiced that they would now be able to get a loan more easily. Li Kang asked wealthy people to also contribute a small amount to the bank, just like he did, to help those trying to get back on their feet. 3 days later, Giannini thanked the prince for giving the bank at least some breathing space. There are more new clients. And this is also thanks to the prince, the banker said gratefully. After that story, rumors began to spread. and people began making small contributions, hoping to help in some way. Giannini said that he did not even know how to repay such a debt to the prince. Li Kang replied that it was necessary to work hard and develop the bank so that its assets would increase. He suggested going to the city to collect the fire insurance compensation, and they went to the insurance company's branch. Seeing the huge queue, the prince realized that they were late and would hardly have time to receive compensation today. The director of the Madri branch personally came out to greet the prince and Giannini, recognizing him as the very same Eastern prince and hero of Sausalito. Madri offered to help the prince with his application out of turn, but Li Kang thought that this would anger other people. After that tragedy, the resentment will only increase, and this undeserved kindness will become poison for him. Therefore, the prince politely declined and said that he would stay in line because there were those who had arrived earlier and who needed it more. He cannot receive privileges just because he is a prince, Li Kang firmly stated. Despite Madri's entreaties, Giannini supported the prince, saying that he did not throw words to the wind, and Li Kang confirmed that everything was fine and he would stand here. The prince noticed a suspicious person in the crowd, who could have been a journalist or an observer, and decided to be more careful. This man said that he would also wait here, as he just wanted to talk to the prince, and he was lucky. Li Kang agreed, and the director's presence on the first floor had a powerful effect. The staff worked like crazy to make his turn come faster. Li Kang thought that if the director was personally monitoring order, then his presence here was more important than he had assumed. The hero noticed how one of the clerks nervously adjusted his tie and glanced at his watch, clearly wary of his superiors. The character chuckled to himself, realizing that, even in such chaos, people feared not a catastrophe, but a reprimand from the director. Li Kang thought that when it was finally his turn, he would have to behave as politely as possible so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. The hero mentally noted that fear of superiors sometimes works wonders faster than any sincere desire to help. The character decided that as soon as he received compensation, he would have to leave immediately. All this is done so as not to linger in this nervous place for even a second longer. Finally, it was the prince's turn, and the employee invited him into the office, where Li Kang handed over the prepared documents. Madri noticed that the prince had taken out a large insurance policy. Li Kang explained that after purchasing the Sacramento Valley, everyone thought he was a simpleton. They came to him with their insurance agents, and he pretended that he couldn't refuse. And then this misfortune happened. If the director had any doubts, the prince could provide details of his actions. But Madri assured that he had no doubts at all. Director Madri said that the newspapers write every day about the prince's good deeds, but the amount of compensation is too high, and he does not know what to do. Li Kang understood that the director was worried about how to pay out such a huge amount of insurance, and allowed him to do some calculations. The prince watched Madri's expressive face as he was about to repeat the procedure 17 more times. It turned out that the prince had taken out similar insurance policies with 17 other companies. The total amount of compensation was approximately $120,000. If the prince receives payments from the other companies as well, the total amount will be approximately $3.5 million. Madri muttered sheepishly that something was wrong, and the gist of his words boiled down to a request due to a lack of cash. Li Kang realized that this personal meeting was not arranged for privileges, but to make a fool out of him, and they wanted to take advantage of his kindness. He was indignant that they wanted to pay everyone else and then him, and the director regretfully confirmed that this was so. The prince unexpectedly agreed, and Madri called him a magnanimous man. However, Li Kang noted that it was not necessary to give everything in cash. He works not only with money and gold, and is ready to accept compensation in other forms. For example, shares, bonds, or real estate. The prince especially welcomed real estate, and if you can get something right away instead of money, then anything will do. He then added that he would take care of the sales process himself. Commercial Union Insurance Company had become a huge success, and Li Kang was sure that they had the money. But they just saw him as a simpleton. Even if there really is no money, he will receive it in the form of other company assets. After all, if he is taken for a fool at the very beginning, he will have no chance in the future. The prince asked to see a list of assets belonging to the insurance company. Afterwards, the hero asked if they were going to tell him to just take what they gave him. The director replied that of course not, but he had recently arrived from Washington and was not yet very familiar with the local situation. Li Kang realized that the director couldn't say it directly and thanked him for his understanding, after which he said that he would wait until the end of the week. He demanded that at least the list of assets known to the director be handed over. Otherwise, he would demand payment strictly in cash. Li Kang ordered a list of assets that the insurance company could share. Otherwise, Commercial Union would pay everything in cash. Ultimately, Commercial Union provided the prince with real estate, namely a new building next to the Korean Empire's embassy in Washington. Other insurance companies had a similar situation, so the prince later received compensation in land or shares. Hyun-sik asked whether the car shares that the prince planned to sell by the end of the year should be taken into account separately. The prince explained that he and Li Kang share a love of cars, but in the year, when the banking panic happens, these shares will become useless waste paper. They need to be sold before the downturn starts, while there is still a profit, and only Lloyd's of London insurance remains. Li Kang decided to go there right away, hoping to finish everything in one day, and Hyun-sik promised to prepare everything. At the Lloyd's of London office, they met frightened Korean immigrants. They were unable to receive insurance benefits due to discrimination. The prince told them not to worry and promised to receive everything himself according to their powers of attorney, outraged by such open racism. The immigrants were overwhelmed with gratitude, not knowing how to repay such favor. Aaron sheepishly asked the prince for a personal favor, and Li Kang asked in surprise what had happened. Aaron said he was dating a girl whose family was currently in the same situation as the Koreans. Since immigrants are in the same situation, he wondered if it would be right to help them too. If he helped them now, it would definitely benefit him later. The hero thought so, because he helps the Koreans because he is their representative. At that moment, Hyun-sik reported a call from San Francisco, and although Li Kang told him to wait, it turned out that the caller was the mayor himself. The prince realized that there was definitely nothing bad in the mayor's call. Therefore, the protagonist decided to answer first and then discuss the documents. After speaking with the mayor, Li Kang headed to the state government building in Sacramento. There, he was greeted by California Governor George Pardee and San Francisco Mayor Eugene Zimitz. The prince replied that he was glad to see them again, and the governor thanked him for his visit and the initiative he had shown in difficult times. It is already a great honor for Li Kang to be invited to a meeting organized by both of them. To also receive a plaque of thanks is too generous. The mayor said he would present the plaque at an official meeting, and the prince deserved it, because he not only helped residents but also donated a lot. It had been exactly 1 year since Li Kang had come into his own, and seeing his name on the official list was an indescribable joy for him, although he suspected that the governor simply wanted a political donation. Since he was told so, the prince gladly accepted the tablet, and they got down to business. It turned out that it was not just about the plaque. He was offered the post of deputy chairman of the Special Restoration Committee. This was a good proposal, since it would be possible to monitor new reconstruction projects outside of party boundaries. Li Kang agreed, saying that if he could be of assistance, he would be happy to do so. And the officials were delighted that he would be a great support. Frankly, they would gladly give him the post of chairman, but they can't. The prince replied that the point was not the position, but the task that needed to be accomplished. At a time when white people are in power, getting recognition from them is a very good start for an Asian. The governor said that he liked His Highness very much and invited everyone to the conference room. Li Kang realized that even if he refused, they would still get their way. And everything was cleverly arranged. There were quite a few people gathered in the hall, including even Gold King Jack. And the prince realized that establishing connections with these people would definitely help him in the future. He noticed that the chairman had not yet arrived and asked who it could be. Finally, a chairman named Abe Roof appeared and asked if this was the prince, and the governor offered to introduce them. Those present once again introduced Li Kanu to Abe Roof, who turned out to be the head of the California Republican Party. The governor apologized for Roof, saying he was simply a very shy person. Li Kang thought to himself that if he continued to be shy, they would quickly become enemies. He noticed that the mayor and governor were looking at him because of the elections. Chairman Roof began the meeting, but the prince sensed open hostility and decided he could not let it go. Roof stated that the presence of an Asian would have a negative impact on the next elections, and the prince asked what his presence had to do with the elections. The chairman rudely interrupted the mayor, saying that he was categorically against inviting the prince and did not want to listen to any excuses. He threatened that they would ruin the next elections, dragged in some Asian, and declared that he would not participate in this circus. Let them sort it out themselves. The governor and mayor apologized to the prince for this disgrace. But Li Kang said that it was nothing to worry about. He then added that he was simply curious as to where such hatred towards Asians comes from. They explained to him that during the last disaster, the archives in the town hall had burned down, and illegal Chinese had taken advantage of this. They forged documents and began to claim that they were citizens in order to appropriate humanitarian aid intended for the victims. There's even an article in the newspaper, the official confirmed. And Li Kang cursed under his breath. He realized that it was because of these bastards that immigration law had become so discriminatory. They reassured him that Koreans were not confused with them, so don't worry. And the prince thanked them with relief, at least for that. Since the chairman had left, the deputy would have to chair the meeting, and Li Kang agreed. He announced that he was Li Kang, vice chairman of the Restoration Committee, and began the meeting. Abe Roof, that son of a bitch, would be a hindrance to all his future plans. And Li Kang felt it in his gut. After the meeting of the Restoration Committee, Li Kang stayed at a Sacramento hotel for further negotiations. Hyun-sik confirmed that he conducted an investigation into Abe Roof on the prince's orders. He found out that most of the big businessmen in San Francisco had connections with him. The lobbyist profession is essentially a balancing act between the legal and the illegal, choosing how to act based on the situation. As his abilities and influence gain momentum, he either openly seizes power by controlling politicians or acts covertly. Roof chose the first path, so Li Kang ordered a more in-depth dossier on him. The prince also ordered that these people be told to meet in Sacramento in a week, and Hyun-sik promised to contact them. He was outraged that they dared to attribute incompetence to him, and decided to show what he was capable of at such an important election for them. A week later, representatives of California insurance companies gathered at Li Kang's mansion in Sacramento. One of the guests remarked that it was not easy to refuse the vice chairman's invitation, and Li Kang replied that he was glad to see everyone here. He apologized for the sudden invitation and explained that time was of the essence, so he had arranged this meeting. The representatives began to whisper, wondering what he wanted to say and whether they had any suggestions. Li Kang said that banks will resume operations next week, but that banks alone will not be able to help the victims for one day. Therefore, he asked representatives of insurance companies to pay insurance compensation to the victims immediately. Representatives responded that it was not that easy because there were too many applications for payments. Someone asked about Lloyd's, which company has the highest payouts, and what Sir William's opinion was on the matter. 10 hours before the meeting with the insurance company representatives, Li Kang separately invited Sir William, and they met face-to-face. Sir William said he was honored to meet the rumored prince. Li Kang reciprocated by inviting him to sit. William remarked on the prince's impeccable British pronunciation, and Li Kang thought he had rehearsed well in advance. After all, if you were born into a royal family, you need to maintain your dignity. William agreed that the prince was indeed a man of noble blood. Although the aristocratic manner was forced, because of this, he would not dare to discuss it disrespectfully. William asked if, since he had been summoned separately, there must be something to discuss, and whether it was a matter of business or an official visit. Li Kang replied that both things were true, but he would start with the official matter and propose promptly paying compensation to the victims at the meeting. He then asked William to support his initiative, to which he replied that the company needed to be paid $50 million. The prince explained that this was a big loss now, but in the long run, it would bring profit. In the future, the company will be able to gain access to the US and global markets. After this disaster, there were more aftershocks, and people became acutely aware of the need for insurance. Markets for automobile and medical insurance have also formed, and if Lloyd's doesn't delay payments but issues them immediately, it will gain the boundless trust of its clients. All these actions will attract more and more new clients endlessly. Then the largest company, Lloyd's, will begin paying out insurance amounts. Other companies will be forced to pay benefits through tiers, and companies with small reserves will go bankrupt. Eliminating competitors and capturing customers was a win-win game, and Sir William accepted the prince's offer. Li Kang also asked for compensation to be paid to his compatriots earlier, and William, of course, agreed. A few days later, in the banquet hall of the California State Capitol, some 50 insurance companies accepted Prince Li Kang's offer. They promised to promptly pay insurance compensation to their clients. As expected, After William's announcement, all companies agreed. It seemed like William was getting all the credit, but if you dig deeper, the success of the event strengthened Lee Kang's political clout with the mayor. Lloyd's offered to pay compensation in the form of convertible bonds. They give the right under certain conditions to exchange them for shares in the company. The more Lloyd grows, the more profits fall to Lee Kang, and he decides to take all the spotlight for himself. Jack Milo arrived unexpectedly at the meeting, and the prince called out to him in surprise. Jack asked permission to speak with the prince, and Lee Kang, of course, agreed, realizing that the time had come to obtain the Unsan mine. Jack explained that his mines had been destroyed. Things had become much more difficult, and he wanted Lee Kang to buy out his share of the trust. According to the agreement, if the share is sold within 5 years of the trust's creation, it must first be offered to the partners. Jack had no choice, since he was the one who first suggested this point, and the prince calmly acknowledged the situation without asking for anything extra. Lee Kang said he would buy out the share for 70%, not according to the contract, and Jack asked in surprise if he was serious. The prince replied that even if they separated, they were partners, and he could not profit from his problems. He then added that he would also buy land in the Northern Wharf at a fair price. Jack was truly grateful for such kindness, but Lee Kang pretended to take his problems into account. In fact, the main character bought all his rocks in Los Angeles. Jack thought that the good prince was helping him, but it was the very rock on which the famous Hollywood sign now stands. He thanked the prince again for such kindness, but Lee Kang said that there was no need for gratitude. It was simply paid. As a small reward, Jack advised the prince not to get too close to the current governor. Lee Kang was surprised and asked to explain the reason, but Jack said that he could not explain and left, and the prince decided to sort out the situation. Later, Lee Kang learned through 3 brothers from Ireland that Abe Roof frequently met with representatives of the South Pacific Company. The problem is that this company has severed ties with the current governor, but at the same time, it is the largest sponsor of the elections. That's why Jack said not to get close to the governor, because money is needed for elections. Then they will nominate a compliant puppet candidate, politician James Gurat, with whom Abe meets most often. The puppet has already been found, but for Lee Kang, Purdy, who does not practice racism, is more profitable than Abe's man. This means that both Gurat and Roof must be eliminated simultaneously in order to preserve power for a more acceptable governor. Governor Purdy greeted Lee Kang warmly and said it must have been difficult to reach the residence. Purdy suggested they have dinner first, since his wife had been trying so hard, and Lee Kang happily agreed. The governor organized all insurance compensation for the victims and thanked them for their work on the restoration committee. The prince decided to strengthen his relationship with the governor and turn him into a useful person. Then I thought, if possible, to move it as high as possible. At dinner, the governor offered wine, and Lee Kang remarked that they served rice dishes, which was very thoughtful of them. The prince praised the magnificent estate and the beautiful flower arrangements, noting that the food reflected the care of the governor's wife. Purdy's wife was delighted that her efforts had been noticed, and the governor laughed contentedly, saying that it had not been for nothing that she had prepared in advance. Lee Kang thought that if his wife was happy, then George's mood would noticeably improve, and the rumors that he was henpecked could still come in handy. The prince presented him with a small gift, and the governor praised him, noting that he had not worked as deputy for even 2 weeks, but had already distinguished himself. Lee Kang replied that he believed that at least he had preserved the face of the vice chairman. But Purdy said he had worked at the chairman level and above, and it was damn interesting to watch him call all the representatives. The prince was glad that the governor thought so, and he added that thanks to this, even that guy Abs Ruef finally shut up. Purdy was clearly pleased that Roof was even more of a thorn in his side than the prince, and Lee Kang decided it was time to start the engine. The governor said that if things continued as they were, victory in the election was almost guaranteed. But he had heard some disturbing rumors. The prince asked which ones, and Purdy replied that there were rumors that he was not going to run this time. Lee Kang asked if this was true, but the governor said it was baseless rumors from those criticizing him because of the federal court. The American military provided significant assistance in the recovery efforts after the earthquake. However, some of them still violated discipline and committed crimes. Purdy demanded severe punishment from the federal government, and some of those responsible felt the pressure. But he was clearly wrong. The governor assured them that they were mistaken and needed to be enlightened. But Lee Kang said that the sources of the rumors were suspicious, so he decided to ask. The prince asked directly whether this was connected with Ab's roof and the representatives of the Southern Pacific Railway Company. The governor was suddenly surprised that the prince knew everything. His facial expression gave it away. Party told him not to worry about it and promised that after the elections, Ab's roof would quietly disappear from politics. Li Kang realized that the governor really did plan to get rid of Roof. But after the elections, it would be too late. He asked if he knew that Roof often held three-way meetings with James Gerard. Roof is rumored to nominate Gerard as the new Republican nominee at the convention, and the governor must make a decision. George was silent for a long time, and then, saying goodbye, he left, saying that he would see him later. A month passed while the prince was busy with his committee work, and one day he received a fruit basket from the governor. In this basket there was a letter in which he thanked her and hoped to see her again soon. Li Kang wondered what this vague hint was and asked Hyun-sik to bring the newspapers. The newspapers reported that Governor Pardee was declaring war on corruption, and Abe Roof was arrested on 15 corruption charges. The prince realized that he had effectively cleaned up everything before the party meeting, and now he could move on to the next matter. He told everyone to get ready and check the condition of the farm, and they set off. Arriving at the fields, everyone gasped when they saw that the entire field had turned green, and the view was simply a sight to behold. Li Kang listened with delight to the sound of the rising value of his land, and realized that he would soon become the largest landowner. The locals started saying that the prince had arrived and that he really cared about them, and they greeted him with joy. The prince apologized for the delay due to urgent matters, and was touched by how much effort they had put into the work. The workers assured us that this was their job and there was no need to worry. And many of the new faces turned out to be immigrants from their homeland. These were the ones who had completed their contracts in Hawaii and moved here. And Li Kang realized that they were looking for at least slightly better conditions in a foreign land. He asked that the new arrivals be taken care of so that they would not feel left out. The hero noticed that the Japanese government was going to restrict emigration to America. They don't want to lose any more people from the country. But the prince has already thought through several options in case of such a development. The workers said the prince was real and offered him a meal in honor of the long-awaited meeting, spreading a mat right on the field. Li Kang agreed, and they prepared everything for a shared meal in the open air. Li Kang wished everyone a pleasant meal, and they began eating right on the field. The worker offered the prince some fresh rice, harvested just 3 days earlier. Li Kang noted that since it had been harvested so recently, it must have been sown in the spring. The prince asked if they had tried double cropping on this land, and they confirmed that this was exactly what they did. In a warm climate with abundant rainfall, growing 2 crops a year was possible, unlike in Joseon. After trying it, the prince said that the taste was a little disappointing, and he realized that the selection of the variety was not yet complete, but it would soon get better. He reflected that today's Korean farmers fear competition from the United States most. Li Kang was looking forward to the high quality of the local rice and asked who had grown this second crop. Kim Jong-rim modestly replied that it was he, and the prince remarked with a smile that it seemed to be his destiny. He invited Kim Jong-rim to talk privately and asked him how he decided to try double harvest. He replied that the land here was like home, but the climate was different, so he decided to give it a try. However, there is not yet enough time to grow a full double harvest, and without seed selection it will be difficult to continue this. Li Kang noted that Kim Jong-rim did not stick to the old ways, but decided to try something new. And in the original story, he became a tycoon with large plantations. The prince thought that he really needed people like him now, people who absorbed what was needed and were not afraid to learn new things. He allowed me to try other methods and said that if I needed anything, I could contact Dokbae. Kim Jong-rim asked the prince personally and told him to convey to him that it was not bad to continue as before, but not to stick to it blindly. Kim Jong-rim apologized and said that he wanted to say something else, and asked him what he wanted to ask for. He explained that the locals mainly use machinery, tractors, and although these machines are expensive, he asked the prince to trust him and purchase them. Li Kang began thinking about buying tractors, realizing that this could significantly improve the productivity of their farm. Li Kang wondered again what else Kim Jong-rim wanted to ask for, and it turned out that he was asking to buy tractors for cultivating the land. Kim Jong-rim admitted that although the car was very expensive, He tried to convince the prince to trust him and buy it. Li Kang was hesitant because steam-powered tractors would soon become useless with the advent of the internal combustion engine. But Kim Chongrim objected that it was not a pity to leave such a vast land idle. He added with particular enthusiasm that the use of machines would be much more efficient. He even promised to return part of his salary if the results were not as he said. Li Kang noted that, like Jack, Kim Jong-rim, when he is confident, insists strongly. That is why he agreed to buy not one, but 3 tractors. One for use, the second as a spare, and the third he ordered to be disassembled to understand its construction. If a Joseon craftsman could understand the device, he might be able to create something new. And the prince decided that it was a good investment for the future. If a company founded by a Korean emerged among them, that would be great. And the prince ordered that those with good technical skills be found. 2 months later, at Li Kang's mansion in Sausalito, he was informed of the arrival of Messrs. Tosan and Usan. The prince ordered them to be shown to the reception room and said that he would be there soon, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guests greeted His Highness and asked if anything had happened since he had called them urgently. Li Kang replied that while he was away, he wanted to know how things were going with the diaspora, what he had asked for, and something else. They said they first took out a loan from the cooperative fund established by the prince and are now building houses for the diaspora to live in. The prince realized they needed even more funds and handed over to them the insurance he had received from Lloyd's in the form of convertible bonds. The character understood perfectly well that bonds were difficult to immediately convert into cash. He also prepared something else, adding 10% on top of the insured amount. To those who cannot wait for future profit, he shares part of his future benefit and asks that this be explained to those in need. The guests admired such generosity, and Li Kang said that when you do a great job, it's not just the money that's important, but also those who follow you. He asked Tosan if it was true that he was very interested in education among the diaspora. The protagonist, upon hearing confirmation, proposed opening a school in San Francisco. The prince wanted science to be taught there, as well as the Korean language. The protagonist believed it was important that they not forget their roots, no matter where they were. Tosan promised to try his best, but added that it was not only academic that was needed. He said with interest and involvement that professional education is also important for preparation. Here, Yusin intervened and boldly proposed opening a military school instead of a vocational school. Li Kang remembered that Park Young-man had always been interested in this, and the day when it would be needed was already near. But the prince said that technical personnel were more important than the military right now, and asked Yusin to look not at his feet, but into the distance. Training engineers would help him realize his future dreams, and Yusin took the hint about weapons production. Li Kang said that he would consider that Woo Sung accepted his proposal. A few days later, I met Dr. Philip Jason in a coffee shop. In fact, it was the first doctor of Eastern descent, So Jae Pil, and Li Kang was surprised why he introduced himself with an English name. The prince decided that this was a way to survive in the face of racism and agreed to call him whatever he wanted. Dr. Jason shook the prince's hand, but Li Kang felt that the handshake was too strong, and he realized that the doctor did not like him. He decided to take his time to find out what was going on, and invited the doctor to sit down and talk. The protagonist explained that he invited him because he wanted to ask for something. Li Kang introduced Dr. Jason to the public, and he confirmed that he had heard the prince calling him and asked what the matter was. The prince greeted So Jae Pil warmly, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and that it was truly nice to see him in person. The doctor replied that he had only changed his name, but otherwise he was still the same, and asked if the prince had really invited the two of them together. Li Kang noticed the displeased expression on Yu Kil-chun's face, and realized that he clearly knew why he couldn't stand the doctor. The prince explained that there would be a scholarship award ceremony next week. He called them so that the doctor, as the first Eastern physician and a person with experience living in the United States, could give advice. The doctor agreed, saying it was an honor for him and thanking him for the opportunity. Li Kang invited him to sit down and chat some more, explaining that his long-term goal was to get as many Koreans as possible into the medical field. He believed that So Jae Pil, as the first Eastern doctor, could be an excellent example, and decided that his experience would definitely be useful. The prince invited the doctor to stay with them until the event, so as not to have to travel back and forth, and he agreed. A few days later, the day of the scholarship awards arrived, and Li Kang realized that So Jae-pil was a radical reformer. But the coup failed, and Ko Jung executed his entire family for treason, so the doctor could not be kind to the prince. However, he still came to support the younger ones despite the antipathy, and Li Kang realized that there could be nothing more between them. The first Synthesis Association Foundation Scholarship Award ceremony has begun. At this award ceremony, Dr. Jason gave a speech. He advised the students to forget all the past and consider themselves Americans. He then decided to add that you need to think like Americans to survive here. The doctor recommended changing one's diet, lifestyle, clothing, and hobbies to Western ones, and forgetting to behave like the chosen people. Li Kang thought that it was just an imitation and they wouldn't be accepted anyway. He recalled the offensive nickname bananas for Eastern people with Western thinking. The doctor insisted that to survive in America, one had to become an American. His speech was met with mixed reactions. Some were delighted, while others, on the contrary, were dissatisfied. Li Kang turned to So Jae-pil again, saying that he didn't know what his thoughts were when he accepted the invitation. He also didn't understand why he said such words, but he would blow his stupid ideas to smithereens. The prince stood before the scholarship recipients and reminded them that they were born in Joseon, and this is a timeless truth. He noticed that there was no reaction from the doctor and realized that he was still pretending not to understand Korean. Li Kang said that even if they spoke English fluently, Americans would not consider them their own. Instead of temporarily avoiding racism, it's better to focus on remembering your roots and honing your craft. The prince promised that it would be difficult at first, but they would be able to forge a new path by following his actions and beliefs. To this end, the Synthesis Association will provide scholarships and living expenses. The protagonist hoped to see them with even more brilliant talents next time. The students promised to live up to His Highness's expectations and express their gratitude to the Synthesis Association. Li Kang asked Kim Gyu-sik to end the event by showing the pole with his hand. Thus concluded the first award ceremony of the Synthesis Association Foundation scholarships. The prince went out to wash his hands and met Unam, who introduced himself and asked how His Highness was doing. Li Kang replied that everything was fine and asked how school was going, reluctantly starting a conversation. Unam replied that thanks to the prince, he was able to concentrate on his studies. The prince immediately realized that Unam wanted to say more than just words of gratitude, and asked to get to the point. Wuna said that he was talking about Mr. So Jae-pil, who was once his mentor. He then conveyed to the protagonist information about his actions in Joseon. He revealed that So Jae-pil had taken a year's salary in advance before leaving the Independence Association, and Li Kang took the hint. The character thought that he might have wanted to appear on his side. However, he was also under suspicion. The prince thanked him and said that he would be even more careful. Unam assured him that he hoped to be of service to His Highness, and Li Kang remarked that he had kept him too long, after which Unam left. The prince asked Kim Gyu-sik where So Jae-pil was, and learned that he was talking to scholarship students and telling them about the difficulties of student life. Li Kang decided that since he had tried so hard, he couldn't just let him go, and ordered that the doctor be given about $500 in fees for the lecture. Kim Gyu-sik was surprised by such a large sum, and doubted that the doctor would agree to take it. However, the main character said that he would take it, and if he refused, he had to be persuaded. Li Kang explained that since the doctor himself said that in America one must live the American way, then in a capitalist country nothing is free. According to Lee Sung-man, So Jae-pil is greedy for money, so he will take it. Since he has no political sense, he will not think about the consequences. If it becomes known that his lecture to his younger comrades was just a job for money, how will the Korean diaspora view him? Li Kang understood why So Jae-pil accepted his invitation and gave that speech. He said that if he wanted to ruin someone else's holiday, he should have thought about what would follow. At that moment, the Wright brothers, Wilbur and Orville, who were the first in the world to fly a motorized airplane, approached him and came themselves. The prince remembered the Korean proverb about a pumpkin that rolled into the house along with its vines, and was surprised that they came to him on their own. Wilbur Wright said they were honored to meet the prince and had heard about him at an investment show in Chicago. They said everyone had been talking about the man who made gold out of the desert, the real estate genius who had been on everyone's lips all day. Li Kang was surprised that rumors about him had spread so much and asked why they had come. to which the brothers asked him to look at the materials. He saw the Flyer 1 drawings and the Flyer 3 articles and asked what had changed. The brothers explained that they had improved the characteristics since the first article. The flight time doubled compared to the first one, up to 30 minutes in the air, which was impressive. The brothers said they had heard the prince was bold in investing in fledgling companies. That's why they asked him if he would consider investing in their project. Li Kang chuckled and replied that since the product was so good, shouldn't it sell well without his investment? The brothers hesitated, explaining that initially they had a conditional contract to supply the army. The prince asked what the conditions were and learned that if the flight was successful, then they would supply it to the U.S. Army. Li Kang doubted that the flight had already succeeded and asked if the article was fake. The brothers assured that the Flyer 3 had indeed flown, but for some reason the army was not fulfilling the contract. The prince realized that even if a factory were built, there was currently no guaranteed market. The brothers, although good inventors, knew nothing about sales and lobbying. However, once they have fallen into his hands, many things will now go wrong, as in history, and his role in the history of aviation will grow, which means his power will also grow. But investing simply isn't an option, and Li Kang demanded to see the Flyer 3 demonstration flight first. A month later, spectators gathered at a temporary airfield outside San Francisco, and the prince asked if everything was ready. The brothers confirmed that they were starting soon, and Li Kang noticed that An Chang-ho was in the audience. Then he saw Park Youngman with the students, and Kim Chong-grim with the selected specialists. The prince decided that it would be useful for everyone to see this flight, and the brothers promised to show something amazing. As the plane took off, the crowd gasped at the sight of a man flying through the sky. Kim Jong-rim asked if the challenge was related to agriculture. The prince confirmed that the previously purchased equipment was insufficient and suggested using airplanes to spray liquids. It is possible to sow rice directly from the air or spray pesticides and fertilizers, but this will be difficult due to the complexity of calculating the location. The brothers were still trying to get the plane into the military as a weapon, and if the performance could be improved, it could fly further. Li Kang thought that Park Youngman wanted to establish a military school, but now it was impossible. However, if you open a flight school and use the planes in agriculture, it will not raise suspicions. He asked Park Young-man if he would take over the flight school, since there was a fine line between civilian and military purposes. He readily agreed, promising to ensure the desired result. The airplane would be a leap forward for the prince in any direction, and he was looking forward to what this new venture would bring. However, there were also ill-wishers. One of them thought to himself, turning to the main character, "What does this all mean?" After the successful completion of the demonstration flight, the Wright brothers asked what the prince's condition regarding the refusal of sales and advertising meant. Li Kang explained that they should only focus on improving the Flyer's technology. He did some research on the brothers and found out that they were simply being harassed by the press. The prince assured that he showed this not in order to refuse investments, but to suggest that everyone should do what they are good at. He proposed that the brothers focus on research and take on external activities, and this was his investment condition. The brothers initially objected, but then agreed, and Li Kang said they would not regret it and asked them to sign the remaining clauses. Wilbur asked why the plant should be in the west rather than the east, and the prince explained it was because of low costs and state incentives after the earthquake. Secondly, he was going to modify the Flyer 3 design and sell it as an agricultural aircraft. The only regions that will immediately buy such aircraft are the west and center of the country. By building a plant here, they will be able to save significantly, and the second plant can be located wherever is convenient for them later. The brothers admired the prince's unconventional solutions, and then Li Kang asked them to lecture to students at the school on the theory of aircraft engineering. He explained that if the students adopted their knowledge, his business would accelerate, and asked if they accepted all the conditions. In July, California's social scene was tense over governors, and Li Kang was pleased to be rid of Abs. Li Kang thought that getting rid of Abs' roof would open up new opportunities for him to influence the political situation in the state. The hero noticed how influential figures began to seek his favor. The character mentally noted that he now needed to act even more carefully so as not to make new enemies among the Republicans. The hero realized that the struggle for influence in California was just beginning, and he must be prepared for any surprises. The new head of the Southern Pacific Railway Company, Anthony Rote, approached Li Kang. He immediately introduced himself, asking if the prince knew who he was. Li Kang replied that he headed the largest company in California. It is impossible not to know this. And wrote said that it was an honor for him to personally thank the prince. He hinted that he was talking about Patrick, who stood with abs and was removed thanks to the prince. Li Kang said that if Rote thought so, they could have a good cooperation. Rote asked how they should approach the governor, and Li Kang advised them to simply wait, because Purdy is at odds with the railroad. But being at odds forever is not an option. The brief shower would pass anyway, said the prince, and Purdy would soon enter central politics, which would be beneficial to him as well. Li Kang offered to help a little, since one of the two senators supported by Rokta's company was ill, and this could be used. Rote was surprised how the prince knew this, and Li Kang told him to take advantage of the situation and let the rain pass quickly. Rote realized that the prince wanted to remove the sixth senator and put the governor in his place in order to avoid rain and strengthen relations. He left the prince his business card and invited him to drop in on the company when he had time. Noticing that the game had already begun and people were gathering, Li Kang replied that he would drop by sometime. And at that moment, the governor's secretary approached him with a thank you gift. The secretary said that the governor was handing over a gift and said that it would be useful to the prince. Li Kang was surprised to see the invitation to the Bohemian Club and stood there in a stupor for a moment. He recalled that when he was a lobbyist, he tried to get in there without success. Now the invitation is in his hands. And life, as always, is unpredictable. July 27th, the day after tomorrow, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And one recommendation is not enough. This means that it is the interview date, and Li Kang is required to join this club. On the appointed day, he arrived at the Bohemian Club and was asked to sign documents on the table, including a non-disclosure agreement. Li Kang realized that the closed atmosphere had been there from the start and signed the documents, after which he was invited for an interview. He noticed strange and even ugly clothes on the club members who greeted him as a candidate. When asked the first question about who handed him the invitation, Li Kang answered evasively. He said he wondered why he should disclose his details if everyone wanted to remain anonymous. He asked if it wasn't more important to them who he got the card from than how useful he could be to the club. The members agreed that this was reasonable, and one of them even bowed very obligingly to the hero. They then talked about various personal matters, but the conversation was clearly aimed at understanding his character. At the end, they asked the most important question. If he joined the club, what benefit could they get? Li Kang responded that he could offer his experience in successful investments. The hero promised to share with them whatever would become the next profitable target, although he would, of course, take the largest share for himself. The club members asked him to wait while they discussed his case, and an argument began. One said the prince was not American, but was told that was not an argument. Another said that although he was Asian, he was a prince, to which someone chuckled that he was the prince of some small country. Afterwards, he asked if the members were embarrassed that an Asian would enter the club. However, most did not care, and one of them voted to join, all because he was interested in what the prince would offer in terms of investment. The votes were split evenly, 5 for and 5 against, which happened for the first time, and the chairman had to make the decisive decision. The chairman of the club asked the members whether they were for or against the prince's entry, and after an hour of discussion, he was invited into the hall. The club chairman was silent for a long time, weighing all the pros and cons, and uncertainty was visible in his eyes. Li Kang waited tensely for the verdict, realizing that his future plans in America depended on this decision. Finally, the chairman raised his hand and said that he would vote for the prince to join the club. That single voice tipped the scales, and Li Kang felt the tension ease from his shoulders. One of the club members chuckled in displeasure, but remained silent, clearly not wanting to argue with the chairman's decision. Li Kang mentally thanked everyone who supported him and realized that new opportunities were now opening up for him. The chairman apologized for the wait and congratulated Li Canas on becoming a full member of the Bohemian Club. Jules Eugene Pages, also a member of the club, removed his deer mask and was surprised that the prince recognized him by his voice. Pages apologized for the tense atmosphere during the interview, but Li Kang said everything was fine, although the decision took quite a long time. It turned out that the votes for and against were divided equally, and the chairman himself cast the deciding vote for the prince. However, Mr. Phelan continued to express dissatisfaction. Li Kang noted that the content of the discussion should remain secret and pretended to look at the painting to play along with pages. He recalled that John J. Phelan was a former mayor of San Francisco and a known racist. He later became a senator and passed laws restricting land ownership for Asians. The rabbit mask on one of the club members must have belonged to Phelan. Li Kang realized that he had to be on guard, but he tried not to show it. The hero thought that if Phelan was already against him, then he needed to be especially careful in the club. Li Kang noticed several members of the club exchange glances when he entered the gaming room and realized that he was expected there. The character decided that the best way to reduce tension was to show himself to be an open and friendly conversationalist. The hero looked around the room and noted that each of those present most likely had their own hidden interests and goals. Li Kang realized that in a game like this, where the stakes were high, even an innocent conversation could turn into a trap. Pages said the prince was famous for his landscapes, but Li Kang replied that he was not that famous yet. He agreed that he would show him Paris if he ever got there and smiled. Pages offered to introduce the prince to other talented young artists. Li Kang thought that if the opportunity arose, he would buy paintings by Monet, Renoir, and others. Pages then gave a tour of the club rooms and explained how to use them. At the end of the whole excursion, he brought the prince to the place he most wanted to go. On Friday, there was a poker game in the club, and Li Kang was surprised to find that there was another room hidden behind the library door. This room could only be entered by pressing a secret mechanism. There was a sign on the door warning people not to come here if they wanted to spin webs. Anthony Rocht, who also happened to be a member of the club, was already waiting for them and invited the prince to join a game of poker. Li Kang was introduced as the most talked-about figure in town. He met with prosecutor Francis J. Heaney, who immediately jailed Ab's Roof. He also met media magnate William Randolph Hearst, a representative of the emerging yellow press in the United States. The prince decided that he could gain considerable benefit from this meeting, and remembered that during Park Byung-jun's time, he had played poker at a master level. Sometimes you had to win or lose by adapting to the character of the right people. Today, the main character decided to first pretend that he plays badly. He claimed he didn't know anything about poker, and Rote warned him that he could lose a lot. But another player noted that the prince had such wealth that there was nothing to worry about. Li Kang agreed, saying that he really was going to lose all his fortune here. And the game began. Everyone was too focused on the game, and the prince suggested talking over cards to ease the tension. He realized that he was being used as a pretext to discreetly gather information, and decided to take the bait. Li Kang asked if it was true that Ab's Roof would soon be released from prison, and carefully watched the reactions of those present. One of the players reported that Ab's Roof received only 2 years in prison. This happened because he made a deal on the deadline and turned in many influential acquaintances for the sake of his own skin. Another player noted that even if Roof gets out, it will be almost impossible for him to recover, because a traitor will always remain a traitor. Li Kang decided to share his own information and asked if anyone knew of an interesting place to invest. He warned that if there were any people present who owned British bonds, they should sell them immediately. When asked why, the prince explained that many British companies were paying out insurance for the California earthquake. They pay it in gold coins amounting to $90 million. The British will have to replenish the gold drain to the US, and the Bank of England will soon raise interest rates. This will naturally and inevitably lead to a fall in the price of bonds. One of the players said he had a friend at the Bank of England, hoping to somehow engage in conversation. However, he did not say anything like that, to which Li Kang replied that this was not a rumor, but a forecast. He explained the basic financial truth that when rates rise, bond prices fall, and vice versa, and added that it was up to each individual to believe it or not. Li Kang said that in this case, it is not just a theory, but a pattern that he has seen with his own eyes over many years. He added that even if anyone doubts his words, they should simply monitor the market in the coming months. Li Kang said it was time to go and said goodbye to everyone, wishing them a safe journey, to which the players replied that they hoped to see each other again soon. At that moment, a musician who was playing in the poker room approached him and handed him a hotel key from a woman named Selena. Li Kang was surprised that the same arrogant singer who never reciprocated anyone's feelings chose him. According to Aaron, she was the most popular singer in San Francisco. She received a lot of confessions from men, but never reciprocated. Why did such a woman choose him, the prince wondered, and was asked what he would do. He mentally went through the possible reasons for this action, but none of them seemed convincing to him. The prince decided that no matter what awaited him outside the door, he must be prepared for anything. Li Kang decided to go because he was curious about why she gave him the key, and went to the address she gave him. Selena met him in his room and said she was glad to see the prince while lying in the bathtub. When asked why she invited him, she replied that she would like to tell him more about it. She invited him in, and Li Kang, intrigued, stepped into her room. Li Kang asked Selena directly if someone had sent her, and she admitted that she had been offered a lot of money to get closer to the prince. She said she was promised that if she succeeded with him, her life would improve because the prince was known to give everything when he fell in love. Li Kang realized that someone knew about Li Kang well and wanted to trap him, and asked who exactly did it. Selena replied that there were two of them, but she didn't know their names, and only the one who gave the money was American, and the other pulled his hat down over his face. She added that she should receive the remaining payment tomorrow. The one who hid his face said that he wanted to get some information about the prince. Li Kang told her to meet him tomorrow and tell him that everything went well, and then he would sort everything out himself. The next day at the cafe, Max and Kaplan reported that they had been following Selena and had seen the man who had sent her. They said they followed a white man in his 30s whom she met. He came to a very alarming place, namely, the Japanese consulate in San Francisco. Li Kang realized that the Japanese had finally begun to act and asked if there was something even more serious. He found out that after leaving the consulate, this man went to the residence of the Resident General of the Korean Empire, Ito Hirobumi. He realized that his opponents were not limited to just the consulate, but were operating on several levels at once. Li Kang ordered continued surveillance of this man in order to find out all his connections and contacts in the city. Max confirmed that they had already established permanent surveillance of Ito Hirobumi's residence. Kaplan added that traffic there has noticeably increased in recent days, and unfamiliar cars with diplomatic license plates often drive in. Li Kang realized that preparations for some kind of action against him were in full swing. He decided that he needed to urgently strengthen the security of his residence and all the key people in his entourage. At Ito's residence, Hirobumi spoke with Fujiwara and expressed regret that he had sent Li Kang to America. He relied only on his words, and now he doubted the correctness of this decision. Fujiwara reassured him, saying that there was no need to worry about the second prince of Korea, since they had control over him, and assured him that everything was going according to plan. Ito Hirobumi noted that American media and politicians are favorable towards Li Kang. However, no one in Washington had heard of it, and this was all within the borders of California. Sakamoto confirmed that this would not interfere with the plan to colonize Joseon, but the resident general was still dissatisfied. He said an influential organization in the U.S. had contacted the consulate asking for Li Kang to be deported. However, Sakamoto assured that Li Kang had no chance of getting there, since he was not Japanese but Korean. But even if that was the case, Ito decided to come up with a way to urgently return him to Korea. He learned that the king of Joseon had sent a man to America 2 months ago to resolve the issue of defrauded immigrants. This became a pretext to find fault and overthrow the king. If the king changed, Li Kang would also be forced to return. Ito Hirobumi ordered Sakamoto to immediately develop a plan to return Li Kang to Korea using any available means. He understood that if the prince remained in America, his influence among the Korean diaspora would only grow. Sakamoto proposed using the royal decree to return all members of the imperial family to their homeland under the pretext of a family council. However, Li Kang already knew about these plans through his intelligence network and began preparing countermeasures. He understood that if he returned to Joseon, he would be completely dependent on the Japanese resident general. The prince therefore decided to speed up his affairs in America in order to complete all key projects before the Japanese could strike. He also contacted Hulbert through secret channels to prepare financial resources in case of an emergency departure. Li Kang understood that time was working against him, and every delay only increased the Japanese chances of success. Ito Hirobumi ordered to start and think of a way to tie him up so that he could not escape again. Li Kang realized that there was someone in the Bohemian Club who was collaborating with the Japanese government and began to sort through suspects. He thought it might be someone connected to Ab's roof and dissatisfied with him. It could either be the racist John Phelan, or Anthony from the Pacific Railroad Company, or someone from his circle. Although they were friendly towards him, they cannot be excluded because they are only after profit. If all three united, It became a serious threat. Li Kang decided to rest and think tomorrow. But suddenly, he heard noise and shouts that sounded like a fight. Max and Kaplan were the first to break into the house to check out the situation. Li Kang heard cries that because of someone, many comrades had died and His Highness had lost the Emperor's trust. They accused the stranger of having lost the lives of his comrades and the trust of His Highness through his insolence. Li Kang realized that it was probably Yun Chi-ho who reported the revolution to Yu Kil-chun. The prince intervened and said that he hoped there would be no more fighting in his house. And everyone immediately calmed down, acknowledging His Highness. Li Kang asked what madness was going on in his house while he was away, and Yun Chi-ho introduced himself and said that the Emperor had given him a secret mission. Yun Chi-ho explained that he was unable to handle the matter himself, so he came to ask the prince for help and showed the letter. The letter spoke of the rescue of thousands of Koreans who had been deceived into going to Mexico. There they are treated worse than slaves and are mercilessly exploited. The Joseon Empire has no diplomatic rights, and Japan does not provide any assistance. Therefore, the government cannot officially complain and has decided to take a roundabout approach. Li Kang asked why Hulbert wasn't handling the case, and was told that the Japanese were keeping a close eye on him. The prince asked how Yun Chi-ho was going to get funds to save the diaspora. He replied that he planned to use the site of the former Joseon embassy. He said that no one wanted to buy it at a reasonable price, so he couldn't sell it. Therefore, he came to the prince with apologies and a request to buy out the embassy. Li Kang realized that Yun Chi-ho wanted to sell him the embassy and use the proceeds to save his compatriots in Mexico. The prince decided that he had to save them because, for him, operating abroad, the diaspora was his strongest support, no matter what anyone said. He understood that if he saved them, his position would become even stronger, and he could not miss such a chance. Li Kang ordered everyone to prepare to leave for Mexico, and when asked what he meant, he firmly replied that they were going to save people. Dokbae approached him and said that, having heard that the prince was going to Mexico, he volunteered to accompany him. This is because it is not the safest place, and I took with me 2 people who speak fluent Spanish as translators. After careful preparations, they set off for Mexico with a common goal. Li Kang realized that this wouldn't work out well, but maybe it would be for the best. While there was time, he decided to find out what happened between Yun Chi-ho and Yu Kil-chun, and asked if it was true that he had reported on Kil-chun's plan. Yun Chi-ho admitted that it was him, and explained that Kil-chun's plan seemed crazy to him because he gathered young military men and dreamed of a second Capson coup. He thought the plan wasn't great and wanted to minimize the damage, so he reported it, adding that the people then, as now, were ignorant. Yun Chi-ho said that revolution would not have helped anyway. He thought about it deeply. The main reason for the denunciation was that he did not believe that Li Kang would be proclaimed leader after the revolution. He admitted that everything is different now, because since the end of last year, newspapers have started writing about the prince, and he has become a completely different person. The newspapers wrote that Li Kang had achieved great success in investments. He improved the image of Koreans in the United States by participating in earthquake relief efforts and established a scholarship fund. Some began to say that the prince reminded them of the deceased father of the first emperor of the Korean Empire, Gojong Hung-sun Daewanggun. Li Kang admitted that Yun Chi-ho is indeed talented in languages and analyzing situations. However, his problem is elitist consciousness, passivity, and indifference. He wondered if someone who had betrayed once could betray again. But for now, I decided to watch because Yun Chi-ho could be useful. After arriving in Mexico City, negotiations with the central government of Mexico began under the leadership of Yun Chi-ho. Li Kang watched his actions to assess his abilities, but the result was disappointing, and the prince realized that Japan had created interference. Most likely, it happened after realizing the essence of the plan when Yun Chi-ho came to him. This failure was predetermined, and Li Kang asked Yun Chi-ho what he would do now. He responded, realizing that there was no other way. It looked like he would have to return to Joseon. Li Kang objected. Did he really think that this was all? Not believing in such an outcome. Then he asked if he wasn't planning to go to the Yucatan Peninsula, where their compatriots were working as slaves. Yun Chi-ho tried to justify himself by saying that high-ranking officials refused. This meeting with his compatriots would yield no results, but the prince realized that this was an excuse. Li Kang decided to initiate negotiations himself, And a few days later, he arranged a meeting with the head of the immigration service. Also present were the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry and the head of the legal department. He apologized for his subordinate's rudeness last time, but officials responded that the migrant issue was not within their jurisdiction. The prince said that he knew, but first asked her to accept his gift. It was a traditional Joseon dynasty craft decorated with shells, and inside was his sincere apology. The officials were outraged that he decided to insult them so openly, already having a negative attitude towards him. However, Lee Kang assured that he was not going to ask for the same thing as last time, and this was indeed a gift of apology. He said, trying to get the point across, that Japan had started to act to stop him. Even if they took bribes, they would not be able to help an ordinary person like him in such a state matter. So Lee Kang had to find another way. And he asked if it was true that Yoon Chi-ho had a cousin who owned a large plantation. He explained that most Mexican officials come from wealthy families. The head of the immigration service is a relative of an agricultural magnate, which could help. Therefore, he will propose to his cousin to gather all the Korean settlers on his plantation. Plantation owners often trade workers with active contracts to each other, and Lee Kang decided to take advantage of this scheme. Lee Kang explained that he needed to pay the penalty and transfer their compatriots from the cousin of the head of the immigration service. He asked Yoon Chi-ho if he could ask his cousin to gather their compatriots in Cancun, and he replied that it was quite possible. However, it turned out that there were now more of our people in Merida than in Cancun, and Lee Kang asked if this could be entrusted to the head of the legal department. The head of the legal department promised to send a document confirming that everything was illegal. Lee Kang insisted that this was enough. He would handle the rest himself. When they arrived in Merida, the picture turned out to be worse than expected, and the prince was outraged that both children and old people were being used in the work. The local representative asked if this was the same prince, and said that he had heard from the head of the legal department about his arrival on the migrant case. Lee Kang asked him to act quickly, and he replied that he had already informed the local plantation owners about the termination of contracts. So they resolved the Mexican immigration fraud issue, and everyone went back to the US. A few days later, on a ship in San Francisco, Yoon Chi-ho admitted that he had not expected the prince to give bribes so openly. Lee Kang replied that when it came to state and diplomacy, his hands were tied. He should have said that he tried very hard, but it didn't work, and just given up. He asked if he should have told himself that he had done what he could, and that was enough. Lee Kang said that he was disappointed in Yoon Chi-ho, and that any means necessary had to be used to save his compatriots. Yoon Chi-ho justified himself by saying that he did not have the same fortune as the prince and could not do such a thing. With that kind of money, he could try to do something. And Lee Kang said that Yoon Chi-ho had already justified himself, and now he should return the money. He demanded the money back, and Yoon Chi-ho gave it to him. And Lee Kang said that he would teach him a lesson for his indifference. Even if he accepts his position that he did not have the money to save his compatriots, he should at least have shown that he wanted to save them. He had to show that he truly wanted to carry out the emperor's order and sympathized with his compatriots. Lee Kang recalled that he said that he reminded him of his grandfather, and he also respected him and tried to be like him. Over the past 2 years, nearly 1,000 of their compatriots, treated as slaves in Mexico, have finally gained freedom. Prince Lee Kang, who received a secret order from the emperor, successfully completed the negotiations. Newspapers reported that Lee Kang was establishing the Hapsan Scholarship Fund to help cultivate new talent. Lee Kang was surprised how the empire knew so much about the events here, and Hyun-sik explained that Lee Min-woo had recently returned to Hanyang. Lee Min-woo was one of those who came to San Francisco with Dokbae, and he was quite a clever fellow, even arranging marriage introductions. Most likely, it was from him that rumors about the prince leaked out, and Lee Kang ordered that he be invited to the residence when he returned. Suddenly, Lee Kang saw in the newspaper that the Japanese government was banning the emigration of Koreans under the pretext of protecting them from fraud. He ordered Hyun-sik to gather everyone in the house, and he replied that it would be done. Lee Kang said the end, "Those Japanese bastards will resort to dirty tricks again." Hyun-sik tried to calm him down, saying that this was being hyped up by media bought by the Japanese government, and that he needed to calm down a bit. Lee Kang said it was predictable, so he prepared protective measures and met with Governor George Pardee. He asked for a gift in return, and as long as Pardee remained governor, he received a promise to approve all Korean immigration to California. But their diplomatic powers have been taken away, and if Japan does not issue passports, Their citizens will not be able to come here. Li Kang decided that they would hand them over themselves. He explained that Japan had forcibly deprived them of their diplomatic rights. This is illegal under international law, which means they may still believe they have the right to issue passports. If you recruit a former foreign ministry official, you can copy and issue documents using the old template. To transport citizens, you can use a ship traveling from Primorier to San Francisco. This workaround won't work for long, because Japan might start putting spokes in its wheels. He recalled that Tosan and USA had recently traveled to Tijuana, Mexico to assess the situation among the local Korean diaspora. The mayor of that city was the son-in-law of Mexico's Minister of Agriculture, with whom Li Kang had recently become close. If you talk to him, you can make this place a stopover point for Koreans. If Koreans change their citizenship after entering California and then return to it, Japan will no longer be able to find fault. Li Kang told Woo-sung that he planned to open a military academy there and asked Woo-sung to become its director, who happily agreed. Li Kang said they would be wary at first, but given the poor security in Mexico, presenting them as mercenaries would make things easier. The prince announced that he would leave this place for a while and asked everyone to take care of the diaspora. He himself will go to the East Coast because he has important business there, and it is time to get involved in politics and business on a large scale. He asked Kim Jong-rim to come with him for a talk and asked about the development of an agricultural aircraft. He replied that everything was progressing well and that mass production would soon begin. Kim Jong-rim reported that the development of agricultural machinery also advanced thanks to the help of the Wright brothers. Li Kang promised to provide funding and ordered that the same spirit be continued. Kim Jong-rim asked whether there would be problems with other companies due to already registered patents. The prince explained that modern large cars use diesel engines, but right now there are only petrol ones on the market, and diesel ones haven't come out yet. So if you get the engine first, you can avoid any hassle. He said that he would find a diesel engine developer and let Kim Jong-rim focus on development. The hero said that on this trip he plans to visit Detroit, where automakers are concentrated. Jong-rim asked if the prince could tell him his plans, and Li Kang said that he was going to enter into a technical cooperation agreement. This time he will have a companion on his journey, because Giannini asked to accompany him, expressing his desire to expand his bank. Li Kang thought that Giannini's offer to accompany him was not bad. As an investor, it was in his interests if Giannini succeeded by any means necessary. Besides, the financial crisis of 1907 had just begun. He hoped that if Giannini experienced this personally, he would become much more mature than the Giannini he knew. Giannini said he was thinking of buying a car, and Li Kang said, "Great! They were just going to Motor City and he could find a good one." When the prince was asked which company he was going to, he replied that he was going to the Buick Motors headquarters. Giannini wondered if the Cadillac was any better, but Li Kang explained that part of the previous insurance payment had been given to him in the form of Buick shares. Although it is only 3% of the total, he will receive better treatment than an outsider. However, Li Kang's expectations were shattered when William Durant asked if the prince wanted technical cooperation. Li Kang confirmed this, and Durant remarked that it seemed the prince wanted to start his own car company, and asked what inspired him to do so. Li Kang responded with a question about why Durant was so interested in this. He noticed that there was only greed in his eyes, and if he missed, he would take everything away. Durant offered to sell him the idea for a decent price, but Li Kang was outraged by this approach. The hero said that modern businessmen are imbued with monopoly to the marrow of their bones. As soon as some product starts to explode, they immediately devour everything in order to grow. Li Kang came in thinking it was still early stages, but Durant had already started his games. The prince firmly stated that he needed nothing more than technical cooperation. Durant said that if the prince wanted to sell the idea, he was always open. But Li Kang decided to offer something different. He asked if it was true that Durant was buying up all the Buick shares in the market, and he confirmed that they were buying up even the small shares. Li Kang said that if he presented it as not particularly wanting to sell, he would get a price above the market price, and offered to hand over his 3%. Durant happily agreed and said he would add 10% to today's price, and Li Kang asked to complete the paperwork that very day. He sold shares at a great price, which, due to the crisis, will become cheaper than shit in the next 2 years. Durant tried to buy the idea again, saying that his door was always open and that money would be found in any amount. Li Kang replied that if he wanted to start a new company, he would come to him. A few days later, He was met in front of the Ford building by the head of the secretariat, Hans Wave, who apologized. Li Kang was already irritated by the long wait, but when he entered the building, he saw something that made him even more angry. He saw the Japanese there and indignantly exclaimed that these bastards were working here too. He was assured that the Ford company hires anyone who has the ability, regardless of race, even people with disabilities. The prince chuckled, noting that Ford valued ability above all else. But the delay in his response made him worry that he was being racist. However, Henry Ford turned out to be a more reasonable man than Li Kang expected, and they finally met. Li Kang introduced Giannini as the head of Bank of Italy, and Ford said he had heard of him too and wanted to meet him. Ford apologized for the delay, explaining that a large crowd was gathering in Detroit. It took them time to be sure that the prince was really a prince, because there were so many imposters. Li Kang realized that caution was a good idea and said that they had also done a little investigation. Ford then asked a direct question about technical cooperation. The prince was surprised that no one had asked him so directly what he would get out of it, and he appreciated Ford's straightforwardness. Li Kang stated that the biggest benefit from cooperation between the companies is money. Astronomical amounts. He explained that he had studied Ford and seen that its production volumes were lower than those of its competitors. He warned that if we slow down even a little, we could fall far behind in the fight for market share. Then Durant's rival would absorb them, and asked if Ford had contacted Durant. Li Kang said Durant was more interested in buying his technology and ideas than collaborating, and Ford confirmed that he was just buying up everything. The prince suggested that Ford abandon the buyout of the company, and instead, he proposed something else. The hero promised to invest $50,000 into his company immediately, and another $500,000 within 6 months. He explained that if the weaknesses were addressed, Ford would soar even higher. Ford will become the first American whose fortune exceeds $1 billion. Li Kang said that the development of engine technology was the beginning of everything, and that is where he will begin investing. He then added that if they started together, it would be an ideal opportunity for him. Ford replied that technical cooperation was generally fine, but he still had some concerns. On the investment issue, he wanted to be more careful, and Li Kang told him to contact him anytime later. Giannini noted that Ford would soon contact him in tears as well. This is because at first he himself was wary of the prince's proposal and postponed the decision. But then he deeply regretted it. Li Kang said that people grow up regretting their own mistakes, applying this expression to today's reputation. If Ford doesn't accept his offer now, he'll sign a contract on far worse terms later. Ford agreed and said they would then move on, expecting a call full of regret, and they parted ways. A few days later, they were standing outside the New York Stock Exchange, and Li Kang said it was her, and they went inside. There was a real bustle inside. People were buying and selling shares. Giannini was struck by the atmosphere, saying it was nothing like San Francisco. Li Kang remarked that Giannini was clearly born to run a commercial bank, and he asked what he meant. The prince explained that New Yorkers of all stripes are clutching cash. They are trading stocks, and this is a classic sign of a market peak. But soon, the market will crash. In this chaos, knowing the future, he will reap the benefits by acting in opposition to these people. The main character said that he would buy up what they were selling in panic. Li Kang told Giannini that if he couldn't get used to this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to make money. But Giannini replied that he was just nervous because it was his first time. And who knows? Maybe he would even get rich here. The prince suggested meeting with an acquaintance who knows New York well. Giannini agreed, saying it was a great idea, and he immediately perked up at the suggestion. Li Kang warned Giannini to be careful what he said in front of this man. This is because, unlike him, he has a tongue like a magpie, so you should restrain yourself a little. With these thoughts, the two guys headed to the apartment of the main character's friend. They arrived at Hearst's headquarters and were greeted with surprise by the media mogul. He said he didn't expect the prince to arrive in New York so quickly. Li Kang introduced Giannini as the president of the Bank of Italy, and Hearst offered them a welcome drink, but the prince declined. Hearst joked that drinking would help him relax, but Li Kang replied that he was already relaxed. Hearst noted that, unlike the prince, jokes don't work with Giannini, which is even more interesting. Li Kang said this since he had come to New York, it was logical to meet Hearst first. At that moment, an employee entered the office and reported an urgent message to Hearst. Hearing this, Hearst exclaimed that this was decisive and asked if the prince had any plans for the evening. Li Kang replied that he did not. And Hearst said that when he learned that the prince was coming, he made an offer to the man he had met. He said that he wanted to introduce him to the prince who had come from afar, and he happily agreed. The prince asked who exactly they would be meeting, but Hearst said that if he told them in advance, it would not be as interesting. He only gave a hint that local New Yorkers call him a New Yorker. Li Kang immediately guessed that this was the title of Prince of New York, which was only suitable for one person. The protagonist suddenly realized that he would finally meet John Pierpont Morgan Jr. He had one concern. Because Morgan was widely known as an outspoken racist, Li Kang was worried that this would become a problem for Giannini. But they went to the meeting anyway. Morgan greeted them with a smile and said that Hearst had simply blossomed. And Li Kang introduced himself and said it was nice to meet him. Morgan looked at the prince curiously, and Li Kang wondered if he really was as much of a hardened racist as they said. Morgan showed no hostility and said that if the prince needed anything in this city, he could always turn to him. Li Kang introduced Giannini, and Morgan treated him with disdain. However, he was friendly towards the prince himself and invited them to dinner. Li Kang noted that, unlike most New York rich people, Morgan did not hide his preferences behind ostentatious politeness. He decided to use this meeting to lay the foundation for a future relationship with the financial magnate. Giannini felt uncomfortable with the obvious disdain, but tried not to show his humiliation. Li Kang realized that Giannini's position in Morgan's eyes was temporary and could change with the right approach. During the meal, they discussed U.S. internal affairs, and Li Kang asked about the rumors. The White House took antitrust enforcement seriously, but Morgan responded that Roosevelt would soon be gone, and there was nothing to worry about. Li Kang noted that Morgan was so influential in New York that he could afford to speak so openly about the president. When asked about his opinion of Roosevelt, he answered cautiously, saying that he had not given much thought to it, but that he did not have a good opinion of him. He recalled that 30 years ago, the United States and the Korean Empire entered into an agreement according to which America was supposed to help them. Li Kang apologized for the boring international diplomacy, but Morgan said it was very interesting. The prince asked him to send one of his men to the Bank of Italy so that Giannini could learn advanced financial techniques. Giannini explained that they provide loans to small businesses and grow through interest income. Afterwards, the guy added that, although they are still at the initial stage, they are growing gradually. Morgan asked dismissively if it was profitable to collect pennies from some beggars. But since the prince asked, he would soon send people. Li Kang realized that Morgan was not a racist, but a classist who did not consider those below him in status to be human. Most people of color are poor, so he is considered a racist, but he treats those who are above him or useful to him with respect. The prince thought it was even worse than just racism, trying not to show his emotions. Morgan preferred to divide society into classes rather than races, and his contempt for poverty was far more profound. The prince noted that this man was ready to destroy anyone who did not meet his ideas of success, be they white or colored. Li Kang realized that his own wealth and title became the armor that protected him from the magnate's arrogant gaze. He thought that in the world of big money, racism is often just a cover for more mundane and cruel calculations. Morgan invited them to a charity event at the mayor's residence. Li Kang agreed, as it would allow him to expand his connections in New York, and they said goodbye. On the way out, the hero told Giannini that he had restrained himself well, and the guy replied that in New York, being angry with Morgan would only be to one's own detriment. If he can't contain himself here, what will he do in the future? Giannini promised to make his bank very big. A few days later, at a charity event at the mayor's residence, Li Kang met Morgan Jr. He introduced him to his father, John Pierpont Morgan, the founder of J.P. Morgan. The elder Morgan said that his son had spoken a lot about the prince and that he was glad to meet him. And Li Kang replied that he had also long wanted to meet him. The meeting attracted the attention of the people in the room, and Li Kang asked Morgan to introduce Dr. King to him. He was the head of the land department of the Ministry of Agriculture. Dr. King was at Li Kang's first social debut and is associated with his farming. He said that he was leaving soon for the Korean Empire and Japan, and he was glad that he was able to meet before leaving. Li Kang asked what was bringing him so far, but King evaded the question by asking how the prince was doing in New York. Li Kang replied that he was living well, and was asked if he had met other Asians. but he said he was from the Qing. He introduced himself as the Prince of the Great Korean Empire, and his interlocutor, a former assistant of Prince Gong, said that he was glad to meet him. Li Kang asked why so many Qing relics were put up for auction and was told that they urgently needed funds for the country. The prince noted that they could get a higher price through other channels, but they told him that the money was needed urgently and that they needed to collect as much as possible and as quickly as possible. Li Kang said that the Qing dynasty was now at an end. There were rebellions within, and Western powers were putting pressure on the outside, trying to absorb the country. He warned that the Great Korean Empire should also be on guard. The guy heard that Korean relics would soon appear at this auction, and some had already arrived. In fact, it has already started. And a few days ago, at Li Kang's mansion in Sausalito, it was confirmed that Hulbert's reports were true. Li Kang ordered that all relevant evidence be collected and reported to him in order to lodge a protest with the American and European press. He understood that even though he was preparing everything, he was not sure that the protest would work. And if they soon lost their sovereignty, they would not be able to do this. But Li Kang decided that he would not give up. He would earn like crazy and buy everything himself, and said that it was worth preparing for future investments. He asked to come to San Francisco because he was interested in Qing relics. The hero said that before putting something up for auction, they should inform him, and he would at least buy it for a decent price. The interlocutor thanked him for his words, and Li Kang promised to definitely stop by. He thought that if he was the first to buy all the future treasures, it would bring in a lot of money. Then he will be able to buy the Korean relics that will appear soon. Li Kang wondered which Korean works of art were must-haves, and realized that he couldn't miss anything. He understood that every lost work could disappear forever from the hands of the Korean people. Li Kang decided to compile a list of the most valuable artifacts that could end up at auction. He instructed his people in Korea and Japan to gather information about what exactly was taken out of the country. The hero understood that the Japanese were using cultural heritage as a lever of pressure on the Korean Empire. He decided that he would buy relics not only for the sake of preserving culture, but also for political influence. Li Kang understood that owning the national treasures would give him the moral right to demand their return in the future. Before arriving in New York, Giannini thought he was already quite successful. But now he realized that he was like a frog in a well. The road ahead was long, and there was still much to learn. He realized that those who do not realize this do not develop. He understood that only growth awaited him, and he would continue to live with the attitude of studying diligently. Giannini changed a lot, became calmer, and Li Kang said that they were holding an investment seminar and invited him to definitely come. He promised to invest in Livermore's trust and personally double his fortune. The main character was surprised to hear this name, not believing his eyes. He looked at the piece of paper. Li Kang entered the hall and saw a stuttering speaker who was struggling to greet the audience and thank them for their precious time. He continued in a barely audible voice that they needed to concentrate on his prediction. It was about the American stock market crashing within a month. The speaker explained that due to the earthquake, the British bank paid out gold to the victims and, due to the gold shortage, raised interest rates. When the rate rises, people transfer money and gold to Britain. Then the gold reserves in the US will run out. This will lead to financial instability, a reduction in lending, an economic downturn, and a collapse in stock prices. The crowd was outraged, calling this curses, and began to leave. But Li Kang remained and asked his people to step back to listen to the end. The speaker continued that a collapse in stock prices was inevitable, and that the backward US financial system would be the main factor in the collapse. The prince said he had lived through the San Francisco earthquake himself and knew then that raising rates would cause financial panic. He explained that in such a situation, it is more profitable to make money on shorts than on long-term investments. The speaker agreed that if it worked, there was a lot of money to be made. Li Kang said he would invest in him and offered to write their names into history together so that historians could accurately record their great achievements. He asked what exactly he planned to short and was told it was shipping, mining, steel, and railroads. In short, the industries that were hit hard by the earthquake have already fallen more than 20% from their peak. Li Kang decided to focus on the prey that had suffered the most. The speaker said that when the market collapses and a recession begins, the financial sector will suffer greatly, and people will bet on it. The prince was amazed that someone could calculate the future so well in an era when no one was preparing for the Great Depression. The prince decided that if this man was able to see so far ahead, then he was worth investing serious money in. He said he would transfer the money to the speaker's trust next week and personally bring the contract for signing. The speaker was overjoyed and immediately began preparing all the necessary documents for the deal. Li Kang noted that the company's name would remain the same, and the director would not change either. He would only provide capital. However, the prince warned that during his investment, his people would control the process, and the audit would be entrusted to the banker, Giannini. He explained that this is necessary for control purposes, so that there is no temptation to use the funds for other purposes. The speaker agreed that given such a large investment, this was a reasonable measure, and asked if there were any further guidelines. Li Kang demanded the ability to withdraw investments at any time he wished, in case of unforeseen circumstances. The speaker responded that this was possible, but warned that his strategy was long-term, and a premature exit could lead to major losses. The prince stated that he knew the speaker was a master of short positions, and would not allow anyone to talk nonsense into him, so he was prepared to take any potential losses upon himself. He said that this clause would be clearly stated in the contract to avoid misunderstandings in the future. The speaker sighed with relief and promised to do his best to justify the prince's trust. Li Kang wished him luck and said that this would be the biggest bet of their lives. The speaker agreed that this was indeed so and set to work with redoubled energy. The prince understood that not only his fortune, but also his political future depended on this contract. He decided to transfer the money to his trust the following week and bring the contract. The speaker was delighted with this success and began to prepare a contract. And Li Kang said that he was not going to change the company's name. The director will also remain the same. He will only give money, but he will manage it himself. He warned that for the duration of his investment, his people would be accompanied by an orator. The audit will be carried out by banker Giannini's people to ensure that no unauthorized thoughts arise. The speaker agreed that given the investment involved, this was a reasonable measure, and asked if there were any other guidelines. Li Kang said he wants to be able to withdraw his investment whenever he wants. The speaker replied that this was possible, but his investments were long-term. Otherwise, large losses were possible. Li Kang said he knew Livermore was a master of short positions and would not allow anyone to talk nonsense to him, so he would take the possible losses on himself. He wished Livermore luck and told him to give it his all, and he happily agreed, placing the biggest bet of his life. That same night at the hotel, Max and Aaron went to Li Kang and asked why he had given Livermore so much power, especially the fact that he had given up the title. The prince explained that the reason was simple. Why hang his name where it would be slandered? Max asked what he was even talking about. Li Kang explained that Livermore is now planning to go short. If everything goes according to his plan and the shares fall by half, and if they go from 10,000 to 1,000, then it will be a crash. Max asked what would happen if they took out a bank loan and invested in stocks. The prince replied that in an instant they would become debtors and would blame not themselves, but the government. Li Kang said that instead of admitting the mistake, the government would find a scapegoat. Even in the Great Depression, the arrows of criticism will fly accurately at those who manage to profit from this. He warned that Livermore, who publicly predicted the market crash, would be a target. Then he announced that the government would arrange everything to incriminate him. And if he himself is the director of a trust company that is shorting, then all the blame will be placed on him. They're going to tear him to shreds. And he's Asian, so he's going to get double the abuse. But Li Kang reassured his people, saying that he would not be exposed and there would be nothing to find fault with. The hero added that he would simply invest the money and retreat into the shadows, putting up a screen. This screen will be Livermore, and of course, he will receive all the arrows. But thanks to the prince, he gets more money than in the original story, so it's not a loss. Max said he understood, but called the prince sinister, to which Li Kang replied that it was better to call him risk manager. That night, Li Kang was writing an investment contract for Livermore. He chose every word carefully, because his life depended on this contract, and he was eagerly awaiting how much profit it would bring him. Li Kang signed a contract with Livermore and said he relied on him, to which Livermore replied with solemn confidence that he would bring the prince an income exceeding all his wildest expectations. Livermore promised to bring in revenue that exceeded all expectations. On the day the contract was signed, Livermore invested his entire $50,000 advance in short sales. To Aaron and Max, who didn't understand stocks, he looked like a madman. U.S. Steel shares rose to $4.15, up 10 cents from a minute ago. Contrary to expectations, they continued to grow and everyone began to panic. Livermore said this is a minor increase and support will end soon. Then they would buy more using leverage to make an even bigger profit. But it was Livermore himself who was most worried. The prince, although he knew the future, was also worried, but said that he believed him and asked him to teach Giannini the method of trend trading. He explained that no one knew trend trading better than Livermore, the man who, at Morgan's request, came to Giannini last time and openly disregarded him. But Livermore will be a good teacher for Giannini, who only knows retail finance, on how to invest in stocks. Li Kang said he had to ask himself because who knew how long Livermore would stay with him. It was better to train Giannini and reap the benefits together, after which he left for a short time. He arrived at the Washington Post headquarters, where editor-in-chief Christian met him. Li Kang asked to place an advertisement for the Wright and Lee Flyer 4 on the front page. The prince said he was now investing in the future, networking with newspaper editors and promoting his company at the same time. He also asked to write an editorial about the Wright brothers to change public opinion in their favor. He mentioned the story of the Smithsonian Institution, which tried to use the brothers but got into trouble itself. Li Kang continued to establish connections with the owners and editors of major New York newspapers, ordered advertising, and bought shares. His goal was one, so that later, when during the financial crisis a lot of articles appeared attacking him, he could defend himself. Finally, he came to William Randolph Hearst, the head of the largest yellow press in the United States. He said that he was waiting for him because he knew his every step. Li Kang showed Hearst information that a high-ranking Japanese official had stolen a cultural treasure. It was the 10-story Gyeongchonsa Pagoda, and Hearst said he would publicize the matter. The prince explained that the Japanese government always tries to make a positive impression on foreign audiences. But if an American newspaper publishes a negative article about Japan, they will pay a lot of money to prevent it. Hearst did not do this out of kindness. It was for their mutual benefit, and he said that he intended to do the prince 3 favors, and he had already used one. Li Kang said he thought Hearst had ignored his words, but he replied that not only he, but also prosecutor Henny also profited from that information and forced all the relatives to sell everything. The prince noted that this was excellent, as he was just looking to establish connections with lawyers. Now it will be easier. And Hearst asked if he knew anything about strange movements of banks. Li Kang told Hearst that he knew something, but it was just between them, and advised him to hold cash because the bull era was ending. He warned Hearst not to tell anyone, otherwise it might cause panic, and he promised to remain silent. The prince knew that Hearst would certainly write the article, and that was exactly what he was counting on. Because if the story gets into the newspaper, the anxiety will dry up liquidity even more. Not only institutions, but also ordinary people will start returning cash, which means the collapse will come faster. Suddenly, they heard a sound like something falling on the floor. His suspicions were confirmed when it turned out that it was a hotel guest. He was so impressed that he could not bear the sharp decline in stock prices and committed suicide. Li Kang realized that this was serious, and that staying here would become dangerous. Besides, his words to Hearst could have reached someone else's ears. So I need to leave New York urgently. But how can I do it without raising suspicion? Running away in the middle of the night will look suspicious and will give rise to rumors. In the worst case, all the blame will be placed on him. So it must appear from the outside that he is leaving on important business. It would be best to leave on state business. But it is not so easy. And at that moment, he was informed that Mr. An, that is, Tosan, had arrived. Li Kang was delighted and ordered that he be brought in immediately. He met Tosan, who brought with him Li Vijong, the son of Li Bomjin, the envoy of the great Korean Empire to Russia. He said that he had come to New York to convey to him a secret decree from His Majesty. Li Kang received the decree with excitement and read that he was ordered to attend the Hague Peace Conference. He was also required to tell the world about the injustice of the Treaty of Yulsa. The prince realized that this was the chance he had been waiting for to bring Korea's plight to the attention of the international community. He immediately gave orders to his men to prepare to sail to Europe without losing a minute. Lee Kang understood that this might be his only chance to change the fate of his homeland, and he had no right to miss it. The prince ordered Max to get ready immediately and prepare to leave, because they had to leave as soon as possible. Giannini was surprised by the sudden departure and asked where they had decided to go. Lee Kang replied that circumstances required an urgent crossing of the Atlantic. Giannini said he would go with him, but the prince replied that no, he must stay. Then Giannini asked to at least tell him where he was going because he was worried. Lee Kang replied that he was going to the Netherlands, where there was a conference that he urgently needed to attend. They headed to the Netherlands as soon as all preparations for the trip were completed. Before leaving, Lee Kang gave everything he needed to the two who remained behind and wished them a safe journey. Livermore promised to increase the prince's fortune at least tenfold. He had already brought 2 companies to the brink of bankruptcy with his aggressive short selling, so he left with a light heart. Lee Kang remarked that Livermore was so eager to sell shorts that he himself would burn with impatience. He asked if he understood that they were making shorts to make money and not just for fun. But the prince warned of what would happen if the market collapsed completely, and Livermore quickly understood the point, promising to take the distribution of shares into account. Lee Kang gave him materials that would help his case and explained that the US federal government would abandon the current system. When the system changes, an opportunity arises, and if collapsing banks are quickly absorbed, the regional bank will quickly become a central bank. Livermore realized that he needed to buy the said cans when they were selling cheap. The prince said that if funds were insufficient, he should turn to Livermore and use his investment funds. The prince specifically noted that if Bank of America enters the market, everyone should drop everything and buy it. He explained that the reason it was a must-buy was because of the uniqueness of the name itself. Now he may not understand because there is no concept of marketing and advertising yet, but later, among many banks, he will already have a sign that will not need to be advertised. Lee Kang said Livermore wanted to be more than just the manager of his younger brother's banks, but to become the chairman of all banks in the United States. Livermore promised to definitely buy it. And at that moment, a man from Ikmun's intelligence came to the prince. Lee Kang asked if he was an agent of Ikmun's imperial intelligence. He confirmed that it was a spy organization founded by Emperor Kojong in 1902. He realized that only the best personnel, capable of acting inside, were selected there. Outside the empire, knowledge of foreign languages was minimal. The prince was delighted that his power was growing, and he just needed an agency responsible for intelligence. He showed up on time and asked me to write which of Ikmun's agents he knew. The agent replied that this was impossible, because unless they had received the same assignment together, he did not even know who was in the organization. Lee Kang realized that they had a cellular structure so that even if one was caught, the others would not be traceable. He came up with one way and said that he would still go in there, no matter what he had to do for it, and asked for help. When they arrived at the International Peace Conference Hall, they were not allowed in. Even though the documents were perfectly prepared, Lee Kang realized that it was because of a bribe received from the Japanese. He mentally ran through the options, realizing that they wouldn't let him through just like that, and that he needed to act decisively. Lee Kang looked at the stern faces of the guards and realized that the usual diplomatic route would not work here. He decided it was better to wait and rely on someone who could help him get around this barrier. He told them to wait, because someone would soon appear who would let him through, and Duke Hendrik approached him. He is the husband of Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands, who was surprised why the prince was hanging around at the entrance. Lee Kang replied that he was not stuck, but that they were simply not letting him in. And the Duke asked what the problem was with the documents. Lee Kang explained to Duke Hendrik that there were no problems with the documents. He prepared everything perfectly, but for some reason the administrator does not let them in. The Duke was surprised to see the administrator and asked why he was preventing his friend from entering. Lee Kang said that he spent the entire month after arriving in the Netherlands and until the conference, lobbying. He approached Hendrik as if by chance, won him over and gave him exactly what he needed, namely, money. He explained that although Hendrik was the husband of the Queen of the Netherlands, he was essentially a penniless beggar. So the prince told him about the Wright and Lee business and gave up some of the rights. Li Kang said that he wasn't worried because he wasn't a fool, and instead of his share of the profits, Hendrik was obligated to do something. This is what it means to receive 10% of aircraft sales in Europe, but in return to protect the company's rights and actively defend it. The prince's agents, who had been monitoring his actions with concern for a month, were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, and Li Kang invited them inside. Inside, they were met by the Japanese Empire's special envoy, Hanzo Satoshi, who said the prince had no right to participate. This is because the foreign policy of the Korean Empire was completely delegated to the Japanese Empire. Li Kang objected that a treaty signed under threats and bribery had no legal force, and he had every right to enter here. The Japanese envoy insisted that the only way for the weak Joseon to survive was to rely on the Japanese Empire. Li Kang reminded him how the Japanese government abandoned their settlers in Mexico. He said that he had been given a wonderful insight into the progressive diplomacy of the Japanese Empire. When the envoy continued his threats, the prince said he would write a letter to Ito Hirobumi. The Japanese man, frightened and covered in cold sweat, immediately apologized for his insolence. Li Kang chuckled at the fact that just one phrase made the envoy tremble, and asked under what conditions he would agree to simply return. The hero replied that now he only wanted one thing: to not be in front of the prince's eyes. The prince looked coldly at the Japanese and said that he did the right thing by being scared. He added that he was not going to waste time on empty threats when he had an important mission. Li Kang ordered the envoy to get out of his way immediately before he got into more trouble. The Japanese man retreated quickly, muttering apologies and backing towards the exit. The prince turned to his companions and said that they could now enter the hall without any problem. He stressed that no one and nothing would stop him until he fulfilled the emperor's will. The prince said that everyone would do their own thing and there would be no more interference. They went to the international community to tell about the unfair treatment of the Korean Empire. They found their place in the hall, and although they were invited guests, the place was at the very edge and a little offensive. Li Kang thought that such humiliation could make his performance even more dramatic. The chairman gave the floor to the special envoy of the invited country, the Korean Empire, and Li Kang took the podium. He introduced himself as the second son of the Emperor of the Korean Empire, His Majesty Lee Hyun, and explained that there was only one reason why he was here. Li Kang said that 2 years ago, the Japanese government threatened the emperor and ministers of Korea and took away their foreign policy rights. The Japanese representative tried to interrupt him, calling it a lie, and demanded that the prince's speech be stopped immediately. But the chairman said that whether this was true or false should be decided by the representatives of the countries, and ordered them to continue. Li Kang said that 10 years ago, Japan sent Ronin to kill his mother and acquitted them. This information is easy to find. And after that, they say that the oppression of Korea is a lie. He warned that Japan would not stop at Korea, and that once they had absorbed it, they would want Manchuria. Then they will go on, and they will not rest until they have devoured all the small islands of the Pacific Ocean. He said that Japan's appetites were limitless, and that Manchuria would be followed by China, and then all of Asia would be under threat. Li Kang warned that if Japanese expansion was not stopped now, the world would face an even bloodier war in the future. The hero ended his speech with a call to the international community not to turn a blind eye to this threat. Otherwise, the retribution will be terrible. The chairman tried to stop him, but Li Kang finished his cry from the heart and thanked him for his attention, after which he left the podium. The next day at the hotel, he saw newspapers that called him the Little Giant from the East. They wrote that he was a man who criticized the order based on violence and force, and warned of the birth of an evil empire. The journalists turned out to be more friendly than he expected, but the prince understood that this sympathy was temporary, and no one would help them. Because Japan and the United States signed the Katsura-Taft Agreement and divided spheres of influence, they have bribed or controlled the press of other countries, and soon there will be no articles. But Li Kang did this so that he would no longer be seen as just the second son of the Korean king, but so that the name Li Kang would be remembered throughout the world. After this, Japan will likely tighten surveillance, and it will no longer be possible to operate secretly. But the prince noted that the Japanese were probably almost overwhelmed by yesterday's events. His plan was for the Japanese to stir and help him. And in Tokyo, Katsura Taro proposed the only way to overthrow the Korean king. Prime Minister Saionji Kimochi and Resident General Ito Hirobumi agreed, and they decided to dethrone Lee Hyun. They also discussed what to do with independence fighters Lee Jun, Lee Sun-sol, and Lee Wee-jung. They were the ones who posed as messengers, and Katsura demanded the death penalty for all of them to teach them a lesson. Katsura called his colleague's opinion wise, but Ito Hirobumi noted that, having caught the wave, they had already become arrogant, but they needed to reason coolly. He thought that Katsura, by swinging his sword indiscriminately, would provoke a counterattack himself. After all, the more you push them, the more stubbornly the Koreans resist. Ito suggested pretending to be friendly and luring them one by one, rather than provoking them. But in this situation, there is nothing to be done. We will have to follow Katsura's will. Katsura demanded the death penalty not for 3, but for all 4, including Prince Lee Kang, because if he is guilty, he must be punished, even if he is a prince. Prime Minister Seonji was outraged, calling this nonsense and saying that it was insane to demand the death penalty for the prince of another country. We need to think about the consequences of such a step. He recalled that Lee Kang is now in Europe. He's going to start a new life in America, build his base there. And what fool would come back if they demanded his extradition for execution? Katsura insisted that the prince wanted to live abroad but was a disgrace to their country, and other colleagues agreed with his opinion. Ito suggested that if the extradition request was refused, he could be forcibly removed. Seonji countered that it was madness to kidnap a royal person in Europe or America, and asked if he could imagine the risks. Then they decided to first strip him of his title and revoke his passport. And Ito asked the Prime Minister to reconsider the decision. Katsura replied that this was the only way they could show their determination to the international community, and he suggested requesting the extradition of all 4 to put pressure on them. Ito must put pressure on the Korean king to persuade his son to return. They decided to demand for the prince a lifelong exile under Viryanshi, a severe form of isolation from the outside world. Katsura regretted that he could not secretly give the order to hunt the fox as before, but he quickly laughed himself and asked that he couldn't even joke. They decided to talk over dinner to figure out how to restrain the prince. The Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. Resident General Ito nodded silently, realizing that a difficult conversation lay ahead at dinner. Meanwhile, Lee Seok-young was thinking about what would happen if the emperor lost the throne. The 500-year history of this country will see an end. But even in this end, he saw a glimmer of light. He instructed Yoksha to check the lands in case of a Japanese census, and to tell his elder and younger brothers to come here. Lee Seok-young decided to gather his strength abroad rather than just sit and die. It is better to help someone who is preparing for the future by putting everything on hope. He went forward to the States, ready for new achievements and the fight for his homeland. Lee Kang arrived at the richest house in Gyeongju, where the owner ordered that the guests be given the best possible welcome. After all, during the Joseon era, travelers and merchants spent the night in the houses of local respected people. He heard talk that Mr. Young-suk was selling all his land, and if he paid in foreign currency, they would even give him a discount. The locals joked that they were $2 short of buying land, and Lee Kang realized that Lee Seok-young's family was selling off all their property. The richest man in Gyeongju, Choi Hyun-sik, confirmed that this was true, and the rumors came from a visitor from Hanyang, so there could be no mistake. It turned out that last week, the rich man Kim from Suncheon sold all his property. Not only he, but also the rich man Yoon from Suwon, and the rich man Han from Chungju, and even the family of Lee Seok-young from Hanyang sell everything and move to Primorye. Lee Kang realized that it was time for him to make a decision, and he called his children to inform them of his decision to send them to America. He gave them money from the sale of some of his property and his passport, and said that he would send the rest of the funds as soon as he sold everything. Then he ordered to go to Primorye to find people named Kim Dok-bae and Lee Min-woo, who are involved in sending Koreans to America. One of the sons agreed to carry out his will, but the other decided to stay to be near his father. The father, with tears in his eyes, hugged his son, who decided to stay, and whispered that he was proud of his choice. The eldest son promised to look after the younger ones in America and write letters every week so that his father would not worry. After seeing his children off, the father stood for a long time on the threshold, looking after them and mentally praying for their safe journey. He knew that this farewell could be his last, but he believed that his children would find a new life overseas. His father, although sadly, blessed him and told him to go because there was no time. Lee Kang safely took the younger children to America and prayed for their father to be safe and sound. At the same time, in the port of Nampo, he met independence fighter Yang Ki-tak. He was surprised that Li Kang, even abroad, helped his homeland, opened several schools, and became rich. Yang Ki-tak said that Li Kang sent a large sum of money to help his suffering compatriots, and this was only a part of the funds. The prince instructed him to use this money not only for the education of the settlers, but also for the training of people in Korea and Manchuria. Independence fighter Shin Chae-ho wondered why he was doing this, since he had already left his homeland and distanced himself from the throne. Shin Chae-ho noticed a clause in the Shin Minho Charter striving for a constitutional monarchy, so I asked if it was his request. But Yan Ki-tak replied that it was not his will. He has no thirst for power, and he simply wrote down that if there were such a king, everything would be different. After Kojong's mad thirst for power, one might have been wary, but Li Kang suggested going to America so that they could meet His Highness themselves and understand what he meant. After the peace conference, Li Kang remained in The Hague, monitoring the international situation. He thought about returning to America, but news came that the New York Stock Exchange had crashed and recovered. Livermore made $4 million even before the crash. His plans changed. He realized that if he returned now, he would simply become a target during a real crisis. Therefore, I decided to do what I could here in Europe, in order to either increase my fortune or create a strong and reliable foundation. Li Kang visited the hospital in The Hague where his men were caring for comrade Li Jun, who had collapsed the previous night. If the prince had not noticed this, everything could have ended in disaster. But he said that everything was fine with his people, and they thanked him for this favor. But the prince replied that it was simply fate that brought him to them to ask about their plans. Li Kang explained that due to the case at the Hague conference, he will now be unable to return to his homeland, because Japan is furious and he will be arrested immediately upon his return and sentenced to death. He wanted to hear their plans, but he realized that they had no plan. From the moment they received the secret order from Kojong, they were ready to die. There is only devotion and a willingness to burn oneself for the safety of the homeland. Li Kang said that although it was reckless, he needed exactly these kinds of people. He cannot allow them to die in vain, as he values their loyalty and abilities highly. He invited them to become his people and continue to work for the homeland, promising to give them a new shelter and hope. They gratefully accepted his offer and vouched for him. Thus, the key people of Kojong and members of Ikmun's organization passed into his hands. Li Jun, having recovered thanks to the prince's care, swore eternal allegiance to His Highness and handed him the document. It was a document with the structure of Ikmun's organization, which was written using a chemical secret writing method. When Li Kang held the paper to the fire, the heat revealed the letters and he saw the number of agents in each location. There were 16 of them in the provinces, 15 in the capital, 20 in foreign embassies and military installations, and 9 abroad. But there were no names, and he wondered how to recruit them, since Ikmunsa operated on a cellular system, and no one knew all the members. Li Kang realized that Kojong would not hand over this organization to him so easily, but Li Jun suggested a way to contact the hiding members through secret channels. If you recruit them one by one, they will become the prince's men and do whatever he wants. After all, no one except the members of Ikmunsa can read what is written chemically, and Li Kang entrusted this to Li Jun. When the prince came to Europe, he set himself 2 goals. The first was to get rid of the power of Kojong. The second goal was to completely take over Ikmunsa's organization. And now he had accomplished both of them. Now is the time to take on additional goals and try to get everything you can in Europe before returning to America. He decided to develop a chemical method of hidden recording in order to record information about the future. The hero thought that Germany was most advanced in chemistry, so he needed to get a recommendation from that German, Hendrik. Li Kang said that since Hendrik had received the money, he should work it off, and asked him to register the wives, children, and everyone else who was going to be transported. He explained that the Japanese would begin to persecute and torture their families, and that they could not be left there, and he promised to transport everyone to America. The agents were deeply touched and thanked the prince for such care and his promise to save their families from Japanese persecution. The Li trio, who had shown in The Hague, went to New York and they promised to cope with any task. Li Kang tasked them with monitoring the Morgan family's activities, as the task suited them perfectly. This is because they specialize in collecting and analyzing information. While they are operating in New York, he will be able to calmly go about his business in Europe. A few days later, the Wright brothers met him at the central station of The Hague. Li Kang said that they will soon meet with Prince Consort Hendrik of the Netherlands. He asked his brothers to support him in golf because they needed Hendrik to help the company enter the European market. Li Kang explained that Hendrik was the key to the influential circles of Europe, and his support could open many doors. The hero had prepared several topics of conversation in advance to win over the Dutch prince and demonstrate his business qualities. He also mentioned that he had information about colonial resources that might be of interest to Hendrik and his entourage. Li Kang added that success in this meeting will allow Wright and Li to gain a foothold in the European market faster than planned. He emphasized that not only his business prospects, but also his personal safety in Europe depended on Hendrik's location. He assured that there would be no problems with the promise made to Chanute, because the contract only specified the right to sell in France. Li Kang knew that in the original story, Chanute betrayed his brothers, leaked the aircraft's key technologies, and founded his own factory in France. But as long as he is here, this will not happen, and he will not allow his assets to be stolen. He decided to bring up all possible and impossible accusations in order to teach Chanute a proper lesson. While playing golf with Hendrik, he won his sympathy, and then through him, he intended to obtain business rights in the Netherlands. Li Kang planned to open a logistics and distribution company for raw materials from Indonesia, a Dutch colony. He also asked Hendrik to arrange a meeting with the Kaiser, and he reported that the Kaiser was happy to accept. Li Kang understood that control over Indonesia's resources would give him a huge advantage in trade with Europe. He had already mentally sketched out a plan for a company that would do more than just trade in raw materials. The hero decided that to succeed, he would need local partners familiar with the bureaucracy and local laws. He also thought that through such a company, he could arrange supplies of strategic resources for his military projects. Li Kang understood that the meeting with Kaiser Wilhelm II was not just a gesture of politeness, but an opportunity to secure the support of one of the most powerful countries in Europe. In Dresden, Hendrik gave Li Kang a list of people to meet in the German Empire. He said that the first on the list was Rudolf Diesel, the developer of the diesel engine, and he was the #1 candidate to be hired. Li Kang promised to definitely recruit him and was looking forward to the opportunity to get his hands on all the German technology. At the palace, Kaiser Wilhelm II thanked the prince for his brilliant speech at the peace conference, which had saved his reputation. He admitted that he had been saying for a long time that they needed to be careful with the Japanese bastards, but no one listened to him. The Kaiser was the main promoter of the yellow peril theory, and he was irritated that England and Japan were in cahoots. After all, Germany and Britain are rivals, and he promised to help the prince at any time. Li Kang said that since the Kaiser said so, he had one request, and that was to study Germany's advanced technology. Li Kang said he wanted to study Germany's advanced technologies, especially its military doctrine and army training system. The Kaiser noted that the Korean Empire's army had been disbanded last month. He suggested that the prince wanted to found a military school and then create a mercenary army. Li Kang confirmed this and asked for help, and the Kaiser, seeing him as a determined man, agreed to help. Kaiser suggested not to be shy and ask for more if needed. Li Kang, although he felt uncomfortable, asked to send German professors to the university he planned to open in the western United States. He promised to fully finance them and offered to share the patents with the German government so that it would not be unprofitable. The Kaiser said that the prince had probably already thought of everything, and when Li Kang mentioned the chemist Fritz Haber, the Kaiser agreed to send him. Li Kang noticed that the Kaiser was looking at his hands and remembered that it was better not to show your hands in front of the Kaiser, all because he loves men with beautiful hands. When the Kaiser directly said that the prince had very beautiful hands, Li Kang was stunned. He froze for a moment, not knowing how to react to such an unexpected compliment from the Emperor of Germany. Li Kang quickly pulled himself together and smiled politely, thanking the Kaiser for his kind words. He moved the conversation to more business-like topics to ease the awkwardness and avoid lingering on personal comments. The hero was inwardly surprised that in such a serious situation, the Kaiser allowed himself to make such remarks. He recalled that outside of political games, Wilhelm II was known for his eccentric character and strange hobbies. Li Kang decided to ignore the incident and focus on achieving his goals during the visit. He continued the conversation, gently steering it towards military cooperation and technology exchange. However, this incident once again reminded him that even in the highest circles of Europe, there is a strange atmosphere. He tried to change the subject by asking about the budget for military instructors. The Kaiser said that it was too late and he would cover everything himself. But Li Kang insisted that he couldn't do that and would rather pay than get into such a situation again. The Kaiser invited him to stay the night at the palace, but Li Kang politely declined, citing plans, and the Kaiser regretfully saw him off. A few days later, at a hotel in central Germany, Li Kang quickly concluded business in Berlin and arrived for a meeting with Rudolf Diesel. Diesel confirmed that he had heard from the Wright brothers that the prince wanted to hire him, and Li Kang confirmed this by asking about the terms of the engagement. Diesel said that he needed about 400,000 marks because his business had failed, and he needed to pay off his debts. Although the sum was impressive, Li Kang knew that the benefits of hiring Diesel would be astronomical. He promised to get the money and asked Diesel to join his team. And that meeting marked the takeoff of his company. In New York on Wall Street, Livermore told Giannini that he had nothing more to learn from him, but Giannini replied that he still had to learn. And Livermore pointed out his profitability, which turned $50,000 into $1 million. Livermore said that, in terms of returns, Giannini was better than him. He asked what else he wanted to learn, to which Giannini replied that he had enough of making money this way because it was too soft. Livermore countered that now is the time to make money on aggressive purchases. Where someone makes money, someone else inevitably loses. But Giannini said that this is the essence of capitalism. But making money off of someone else's suffering is not its path. Livermore called him a financial humanitarian and asked how much he could make by giving low-interest loans to small businessmen. But Giannini replied that it was his business and ordered him to do what the prince had instructed. Livermore noticed a strange rise in United Copper shares, which usually lose up to 30% in such a market decline. However, here, without any visible news, they were quickly recovering. He realized that something was wrong and decided to put all his trusted funds short on United Copper. Within a few days, this short had generated $8 million in profit. If the rest of the stocks also fall due to the current decline, then it's easy to earn $10 million. But the prince asked him not to cross the border, and Livermore learned that United Copper was buying copper with its own funds to artificially raise the price. This was an attempt at price manipulation, and once the investigation begins, the stock will collapse, and the New York Stock Exchange crash is just a matter of time. The prince's bet on the fall will bring him even more assets, and as his profit grows, so does Livermore's percentage. Livermore knew he was on the brink of a huge success, but he had to proceed with extreme caution. He understood that if information about the manipulations was revealed prematurely, his strategy could turn into a disaster. Li Kang, upon learning of the situation, confirmed the correctness of Livermore's actions and promised additional resources to strengthen his position. He also ordered alternative plans to be prepared in case the market behaved unexpectedly. Together, they decided that the best time for the final blow was when the panic reached its peak. In Germany, Li Kang received a letter from the Kaiser with a list of teachers he wanted. The Kaiser promised to send them by the end of the year, as well as an invitation to visit the Secret Kingdom. Li Kang received an urgent telegram from New York and realized that what he feared had happened, and ordered him to urgently get ready for America. Despite warnings that the protests make it unsafe to stay in America, he said that if he didn't return to New York, J.P. Morgan would take everything away from him. Li Kang understood that he could not delay his return. Otherwise, he would lose all influence in the country's financial center. He also knew that Morgan had already begun to act, using his connections to cut off the flow of funds for his project. The prince understood that in his absence, Morgan could have time to lure key partners to his side and weaken his position. He hoped that his authority and success in Europe would help him save face and turn the situation in his favor. The hero decided that his return should be as quick and spectacular as possible to show Morgan that he did not intend to give up. Meanwhile, Giannini moved away from shorts and started shopping banks. He studied the list given by Li Kang and met with the chairman of the Baker Bank. Baker admitted that he was in a difficult situation and that he came because he wanted to save his employees. Giannini, touched by this, offered a sum that was much less than Baker had previously offered. He said that Baker himself knew the current situation and suggested that he think about it while he stepped away for a while. Giannini learned that New York's second-largest trust company was also under threat. On Wall Street, they say this is just the beginning, and crowds of people are outside banks trying to withdraw money. He realized that if the panic continued, the city's banking system could collapse within days. He understood that the situation required immediate intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic for the entire economy. He ordered his people to prepare emergency measures to stabilize the situation and protect the deposits of his compatriots. The prince also contacted Giannini to discuss the possibility of coordinated action with other bankers. The guy saw that since early morning crowds of people were trying to withdraw money in front of banks, this is a banking panic. And even the most stable bank will not survive if something like this starts. He decided to just wait for now, because the best time to buy is when the company is dying. Giannini agreed with this wise decision, as he had no other ideas. When negotiations with Baker Bank reached an impasse, Giannini said the deal would have to be canceled. If Baker wants to sell the shares at an even lower price, he can always turn to them. Giannini received word that Livermore was being held almost by force by JP Morgan, and this was because he was trading on leverage. He realized that even if he did something, nothing would change, and he would have to wait for his arrival. It was supposed to take place from 1 to 4 days, so we had to be a little patient. Li Kang ordered his men to establish 24-hour surveillance on Morgan's mansion to keep track of Livermore's movements. He also contacted lawyers to prepare legal documents in case Morgan tried to use force. The hero understood the time was against him, and every missed moment could cost him not only money, but also the trust of his partners. He decided that the first thing he would do upon arriving in New York was meet Morgan in person to show his determination and not let himself be intimidated. When Li Kang arrived in New York, Giannini met him and reported that Morgan was blackmailing Livermore. He forced me to give up my shorts, and that happened about 3 days ago. He said that for 4 days now there have been rumors that New York banks are on the verge of bankruptcy, and New York is essentially owned by JP Morgan. If New York collapses, so do his assets, and Morgan is probably going crazy with fear. Li Kang decided to sort out his things first and then decide what to do. The first thing he thought about was how to save Livermore, and whether there was a way at all. He understood that the main thing was to act quickly, but without unnecessary fuss. Li Kang also understood that Morgan would not back down easily, and that he needed to offer something substantial in exchange for Livermore's freedom. He decided the best strategy was to show Morgan that conflict with him would be more costly than compromise. He knew that his European connections could play a decisive role in negotiations with Morgan, and he intended to use this as a trump card. But at that moment, JP Morgan Jr. approached him and asked for a little time to talk. Morgan Jr. greeted Li Kang and asked how he had been doing all this time. The prince replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked how his father was doing. Morgan Jr. said his father is very busy, even more so than one might expect. Li Kang thought that he was busy cleaning up the mess that others had made. Although what did it matter to him? He asked what brought Morgan Jr. to him, and he replied that he wanted to talk, but the conversation would be long, and he suggested changing the situation by inviting the prince to his father's house. Li Kang understood that in the original story, JP Morgan also almost forcibly gathered all the famous people of New York. He held emergency meetings, not letting anyone go until the problem was resolved. He decided to go to Morgan, but he was not going to give up right away. It was meant to look like he was being noble, and he and Morgan Jr. drove to the mansion. At the mansion, they encountered the kidnapped Livermore, and Li Kang asked if he was okay. He replied that there was no physical violence, but the psychological pressure was strong. Livermore said Morgan invited him because of his short position and threatened to accuse him of undermining market stability. It was absurd because Morgan himself was shorting bank stocks for profit, and he was the only one being made the scapegoat. Li Kang asked if he had closed all his positions, and Livermore replied that of course not. He has already made $10 million on this fall after deducting commission. Li Kang praised him for his excellent work, but said it was now time to wind down the shorts. Livermore was surprised and asked why, and the prince reminded him that he had said that they did not aim to destroy capitalism through short selling. If he said stop, Livermore should have stopped immediately. Livermore agreed, but Li Kang said that he would talk to Morgan himself, because if they just gave up, it would be a loss to them. The prince understood that his intervention had to be carefully considered so as not to lose face in front of Morgan. He decided that he would go into negotiations with a clear plan, offering a compromise that would preserve his profits and reputation. Li Kang also knew that his European achievements and connections could be a powerful argument in a conversation with Morgan. In the room, he met the federal government's Minister of Finance, George Cortelyou, who was clearly at odds with Morgan. Li Kang realized that his enemy's enemy could become his friend, Morgan asked point blank if it was true that the money in Livermore's trust belonged to the prince. He asked to convince Livermore to stop short selling because his short selling was putting pressure on the market, crashing the stock exchange and putting everyone at risk. Li Kang pretended to think about it and agreed, but added that he wanted to discuss what benefit he would get from stopping short. Morgan pretended not to understand, and Li Kang repeated more slowly that he had asked what gift he would give him. Morgan responded that New York is in a very difficult situation right now, and everyone is working hard to improve the situation. Morgan pointed to the bankers gathered in his office and said that a small concession from the prince could fix everything. Li Kang noted that if he had continued shorting, he could have made at least $1 million. It might be 10 million. But that's just a possible future income. He said Morgan and other bankers had no intention of resolving the issue from a position of generosity. Just like moths to the light, they rushed for immediate benefit and ended up in the fire. Li Kang said that they probably thought they could deceive him, thinking that he was a naive simpleton. But things won't go their way, and the longer it drags on, the worse it will be for Morgan. Morgan admitted that when they first met, he thought the prince had no fear at all. He even liked this. But since persuasion didn't work, he decided to switch to threats. Li Kang replied that fear and protecting one's property were two different things. And if he were a coward, he would not have come to distant America. Unlike Morgan, he is constantly pursued by those who operate from the shadows. He said that among them there are those who are aiming at him, calling themselves an ally. But they are scarier. And he can right now blame Morgan for the stock market crash. Morgan threatened that people would not take his words at face value. He asked who would believe that some prince from a lost homeland had destroyed the stock market without the Emperor of New York knowing. Li Kang retorted that even if Morgan spread such rumors, he didn't care, because he would simply return to Europe, where he already had many friends. While he lives there, his representative will earn money instead of him, and the amounts will be astronomical. He also added that his European allies would help him not only preserve capital, but also expand his influence into new markets. Li Kang understood that the threat of leaving for Europe was a serious argument, capable of frightening even a titan like Morgan. He made it clear that financial losses in New York would not be a disaster for him, since his investments were diversified around the world. The prince deliberately spoke calmly and confidently to emphasize that he was independent of the will of the New York financial elite. He also made it clear that Morgan would be much better off having him as an ally than as an enemy. Morgan, admitting that he had underestimated the prince, bowed his head and apologized. Li Kang said that he understood that he was in despair. Everything inside him was jubilant from this victory. Morgan asked what the prince wanted, but Li Kang said he wanted to hear his proposals first. He agreed that they would actively assist him in his political asylum and in the issue of immigration law reform. Li Kang said it was a good suggestion, but asked to write it down to make it accurate. So he not only gave up short selling, arranging it to his advantage, but also gained the right to participate in key meetings of the business elite. He understood that putting the agreements in writing would deprive Morgan of the opportunity to change the terms in the future. Li Kang also insisted on the clause that his participation in the meetings would be full-fledged and not formal. He wanted to strengthen his position in the New York financial community and gain access to classified information. The hero understood that he could now influence key decisions while remaining in the shadows, which gave him a huge advantage. A few days after the contract was signed, Li Kang attended a meeting organized by Morgan. It was part of the contract, but it could come in handy in the future, so he agreed without hesitation. Those present were surprised to see the prince and whispered that this was the same prince from the rumors who spoke in The Hague. Morgan introduced him formally, and Li Kang sat down, noticing that everyone had arrived and there were no empty seats left. Morgan announced that the second largest trust company, Knickerbocker, was on the verge of bankruptcy. If she went bankrupt, the market would take a huge hit, and he asked if there was a hero ready to save her. Li Kang examined the materials and realized that the financial report was a complete mess. Stock manipulation and accounting falsification. And saving such a company is like running into a fire. He refused, and everyone came to a consensus. And then the news came. The news was so unexpected that everyone present froze in silence for a moment. Someone present chuckled nervously, not believing their ears, and asked to repeat what was said. Li Kang frowned, realizing that this information could radically change the course of their negotiations and plans. He glanced quickly around the room, assessing the reaction of each of the assembled magnates to this news. Chief Knickerbocker committed suicide, and the meeting was adjourned until tomorrow. Morgan detained the prince and said that he felt the prince was interested in future hegemony in the U.S. financial system. He advised acquiring as many financial institutions as possible before the crisis ends. Li Kang himself intended to participate in the meetings as a potential buyer in order to select the best assets and strengthen his position, so that when the Federal Reserve System is created, he will be among its founders. The next day, news came that Knickerbocker had gone bankrupt. News of other company bankruptcies followed, and in the midst of this chaos, Li Kang decided to save American Trust and Savings Bank. He understood that this bank, although it had suffered from the panic, had reliable assets and could become an excellent acquisition for his financial empire. Li Kang quickly assessed the situation and realized that if he bought American Trust now, he could control a significant portion of the financial flow in the Midwest. He ordered his people to prepare an immediate purchase offer, without waiting for other investors to come to their senses and start bidding. The hero understood that in the chaos of a crisis, the most profitable deals are made in a matter of hours, and delay could cost him millions. The hero demanded that if any damages not listed in the list of problems were discovered after the purchase, they would be written off in full. This demand was reasonable, so Morgan accepted it. Minister Cortelyou agreed to act as guarantor, although Li Kang did not care who signed, as long as his benefit was ensured. Li Kang signed the agreement with satisfaction, knowing that he now had leverage over Morgan and the U.S. government. He understood that this agreement gave him not only financial benefits but also political cover for the future. The hero mentally noted that this move would strengthen his position before returning to Europe and allow him to dictate terms. That same evening, Giannini came to him and wanted to talk. Li Kang offered him coffee, realizing that the conversation was just a pretext. He came to find out what was happening in the meeting room and offered to look at the documents. Li Kang confirmed that the American Trust deal was a great success and that he had received a letter of guarantee from the federal government. Giannini admired the prince, saying he was simply lucky, and asked if he planned to continue acquiring financial companies. Li Kang replied that he would buy an investment bank or brokerage firm because they would be useful to him, and he asked what Giannini had been doing all this time. Giannini said he, too, was active behind the scenes and gathered information on local influential figures. Li Kang asked to obtain information about who was on good terms with Morgan and who was at odds. Giannini said it was easy because Morgan's character is such that if someone is in his league, he goes for it. The prince entrusted this to him, knowing that if Giannini got it right, it would be a good insurance policy for the future. Li Kang decided to let Giannini act as he saw fit and gave him carte blanche to negotiate with Morgan. He added that if Morgan began to press, Giannini could refer to his name, but not draw the prince into direct conflict. The hero understood that this maneuver would allow him to save face and stay out of trouble if things didn't go according to plan. The Minister of Finance, Cortelyou, came to the boy and asked him to borrow his wisdom, asking when this chaos would end and their meeting would be concluded. Li Kang replied that everything depended on one person, and until Morgan made a decision, everything would not end. He knew Morgan had deliberately caused this chaos, and was now allowing it to drag on. Cortelyou said Morgan would not try to settle the situation until he got what he wanted. He hinted to him that he should hand over to him control of the $25 million allocated to him by Washington. Li Kang realized that Morgan wanted to control federal funds and use the wealth of the entire country to put pressure on the government. He assumed Morgan would eventually say that the root of the problem needed to be addressed. Therefore, he will propose creating a U.S. central bank under private control, that is, under the control of Morgan himself. Cortelyou said his head was already aching just thinking about how Roosevelt would grumble about it, and Li Kang confirmed that it would be difficult. Li Kang confirmed that Finance Minister Cortelyou did indeed say that. He immediately told Morgan about yesterday's conversation, realizing that Cortelyou had turned out to be much more cunning than he thought. Morgan responded by promising to repay the prince and said he would send a substantial amount of federal deposits to American Trust, because Cortelyou recently gave him full authority to distribute these funds. Li Kang noted to himself, smirking slightly, that Hearst's tactics had worked again. When Morgan asked if he would have time to speak with the guests of honor before the next day's meeting, the prince happily agreed. He was surprised to learn that one of the guests of honor was Baron Nathan Rothschild. Li Kang realized that before him was a representative of a legendary dynasty, about which legends circulated in the 21st century. Li Kang noted that the Rothschilds appear at uncertain times and rule the world from the shadows. Many also believe that all major financial crises are their doing. He greeted the Baron politely, remarking that, judging by his reputation, he should at least be a count. Li Kang decided to win the Baron over with his status and acted confidently, even offering to sit closer to Morgan. Morgan asked the crowd to contribute $10 million each to the stabilization fund. Li Kang understood that this was a test step, and his agreement instantly elevated his status in the eyes of the financial elite. He noticed Rockefeller nod approvingly, and Rothschild smile slightly, as if the prince had lived up to their expectations. The prince realized that his name was now firmly associated with this rescue fund. When Morgan announced the distribution of federal deposits, Li Kang listened intently, looking for opportunities for himself and his companies. He realized that American trust was at the center of this scheme, and that if he acted carefully, he could gain control of it. Li Kang noticed that Rockefeller and Rothschild exchanged meaningful glances, as if they had already decided everything for him. The prince chuckled to himself, knowing that these powerful people would still not be able to figure him out completely. He decided that after the meeting, he would definitely talk to Giannini and discuss how best to take advantage of this situation. Li Kang felt that this night could be a turning point in his struggle for influence in America. Li Kang, understanding the importance of the moment, said that he would also contribute his share. He stressed that this was an investment, not a donation, and the banker would manage it as needed. Rockefeller asked what measures were needed besides fundraising. Li Kang said the most important thing now is to prevent further spread of panic. That's why I suggested taking control of the press, because panic in the media only makes the situation worse. It is best to pay for advertising so that newspapers themselves will place their point of view on the front pages. Rockefeller praised him and said that there was much to learn from the prince. Rockefeller looked meaningfully at the others present, making it clear that this man was worth it. The oil king added that he would be interested in discussing with the prince the possibility of a joint venture in the energy sector. Li Kang realized that he had passed the test, and the hero was incredibly happy with this outcome. Meanwhile, the Rothschilds were discussing how Li Kang had completely taken over the financial sector of the American West. They offered to give him one of the seats on the U.S. Federal Reserve System, which was divided into 12 districts. They noted that he has the greatest influence in the West. If we were to consider an alternative, then perhaps only Giannini from Bank of Italy. But after meeting with the prince, his success became noticeable. The Rothschilds noticed that after meeting the prince, Giannini's success became astonishing. The prince also dug up Livermore and Li Kang, without taking center stage, skillfully promoted them in the financial sector and on the stock market. They noted that he acts as a shadow figure, increasing his wealth. One of them said that he seemed to see himself in his youth and offered to marry him in order to get him on his side. They wondered which of the influential European families might be suitable for such a union. One of the Rothschilds mentioned that they had a distant relative who was looking for a worthy match. Another noted that such a marriage could open the doors for the prince into the highest aristocratic circles of the old world. However, the interlocutor reminded him of Li Kang's character, which makes any matrimonial plans futile. Meanwhile, Li Kang was enjoying his current affairs, drinking strong coffee. Thanks to the genius investor Livermore, who noticed the market recovery and stopped shorting, he became even richer. Livermore bought up shares of financial and mining companies that had fallen sharply in price. These sectors took off, bringing in huge profits, which made the protagonist's mood even better. Hyun-sik entered the room with the real estate documents the prince had requested, and Li Kang thanked him for his quick work. Hyun-sik said that they would probably be in New York a lot, and he decided to look for a place to live for himself and the prince while he was at it. Li Kang complained that everyone was constantly pestering him with questions about him. They are trying to find out his preferences and marry their daughters to him, and this has become too open. He politely declined the offer to meet his interlocutor's wife's younger sister, saying that it was not to his taste. Li Kang felt a little irritated that he was being seen not as a politician or an investor, but as a profitable marriage trophy. He understood that in New York's upper crust, marriage had long been a bargaining chip. The hero mentally noted that all these attempts to get closer through family ties only showed how much they needed him. He decided it was better to keep his distance and not give anyone any reason to think that he could be bought through family ties. A thick letter arrived from Germany, and another one from Russia. The guy asked, puzzled, why the letter from Germany was so heavy and decided to read it first. It was from the Kaiser, in which he claimed that Japan was targeting Kondo and called for Japan to be contained along with Germany. Li Kang asked for a map of the country, and, looking at it, realized that Kando meant the northern part of this territory. It was the subject of a territorial dispute with Qing China, Although Korea officially claimed the land in 1902, the prince frowned, realizing that Japan was deliberately ignoring all diplomatic notes and was preparing to seize the disputed territory by force. He traced his finger along the borderline marked on the map and realized that Japanese troops had already begun advancing toward the disputed areas. Li Kang understood that if he did not take retaliatory action, he would lose not only territory but also political weight. He decided to meet with the manager of Kando, Lee Bum-yoon, who had fled to America. I thought it would be a good idea to arrange a meeting and also convey a response to the Kaiser through Lee Wijin. He mentally noted that if he could secure Lee Bum-yoon's support, he would be able to gain access to information about the situation at the border. Li Kang wrote to the Kaiser that, unfortunately, Japan was sending troops there, considering this territory its own. If he wants to protest, he can refer to the Yulsa Treaties and the 7 Articles Agreement. He said that the main thing is to officially declare that Kando is their land. He then added that the Kaiser would definitely appreciate information about their development of combat aircraft. Suddenly, Max ran in. He asked to forgive him for his haste and for barging in like that. He said that there was a guest on the first floor, and not just any guest, but someone absolutely amazing. Li Kang asked who exactly, and it turned out to be Finance Minister Cortelyou. He said that President Roosevelt wanted to talk to the prince. A few days later, Li Kang arrived in Washington and accepted the invitation, after which he realized that Roosevelt, having announced that he would not run, had turned into a lame horse and was losing power. He decided that while he didn't have to meet the president, it was better to keep the stakes on both sides. This was so as not to lose any benefit no matter the outcome, and he reported everything to Morgan, since he had a strained relationship with Roosevelt. Li Kang understood that in big politics, one cannot rely on just one player. He decided that his frankness with Morgan would strengthen the financier's trust and give him leverage. The hero also thought that by maintaining contact with both sides, he could manipulate the situation. He made a mental note that this strategy would allow him to stay in the center of the action and prevent any of the big players from taking advantage of him. Li Kang was met at the White House by Agriculture Secretary Jim Wilson. His hero had not seen him at a reception in San Francisco 2 years ago, and Wilson apologized for that rudeness. Li Kang thought that Wilson had been a minister in the Republican cabinet for 10 years. His abilities are undeniable, and his political acumen must also be acknowledged. So it is better to keep him close than among the enemy. He understood that such an experienced politician could become a reliable bridge between him and the Roosevelt administration. Li Kang decided that Wilson could help him with land issues and agricultural projects in the West in the future. The hero also thought that if Wilson was in opposition, he could harm his plans, so it was better to keep him on his side. He made a mental note that the Minister of Agriculture's favor could be useful not only for business, but also for political influence. Suddenly they heard screams and a girl ran past them who, as she said, was being chased by someone. Li Kang noticed that it was dangerous to run like that, and when the girl crashed into him, his pants were torn. It turned out to be the president's daughter, Alice Roosevelt, known for her violent temper. One of the servants was outraged that she could make such a joke about an honored guest from the Korean Empire. Alice, having learned that it was a prince in front of her, was surprised. President Roosevelt came up and apologized for his daughter. He said that she had caused the prince inconvenience, and Li Kang replied that everything was fine. Only his clothes were damaged and he was not injured. Roosevelt offered to prepare new clothes and asked his daughter to return to the room and sit quietly, after which he apologized again for the incident. Li Kang said it was just a small incident and mentioned that Minister Cortelyou said the president was looking for him. Roosevelt confirmed that he wanted to talk about the immigration law being discussed. It was aimed at limiting the uncontrolled migration of Asians, and in the draft version, only the Japanese were excluded from the ban. However, thanks to his efforts, Koreans were also added to the list of exceptions. Li Kang asked if there were any problems with the immigration law. Roosevelt responded that some Democrats and even some Republicans objected, and insisted that he veto the bill. The prince noted that this could be part of an election ploy to weaken the president's position before leaving office. He also asked whether this was due to pressure from the Japanese lobby in Congress. Li Kang suggested that Roosevelt use this situation to demonstrate his independence and strengthen his authority with historians. The prince noted that the majority of the country is Republican, so if the president does not veto the bill, there will not be any particular problems. Roosevelt said that as president, he had to respect the minority as well, and therefore wanted to hear a promise from him. He asked that if these immigrants created problems here in America, Lee Kang should share the responsibility with him. The prince, although he was offended that the president saw him as the leader of Koreans in America, realized that he could not act according to his script. Lee Kang said he would try, but Roosevelt insisted that trying alone was not enough. He needed a firm promise. To which the prince replied that even his own children did not obey. How can he control all the immigrants and he can't make a firm promise? Roosevelt understood and said that he would expect the prince to make the effort he had just said. Lee Kang thanked him, noting to himself that it was cold, but at least they had come to an agreement, and that was good, although the psychological pressure here was serious. He asked if that was the reason he had been called to Washington, but Roosevelt said no, there was something else. He reported that, according to an anonymous German diplomat, Japan is now sending troops to a region called Kando. When they checked with Japan, they said that Kando was Joseon land, so they sent troops to maintain order. Roosevelt asked if this was true, and Lee Kang replied that Japan's statement was half true and half false, because Japan actually controls the Korean Empire, so they technically have the right to send troops. Roosevelt asked if the Japanese were right, but Lee Kang said no. If that were the case, he would not have said they were only half right. The hero explained that at first glance, their actions appeared to be an attempt to strengthen control over the region. But in reality, this is connected with their desire for Manchuria and Liaodong. The prince said that Japan wanted to expand its influence in southern Manchuria. Roosevelt was surprised, saying that the prince loved to joke and Japan was not capable of such a thing, and he would ask whether it would dare to ignore the United States. Lee Kang chuckled and said that the Roosevelt government considered Japan a partner. He understands this complete trust. But soon, this trust will hit him on the back of the head in front of the whole world. He advised that if he had time, he should look at the scientific theories popular in Japan. Then perhaps he would look at Japan differently. He didn't expect to be listened to today, and these meetings were an opportunity to gain trust and build a foundation for the future. This conversation will come in handy when he needs to exert influence in Washington. Lee Kang wondered why the president was praising him so much before the question, and asked what was wrong. Roosevelt said that without reforms, a crisis like the current one would happen again, and asked what method he thought was most effective. The prince replied that the president already knew the answer. A central bank needed to be created. Roosevelt said that was as he thought, and asked if the prince also hoped for a private bank under Morgan's direction. Lee Kang noticed that Roosevelt didn't like Morgan, and immediately there was such a negative reaction. Therefore, he asked not to be so pessimistic about the creation of a central bank. Meanwhile, at the Joseon Residence General inside the Korean Empire, Ito Hirobumi was discussing current affairs. Guerrillas are rising up throughout the Joseon region, and the starting point was Yi Kang's speech in The Hague. Because of these stupid radicals, everything has become such a mess, and the dissolute Korean soldiers do not obey. Although it was not critical yet, he was worried about the future. They realized that they would not win the battle. Therefore, they chose the path of harming Japan's interests by committing terrorist attacks against Japanese merchants in Joseon. They distributed leaflets calling on them to start a new life in America, where their families would support them. Lee Kang supported the rebellion, even encouraging their families. And the former administrator of Kangdo, Lee Bom-yun, left for America. Ito Hirobumi realized that if Lee Kang began to spend his fortune on supporting the rebels, it would be a serious problem. He said that there was a lot to do, and the export of rice from Joseon to the metropolis was also urgently needed. But the problem is that there are no funds to cope with both tasks at once, and I asked where to get the money. Fujiwara suggested that Lee Kang's personal fortune was quite large. Is there any way to withdraw these funds? But he was told that it was impossible, because everything in Joseon belonged to Japan. Ito noted that the resident general's words had some merit, but Fujiwara countered that it wouldn't work, because after one incident they severed personal ties and maintained only formal relations. So blackmail is impossible. They didn't foresee that they had tried so hard to make them quarrel, and that it would be useless right now. It was then decided that it was necessary to complete the land census plan for the entire territory of Joseon as soon as possible, issuing an edict earlier. Officially, it was a census to identify the true owners of land in Joseon. But in reality, the lands that were not registered due to the ignorance of the Koreans came under the control of the resident general. Ito said he took up the matter immediately after receiving the order, and there are now 5 people he can contact directly. He asked for what purpose he was doing this, to which the resident general replied that measures needed to be taken in the United States so that Li Kang could not go crazy. He mentioned Stevenson, an American who was cooperating with them, and said he would be suitable. Japanese Foreign Minister Takahara met with U.S. Secretary of State Elihu Root. Ruth said it was nothing special, it was quite possible. And Takahara said he must have great stamina. He asked about the new immigration law that passed the House and looks set to pass the Senate soon. Root confirmed that the law would make it more difficult for Asians to obtain U.S. citizenship. But don't worry too much, because this law was created because of the Chinese madness during last year's San Francisco earthquake. Takahara noted that there is also an exception for Koreans. If these low-quality Koreans enter the country, it will be a problem. That is why he could not understand what was on President Roosevelt's mind. Takahara said it was completely impossible to understand what was in President Roosevelt's mind, but he noted that the U.S. federal government and state level will be able to restrict entry if necessary. However, Ruth responded that there was no point in further discussing this immigration law because nothing useful would come of it. Takahara agreed, and they discussed the Japanese-American Gentleman's Agreement. Under it, Japan voluntarily limits the emigration of Japanese to the United States, and the United States, in turn, provides a loan. Root reported that the information about Kando had changed slightly from what had been discussed previously. There are growing voices in Washington in favor of treating Japan with caution because of Germany and Russia. Ruth recalled that 2 years ago, when they made a secret agreement about the Philippines and Chosun, Japan claimed rights only to the Korean peninsula and adjacent islands. When they checked the legal definition of the term peninsula, it turned out that the Tumen River is usually considered the border. He admitted that their side was also at fault for not having studied where exactly the Joseon lands ended. But Japan also made a mistake and added that the Allies should not engage in fistfights over a piece of land, especially considering that Japan is still feeling the consequences of the Russo-Japanese War. While Japan was struggling in its own way, Li Kang was also preparing for a new push. He discussed with the Wright brothers the situation with the Smithsonian Institution, where Samuel Langley had passed off their technology as his own. He said it was a blow, but he was coping better than expected, and advised the brothers not to fight the institute. It's better to make the conflict a private dispute between them and Langley, presenting the entire conflict as Langley's personal problem. The brothers agreed, saying they would do as he said. And after the press conference, public opinion would change dramatically. Then the institute will no longer remain cold, and will extend a hand itself. If they are then forced to accept this hand, then Wright and Lee will be able to enter the European market much more easily. At that moment, it was announced that the immigration law had been passed, and Li Kang rejoiced, saying that his efforts had finally borne fruit. But something unexpected happened. One of the Southern Democrats voted against it. Li Kang was outraged, saying that the Democrats of this time were simply disgusting. This Wilson should never become president. So he was asked what he would do next. The hero replied that he had conducted a media campaign in Washington, changed public opinion about the Wright brothers, and bought out all the necessary companies. Now it's time to return home and meet his new family members. Li Kang arrived at his new mansion in downtown San Francisco and was greeted with respect. But he asked to do without this, noting that 3 years had already passed since his arrival in America, and they still adhered to Joseon customs. He met Yu Kil-chun, who said that he was doing well and was very busy doing the work assigned to him. He also restored the ancestral home to its pre-earthquake condition in anticipation of his return, and the prince praised him for his good work. Yu Kil-chun noticed that there were quite a lot of Asians in the area on the way here. He explained that their compatriots have recently been actively settling in the Nob Hill area. Wealthy people who lived in Joseon moved here one after another, planning to start a new life. Li Kang realized that even when crossing the Pacific Ocean, the rich can sense where the money is. Nob Hill was San Francisco's most fashionable neighborhood, with convenient transportation and elevated position. He noted that in addition to its advantageous location, the area is simply located near his home. In order to settle in America, Koreans will try to get closer to him, and he would like to meet them. While inspecting the new house, He listened to a report on the affairs that had been going on in San Francisco during this time. The guy found out that they were building villas and renting them out to Koreans at low prices so that they could establish themselves here. Primary schools and technical schools where children are taught have also opened. Lee Kang said that they had indeed done a lot during his absence. He hopes that he can continue to count on them. And Yu Kil-chun promised to justify their trust to the end. He noted that every piece of news about the prince makes him proud, especially how he wiped the floor with the Japanese bastards in The Hague. Yu Kil-chun called him truly great, but Lee Kang replied that it was simply what he had to do. Yu Kil-chun said that this was why everyone was confused and deeply sad. But they decided that there was a cunning Japanese intrigue behind the new emperor, and decided to continue to support the prince. Lee Kang noted that support is a given, because when injustice happens to them, he resolves everything himself. It was he who paved the way for them to live here. So it is logical that they rely on and are grateful to him more than to the distant emperor. He said that when he hears that people support him more than the emperor's decrees, he understands that all his efforts were not in vain. The guy is proud of this, but noted that the number of immigrants is growing, and the density of Koreans in the area is already too high. He said that by the end of this year, up to 100,000 people could be living in Northern California alone. This is much faster than he expected, so they plan to start resettling people in different areas as early as this year. Yu Kil-chun showed a list of possible locations that they discussed with their compatriots. Lee Kang noted that with his current land plots, it would be difficult to cover everything, because right now they only accept people in San Francisco and Tijuana, Mexico. He realized that soon there would not be enough land or resources to accommodate them, and he would have to buy additional land. But his own funds are not enough. So first he needs to meet with the new settlers and discuss everything with them. Lee Kang ordered Hyung-sik to select from among the new immigrants those he absolutely had to meet. Hyun-sik, having received the order, carefully selected and brought the list, which turned out to be too long. Given his responsibilities as a prince, it became very difficult to prioritize. So he decided to meet with everyone. He thanked them for taking the time to respond to the invitation. Among them were Lee Bum-yoon, the manager of Kangdo, and Shin Min-hwa representatives Shin Che-ho, Yang Ki-tak, and Lee Dong-hui. Lee Kang said that they had come from far away. It was not an easy journey, and invited them to sit down and talk. He said he was sure they all had something to tell him and that they shouldn't be shy. They thanked him for his financial donation to establish Shin Min-ho and for building schools for the benefit of the Joseon people. Lee Kang replied that for a member of the royal family, this is a natural and obligatory act. If something is missing, he is willing to invest generously in education, as there is an acute shortage of educational institutions in Joseon. They said that if it was urgent, they could first contact the United Community of Displaced Persons, but they were refused, saying that they could not issue funds without His Highness's permission. Lee Kang replied that this was logical on their part, since more than 90% of the fund was his personal funds. They couldn't spend them without his knowledge, and when they tried to contact their compatriots who had already settled in the United States, they refused. They also stated that they are already helping their homeland through the United Association. He said that before leaving, he centralized the donation system to maximize his influence and prevent leakage of funds. Then he promised to convene a general meeting of the association in the very near future and discuss this issue. Lee Bum-yoon confirmed that he arrived to receive financial aid for the Korean militias operating in Primoria. Lee Kang thought about Lee Bum-yoon's words and realized that behind his indignation, there was not only pride, but also fear. His mind went back to that meeting in Shin Manhwa, when they had argued about his true intentions. The prince understood that his trust in these people must be mutual. Otherwise, no amount of money would help strengthen their alliance. He thought that if he backed down now and agreed to their terms without control, all his efforts would be in vain. Lee Kang also understood that his position as the leader of the diaspora required toughness, but at the same time, he did not want to appear despotic. He recalled how difficult it was for him to win the trust of the emigrants after the Hague Conference. The prince decided that if he gave in now, the Japanese and their supporters would perceive it as weakness and increase the pressure on him. He also understood that auditing and reporting were not only control, but also protection of the militias themselves from accusations of corruption. Lee Kang realized that in the eyes of the American public and government, transparency in his operations would increase trust in the entire Korean diaspora. Ultimately, he came to the conclusion that it was better to lose a little flexibility than to jeopardize everything he had built over the years. Li Kang said he would see how much he could allocate, but funding for the militia's fight could not be cut. He explained that if the amount exceeds a certain threshold, transparency in its spending must be ensured. The association will assign an auditor to conduct the audit and will also be required to provide a quarterly report on the expenditure of funds. Lee Bom-yoon was indignant that this meant that they should become a subordinate organization of the association. But Li Kang said there was no need to exaggerate everything, and he was simply talking about the need to ensure transparent use of funds. Shin Chae-ho noted that since the head of the association is the prince himself, it means the same thing. They could easily be seen as a puppet organization carrying out Li Kang's will. The prince responded that he did not understand such a reaction, since they receive funds from the association and do not want to maintain transparent reporting. He said that it was just a whim, like giving money for no reason, and reminded that the association's funds were not only his personal money, they are also precious donations from compatriots, collected penny by penny. Yan Ki-tak intervened and said that he had made his decision back when he refused to obey the order of the Hanyang government. If this would help liberate the subjects of the empire and those suffering in Primoria, he would accept help even from the official himself. Li Kang noted that Yang Ki-tak is a person who puts people before pride. Li Kang said that he hoped that next time their conversation would be more constructive, and now he offered them tea and to go their separate ways. Sinmin-ho was a place where people gathered with faith in enlightening the people in troubled times. The leadership included a wide variety of people, starting with the last person to pass the national examinations in Joseon, ending with former officers of the old Joseon army. Religion, profession, background, age, everything was different, as were the opinions. It was the biggest dispute since the organization's founding, and Li Kang asked them to speak out. One of them said that it was all so oppressive. What difference did it make whether it was a democracy or a constitutional monarchy? The main thing is to restore sovereignty. But Tosin recalled that last time His Highness said that the country's sovereignty depends on the people. This meant that if the people wanted an absolute monarchy, then His Highness would be able to revive the monarchy. After meeting him, it only became more scary, because immigrants in America look only at him and act according to his will. This could make their educational efforts meaningless. Someone said that Li Kang seemed to be controlling everyone like a false prophet or a sectarian, but Yan Ki-tak reminded that His Highness asked not to jump to conclusions. His mere promise to educate the people speaks of his sincerity. He added that it was not natural, that he wanted to know how such large sums of money were being spent. But one of the members was outraged that everyone had caved into this money and asked, what if this aid was just a reason to put a collar on them? Then what? At this moment, it became clear how the previously united Shinminhui was splitting. Someone reminded that Li Kang was the son of an emperor who cared only about his own power, even when the country was perishing. He recalled the comrades who died at his hand and the impudence of celebrating his 40th anniversary on the throne without thinking about the suffering people. Tosan said that was enough. They would never reach an agreement like this, and suggested that instead of arguing, they wait for the upcoming meeting of the Synthesis Association. If His Highness really does resign as head of state as he promised, then he is not like Kojong. On the day of the Synthesis Association meeting, Li Kang asked the Venerable One how he had been all this time, but someone present shouted out that they were shameless, ungrateful bastards and asked why they had come. An argument ensued, and the immigrants began to reproach the Shinminho members, saying that just a couple of days ago they had called him a teacher. They said that His Highness gave them not only money, but he accepted them as a whole. Then they asked how they could treat the man who had created the foundation for them to rise up on their own. One of the elders said that it was enough, that talking to them any further was a waste of words, and suggested that they come in, as His Highness was waiting. At the meeting, Li Kang said he heard the Immigrant Council was doing well without him. He is very grateful and happy about this, but they told him that it was all thanks to him, and without him they could not have managed. He said it was time to replace his temporary position as head of the association with a permanent one. Therefore, I asked to prepare to choose the first head of the Synthesis Association. Li Kang knew the immigrants would be surprised, but he deliberately dropped the topic of elections and stepped back to see how they would handle it themselves. This is because its purpose is to be a beacon that points the way. He wanted to give them the opportunity to feel independent and learn to make decisions without his direct intervention. Li Kang understood that the true power of a leader is not in controlling everything, but in raising new leaders. He watched as candidates were discussed and votes were distributed among different factions within the community. The prince noticed that some of those present began to display leadership qualities that he had not previously suspected. He was pleased with this spectacle, because the stronger the association became without his constant supervision, the stronger his influence would become. Lim Jong-soo, deputy head of the Hapsan Association and one of the first settlers in Hawaii, asked to speak. He said that in order for the elections of the head to be transparent, some preconditions must be established. Lee Kang agreed, proposing to discuss it together. And thus began the discussion on the election of the first head of the Synthesis Association. Many people expressed their opinions about the candidates. And in the end, only candidates with more than 500 recommendations could be registered. The vote was to be held in secret, and only men of legal age were allowed to vote. The election conditions were well thought out, but there was one drawback. No one mentioned women's right to vote. Lee Kang thought that it seemed a bit early, since in those days it was like that in almost every country, but especially in Joseon, a highly patriarchal society. That is why even immigrants hardly discussed women's voting rights, neither active nor passive. And if he had intervened, perhaps women would have been able to vote in these elections. But democracy doesn't work that way. It's not something someone just gives you. You have to earn this right yourself. It's the foundation of democracy. He realized that it was necessary to create an educational environment so that they would realize this themselves. When women become enlightened through education, they will begin to participate in changing the rules themselves. And this is already a good result today. In any case, the preliminary conditions have been agreed upon, and when the exact date and place of the vote are determined, it will be announced immediately. But one of those present asked to speak before the meeting ended. He said that everyone here knows about the deep and sincere will of His Highness. That's why they were so actively discussing the elections. But at the moment, the only one who can stand as a candidate is the prince himself. Lee Kang realized that even if someone met the criteria, he would have to go against them. It's not easy. And it turns out that he is the only candidate, and the elections will be a formality. Within the community, this may look like a sign of trust in him, but outside, it may look like his attempt to retain power at any cost. Another member also said that if a vote were held now, His Highness would become the leader. You might think that in this case, elections are not necessary at all. But this is precisely why voting must take place, so that everyone can see, both the community and outsiders, that they truly support and follow His Highness. Lee Kang thought it was difficult, since he was just about to step down as head today, but they asked him to abandon this intention, because for now they cannot imagine anyone other than him at the head of this organization. Lee Kang understood that politics is an image and a speech, and this is how a politician is created. The reason he had to put on such a show was because of his recent meeting with the members of Shin Minhui. He gave them help, but they still feared him. And not only him, but the entire royal house of Joseon. But the meeting was beneficial. And unlike those here, people in other places may harbor hostility towards him. Now he understands this and can prepare for what is coming. Communism will soon spread throughout the world. It can be assumed that among the members of Shin Minho, those who strive for democracy will soon come under the influence of these ideas. And in order to confirm their views, they will begin to commit cruel deeds under the pretext of education. This cannot be allowed. He has gone through so much to come here, and it would be stupid to die not at the hands of the Japanese, but at the hands of his own. If it takes change, he will show them exactly who they want to see. Lee Vi-jung handed over financial support from His Highness to Tosan, clarifying that it was not from the Synthesis Association's funds. These were entirely His Highness's personal funds, and personal assistance was limited to this. Everything further must go through the official procedures of the association, as His Highness has ordered. Tosan understood and asked him to convey his gratitude to His Highness, saying that he would spend it wisely. He noted that although his comrades expressed such hostility, he still provided assistance, and he even felt ashamed. Returning to his home, he found his comrades talking about His Highness. He started thinking about this after the last meeting, and after the association meeting, this feeling only intensified. He said that if Prince Lee Kang had ascended the throne, wouldn't things be different from what they are now? He was asked why he suddenly had such thoughts, and he replied that it was because he was not like his father, Kojong. He really cares about the people, it's obvious. But they told him that power is a tricky thing, And you never know when a person will change. A few days later, Lee Kang said he heard that Tosan was leaving soon. The hero wanted to introduce him to important people and introduced him to Park Youngman, a representative of the Korean military school, and Lee Wee-jung. He said they had gathered to discuss armed struggle against Japan and to assess the current situation. The guy asked how things were in the Kondo area and whether it was true that the Japanese troops had disappeared. They confirmed to him that previously, upon seeing them, the Japanese would immediately cross the Tumen River without warning. Now they don't dare take a single step into Kando. And that's why some of their Safot were able to return to Kando. When asked if it was true that His Highness was behind this, Lee Kang replied that it was partly true. Wherever he went, he spoke about Japanese ambitions in Manchuria and their true intentions. As a result, the United States, looking after its own interests, used this to its advantage in a gentleman's agreement. He said that only partly, and they were just very lucky because their interests coincided with the interests of the United States. He was thanked for improving the situation, calling him great, to which he replied that it was his duty as the prince of the country. Park Young-man asked if he could look at the map to clarify something. Then he said that there were partisan detachments operating throughout the country, and if he knew anything, he should tell everything. Lee Kang was informed that recently the Korean rebels had begun to unite into a single organization called Changi-gung. They appear to be planning an attack on Hansen this month or next, but that attack is doomed to failure. When asked what this conclusion was based on, he was told that the father of Lee Yin-young, who had been chosen as the commander of Changi-gung, was seriously ill. Since Lee Yin-young is known as a model son, he will likely leave his post, and if the leader disappears, the rebels will become disunited. Lee Kang said he wanted to help in some way, but the situation was difficult, and personal efforts were not enough in international politics. No matter how much American politicians and businessmen sympathize with him, compared to Japanese influence, it is a drop in the ocean. His help also has its limits. He cannot act on behalf of the state, and in such a situation, guerrilla warfare is the best option. Lee Wijhan showed the first Russo-Japanese convention concluded in 1907. There, Russia received Outer Mongolia, and Japan the Korean peninsula, and they simply divided everything between themselves. He reported that, according to the latest news from his father, there are rumors in Russia about the preparation of a second Russo-Japanese agreement. They probably want to divide Manchuria, and if Japan and Russia make an agreement, it will be as they fear. For the sake of its own interests, Russia will weaken its influence in Kando, and this will threaten the Safot. When asked what to do then, Lee Kang advised not to stay only in Primorye. He said to expand his activities to Manchuria and try to establish contact with local officials of the Qing administration. Lee Kang explained that he was proposing to avoid a full-scale war through a series of small local battles, but he was told that such means could not cause serious damage to Japan unless we resort to eliminating key figures, that is, murder. The method is reliable, but it could provoke international condemnation and seriously damage their diplomacy. Therefore, he decided that assassination was too risky and that it was better to conduct local military operations on the border of Manchuria and Primorye. Also, at the same time, remove Japan's allies from the international arena. Although this will not be easy because Japan currently has a fairly strong position on the world stage, he said that there was no need to be so afraid. If he wanted to find a way, he would definitely find it. And he promised to help as much as he could. He was asked if everything would be okay because if he continued to support, he could be considered the leader of a radical group. But Lee Kang replied that he would help them without any preparation and said not to worry. He had laundered the funds so no one would be able to trace him. He explained that if a trust company was used, it would be difficult for Japan to know that he was behind it all. The main thing is that they will have another assistant, whom they will soon meet, and he will create a frontman and completely disappear from sight. After the rebel support arrangements were settled, Lee Kang invited those he most wanted to see to the residence. He met Lee Hui-young and Lee Si-young, who were known in society as the second Lee Kangs. He said that he was saying this out of joy. And the more second and third Lee Kangs there are among us, the higher the status of Koreans in America will be. Lee Kang added that he simply reasons that the more rich and influential people there are besides him, the better the balance of power will be. Lee Si-young said he heard he was interested in buying American companies. As someone who came to the US earlier, He wants to help and asked which company he wants to buy. Li Kang replied that they were primarily looking for land for farming, because when they decided to go to America, many families followed them. They thought that first they needed to create conditions so that they could feed themselves. Li Huiyang said he understood this. He did the same thing himself. And people who worked on the land all their lives came here. How could he only think about himself? And he was surprised that Li Kang did the same. He said he saw his compatriots in Hawaii suffer because of unfair contracts. He then decided that when their contracts expired, he would provide them with land where they could work and help them get back on their feet. Li Kang said they were looking at Southern California lands for now. And when asked if there was a special reason, he said yes, they are going to grow citrus there because they need workers. Then, he said that they are planning to grow wheat there. When asked why wheat instead of rice, and whether there was a special reason, he replied that he chose this option so as not to interfere with his crops. Li Huiyang noted that it is not for nothing that he is rich. Wheat is the main food crop in the United States. It would immediately become a major source of income. And even if the First World War broke out, it would still be an industry with a huge future. Li Kang said that there is no need to adapt to him. In business, monopolies are not important, but relationships in which there is both competition and cooperation. He advised that if everything went according to plan, they should try to enter the flour milling market, and they agreed. After that, they discussed many business matters, and Li Kang realized that they had already discussed everything with the rich people who had arrived before him. They have already drawn up a business plan so as not to interfere with each other. It was a stroke of luck for him. And after meeting the Rothschilds, he would like to have the same influential power as the Jews. If the Koreans unite, expand their business, and accumulate capital, this power will become his too. And then he will be able to compare with them. He asked how he heard that there were only the two of them here, and the rest of the family members were settled all over the world. They split up the family to eventually get into distribution, and their family is particularly interested in logistics, especially shipping. Li Kang asked if they were also interested in military production, and Li Huiyang said he couldn't be fooled. Their family, along with logistics, has a deep interest in the defense industry. He decided that even though they were wary, he should still trust them and continue working. It is thanks to these people that today's Korea and Park Byung-joon himself exist, and he is soon going to send military equipment. He explained that he could not hand it over directly, but would purchase it from their factories and, through their shipping company, deliver it to the rebels. Li Kang ordered an investigation into Li Huiyang's family because they were too wary of him. He wants to know why, and also asked to follow those he circled in the photo Aaron sent for about 3 months. He said it was just a premonition, but someone who wanted to destroy the Synthesis Association's power strategy would appear. Because the association manages the diaspora using a pyramidal structure, and the higher it goes, the stronger its power. Some people, dissatisfied with this structure, will want to change it and will try to contact the magnates in order to undermine the foundations. But Max said not to worry. It wasn't the first time they had done something like this, and they would keep an extremely close eye on them. Li Kang said that he is calm with them and relies on them. Now a lot of new people have moved in. There will be someone to help, and they inspire confidence. As Max said, there are now quite a few immigrants of Irish descent in the United States. If he can attract them with the help of the Kaplan brothers, his opportunities will increase significantly. He noted that this year's harvest is 1.5 times larger than last year's. This is premium grain grown right here in California, and they've selected the largest grains. After he said he had improved the variety, Kim Chongrim enthusiastically began to explain the agricultural data. He looked pleased with the results, but it looked like he would soon collapse from exhaustion. Li Kang ordered that they definitely find a replacement for him, because it seemed like they were harassing his friend's grandfather, and that made him uneasy. He asked how the development of agricultural machinery and new vehicles was progressing. Kim Jong-rim recalled that last year he signed a memorandum of mutual assistance with Ford for the exchange of technological patents. Thanks to this, they can now bring finished products to market, especially by slightly reducing the risk of lawsuits. And Li Kang praised him for his good work. But they still don't have a name for the company, and the launch is just around the corner. Li Kang suggested calling her Sibul, which means the beginning, the first start of something. But they discussed that it didn't sound very good and suggested Chobul, and then settled on Changsa Auto, which also sounds good. Li Kang asked Diesel if he could ask him one question, and asked how he liked the car they had developed, especially the engine. Diesel replied that it was excellent. But after observing their engineers, he understood why they had invited him. He explained that the development method they used to reverse engineer their engine was already impressive, but by simply improving and reworking existing engines, they will forever remain mere catch-up engines. His Highness strives to become a leader, not an imitator, which is why they invested in him. Li Kang confirmed that he understood correctly and asked if he could make them leaders as he wanted, but Diesel replied that his diesel engine was not yet suitable for installation in a car, and that it would take a long time before that happened. Li Kang said he is not worried. Even if it takes him 5 or 10 years, he will continue to support him. There is no need to worry about the development of a new gasoline engine either. When Diesel asked if the Wright brothers were developing a new engine, he replied that they were not. He explained that this was not just a matter of sharing patents, but a high-level technological partnership. Li Kang said that they would contact him soon, if he was lucky, already this month, at the latest within 3 months. Soon, Henry Ford arrived, and Li Kang said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy asked how he was doing, to which Ford replied that he was like everyone else. Li Kang noticed that Ford was in a hurry, but pretended to be calm. And since he came, he probably had a reason. The hero invited him to sit down and talk. Ford asked about the proposal he had voiced to him earlier regarding the purchase of shares. He asked if he remembered, and Li Kang replied that of course he remembered, since he had told him that he wanted to own shares in his company. Ford asked if the offer was still open, and Li Kang said he would say the following: "Didn't he come to him a little later than he should have? And he won't get all this so easily." Ford asked for understanding because the market situation is currently very bad. Li Kang said that there should be at least this kind of understanding between them and ordered them to speak. Ford explained that it was difficult to sell the old shares he had, so he was thinking of transferring part of his stake to His Highness in the form of new shares. But judging by the situation at Ford, it is impossible to increase capital by issuing new shares. Li Kang thought that issuing bonds with the right to purchase shares was indeed more convenient. Although Ford expects that when he repays the loan, he will only receive the principal and interest. He said that it was good that they would conclude the agreement in this form, and that they would make up for the shortcomings of the agreement with their friendship. After the contract was signed, Ford became a little more open to him and introduced him to the vice president of the Ford company. It was Dr. Francis Dodge, one of the greatest experts on gasoline engines, whom Li Kang had been so eager to meet. Li Kang noted that this is exactly the specialist he most wants to attract. Although he and Ford have a good relationship for now, if things go as they should, they will soon have a big fight. He knew that Dodge would later leave Ford and create his own company that would begin producing military trucks, so he's even more valuable to him. And he asked Dodge to visit their lab because he's an engine engineer. Then he added that since he had come, he should give their researchers some advice. Diesel and Dodge suddenly started arguing when it became clear that they were both being pestered by Edison. Diesel called him a bastard, and Li Kang thought that Edison was a common enemy for them, and they suddenly made peace. He wanted to give them the opportunity to feel independent and learn to make decisions without his direct intervention. Li Kang understood that the true power of a leader is not in controlling everything, but in raising new leaders. He watched as candidates were discussed and votes were distributed among different factions within the community. Li Kang said he had already thought about naming the company after himself. But if the company is Asian and the name has an Oriental tinge, this will create difficulties in future marketing. Dodge suggested using the character Khan in his name, which means hill. Diesel suggested the name Hill Motors or RLH Motors because his last name is spelled both Lee and Ree, and RLH uses all the letters of his last name. Since he is from a royal family, the letter R can be interpreted as royal, making the name ambiguous. Li Kang said that he really liked it and thanked him for his help. Diesel said that he was always happy to help. Ford said that beyond the stock issue, public opinion of the prince was becoming alarming. He asked not to take it to heart. It was just a normal rite of passage for celebrities. But if it were limited to just California, he wouldn't be so worried. He showed newspaper articles where he was called not a prince, but a saucer. And Li Kang said that he had never even seen those newspapers. While this may be a test and deterrent, the scale is too large and too vicious. He realized that someone was deliberately trying to belittle his good deeds, tarnish his honor, and diminish his influence. Because the publication dates are different, but the content is almost the same. Li Kang said that, as Ford said, this is not just deterrence, but clear malicious intent. Then he thanked him for being able to respond quickly thanks to him. Ford replied that he was glad he could help, and said that when he returned home, he would need to investigate further. Li Kang asked, "So no one knew that all this was happening?" The guys apologized. They checked all the newspapers and found out that the first article came out in a New York tabloid. He realized that they had started the media attack from the farthest place from him. And that was cunning. If they had started in California, he would have stopped it immediately. And judging by the article, it was written by someone who knows him well. He explained that it said that his inclination towards older women was due to the fact that as a child, he missed his dead mother. Based on this, he allegedly began affairs with elderly widows here, and also seduces married Korean immigrant women. Li Kang said that such a thing could only be written with detailed knowledge of his activities. But this is actually helping the families of the rebels fighting in Joseon. How could it be turned around so dirty? It was pure charity for patriots. But they distorted everything so much. He realized that this is how manipulation of public opinion works from the start. 9 spoons of lies mixed with 1 spoon of truth, and it looks credible. And now is not the time to be indignant, but the time to fix everything. Li Kang ordered Kil Chun to immediately prepare a response article and demand a retraction from the relevant tabloids. The more beautiful the truth that emerges from beneath the disgusting lie, the louder people applaud. He was given information about journalists whom he ordered to be checked. It turned out that Durham Stevenson, David, and a certain Marcus, all 3 had recently had visits to Tokyo. Stevenson of the California newspaper was recently in Hanyang and visited the Governor General's office on Namsan. Li Kang said that this was not just restraint, but pure malice. There it was. That was the side behind it. He thanked him for what he had found out and suggested that they think together about how to resist. Suddenly, Max ran in and said that the head of Hearst's media group had sent a man and said that this must be conveyed to His Highness. Li Kang met with Hearst's envoy, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked what kind of conversation he had that he even rented a separate room for, and he reminded him of what he had said last time. Li Kang said that Hearst, who had built an empire in the media, was confident in himself if he spoke like that, and asked him to pay off the second debt. Hearst said it was an excellent choice and handed over a photograph of those now writing malicious articles about the prince. Among them is blonde Durham Stevenson, who is quite enjoying his trip to Japan. Li Kang noted that, as expected, the Japanese government is behind them. Hearst said he chose to publish a retraction as a way to overcome the current Japanese smear campaign. He proposed to open fire against the Japanese government in whatever form. Li Kang said that this made sense and asked to publish a lot of interesting things about Japan. Hearst promised that everything should be reported only to them. Hearst also advised the need to bribe newspapers and journalists. He warned that in a few days, an article would appear in a California daily newspaper that would infuriate the emigrants. The guy also strongly recommended that those who might ruin everything by reading it out of patriotism should be discouraged in advance. Li Kang realized that this advice was vital. Otherwise, an emotional outburst could destroy everything he had built over the years. He ordered his men to immediately contact key figures in the community and explain everything to them before the article reached the public. The prince also ordered alternative materials to be prepared for local newspapers to soften the blow. A few days later, at Li Kang's mansion, the emigrants were indignant that they had insulted His Highness. They also justified Japan's shameless actions. And the article wrote that Joseon would not be able to survive without the help of the Japanese Empire. Li Kang's speech in The Hague was called childish, naive, and simple-minded. Li Kang asked them to calm down and said that if they got so worked up, they would achieve nothing. We need to resolve everything in order. First of all, as before, request refutations and corrections of articles. Tosan reported that the reaction of the emigrants is unsettled, and they are plotting something against the journalists. Li Kang received a warning from Hearst that if Stevenson were suddenly shot in broad daylight, all his efforts would be in vain. He realized that Hearst was right, and if they acted on emotion like this, the hard-won immigration law would be overturned. He ordered an urgent general meeting to be convened, and after his order, everyone began to bustle about, going around to gather as many emigrants as possible. Li Kang was pleased that after returning from The Hague, he had compiled a dossier on those who could become enemies. Who would have thought that this would be so useful, and that with such materials one could strike accurately at Japan? They quickly began to implement what they had discussed with Hearst, and published exclusive articles about the shameful Japanese custom of bakanudo. Hearst wrote articles extremely aggressively, and Lee Kang was grateful, but noticed that circulation was growing. In parallel with the Hearst affair, they planted materials on the Japanese embassy and proposed to end the war in the press. Lee Kang said it would be better to reach a compromise at a reasonable stage, because it is not only Japan that suffers from such information warfare. He was informed that he had managed to bribe the Daily California and David, but Stevenson rejected all attempts to contact him and held a press conference. He realized that Stevenson was a vaporizer and that it would not be easy to buy him. The hero ordered his actions to be closely monitored, but soon a message arrived that Stevenson had been beaten. Lee Kang asked if Hyun-sik, who had gone to check on the situation, had returned. News came that Lee Vijung and Lee Jun managed to stop the emigrants before something worse happened. They tended to Stevenson, who suffered only a slight bruise on his forehead. The immigrants involved in the attack were taken to the police station, but Stevenson showed leniency and they were released. Stevenson himself is currently in a hotel room under police guard. Lee Kang said that Stevenson also needed to be won over quickly. He understood that if the emigrants were not heard and reassured, their anger could result in even more serious consequences. Therefore, Lee Kang decided to personally address them at the next meeting to defuse the situation and prevent further incidents. The next day, he called a temporary meeting of the Synthesis Association. He thanked them for having gathered in such large numbers despite the urgent convocation. The hero said that he thought they understood why he had gathered them so urgently. The emigrants replied that it was not because of these crazy, outrageous articles. Lee Kang confirmed that they found the articles extremely offensive and were furious. The emigrants said that they were writing lies and insulting His Highness, and they were worried about him. Everyone said that if they said just one word, they would bite his throat out. Lee Kang realized that if they were not calmed down immediately, trouble would happen, and asked them to stop, saying that he understood their feelings perfectly. However, I asked if they knew where they lived, and the emigrants answered that they lived in America and that they had emigrated here. He said that this is true. They all left their homeland and now live here in America. And on this land they received good conditions and opportunities. But the better things are for them, the more envious people appear. And the emigrants asked if this was really Japan. Lee Kang confirmed that it was Japan who had hatched the ploy to weaken their position in America. He begged them to contain their anger and look at the situation soberly, and asked why there were suddenly so many articles blaming them, the Koreans. If they, blinded by anger, do harm and are expelled from America, who will be the happiest? The emigrants realized that this was Japan and said that they should not dance to their tune. Lee Kang said that they had done a great job and turned to Tosan, saying that he had done the most to gather the emigrants here. He was informed that Stevenson had agreed to the meeting, and Lee Kang said that the next stop was the Central Hotel, and they went there. Lee Kang arrived at the Central Hotel, and Stevenson asked him what he owed to the visit of such a busy man. The prince replied that an incident had occurred a few days ago. He took out an envelope, and Stevenson wondered what he was doing. Lee Kang said it was compensation for being attacked by his exiles at his last press conference. The protagonist added that they should consider this his apology and consolation on their behalf. Stevenson asked if he was afraid he would sue, but Lee Kang said he would not. With a smile on his face, the guy asked to take the envelope, saying that it was not a bribe, but an expression of goodwill. He recalled that it was his people who protected Stevenson, and this was also an expression of goodwill. It's just a shame that they couldn't prevent the incident, and Stevenson admitted that they covered it up. Stevenson noted that the articles had caused trouble for the prince, but Lee Kang said that if it were only him, he would ignore it. But he had also insulted their emigrants. He said not to worry. He found out that it was not written of his own free will, but at someone's instigation. Then he asked if he had trusted the Japanese government too much. Lee Kang showed a letter sent to him from the Japanese consulate. The hero said that the papers that Stevenson had obtained contained an opinion on the current situation and a gesture of reconciliation. However, there was no participation or concern for Stevenson himself, which was strange. He explained that the entire document boiled down to the fact that he and Stevenson had no connection whatsoever. The articles are just a personal prank, so it is necessary to clear up the misunderstanding between countries. His threats to the Japanese cabinet were dropped there, and Lee Kang said that this made it easier to win him over to their side. Lee Kang advised him to act like a real journalist, carefully check the facts, and write articles of his own free will. A few days later, Stevenson, in the Daily California newspaper where he wrote articles, acknowledged his mistakes about Korea and stopped publishing. The emigrants were outraged that this scoundrel had finally retracted his column, but had not published a retraction. He only admitted that he didn't have enough information, and they offered to catch him and hit him again. But others reminded them of His Highness's words and said that it was simply offensive. But His Highness himself continued to publish refutations. While the Japanese intrigue in the United States was gradually winding down, the Koreans were arguing among themselves over Lee Kang's earlier words. They said that it was necessary to fight the Japanese using international law and strengthen positions in America. Others assumed that he was a supporter of the idea of self-empowerment, each interpreting Lee Kang's words in his own way. Several inspired future identities fighters concluded that they needed to go where His Highness was. Many patriots, wanting to get to the USA, moved through Primorye. Someone named Kim Chung-soo had just arrived in Vladivostok, and he would later be called Baekpom Kim-gu. He met Hyunpoo An Myung-gun, a rank-and-file member of Shin Minho from the same Hwanghae province, who said he had been waiting for him. Baekpom said that he had been waiting for both the ticket and him, and thanked him for the valuable ticket because the cousin with whom he was supposed to travel did not arrive. Baekpom said that this is the area where political assassinations are planned and carried out. Judging by rumors, official speeches, and his actions, the prince is interested in armed struggle, which means his method will also be of interest. Hyunpa wished him luck, and Baekpom thanked him. And when he left for the United States with such thoughts, American society was in a state of turmoil. The struggle for workers' rights began, breaking out in New York and spreading across the country. Lee Kang asked how things were going at their plant, and they told him that everything was quiet because their working conditions were better than at other factories. People are happy, and there are a lot of people willing to work. And if this continues, then not only Lee and Wright Airlines, but also RLH Motors will take off. He was given a letter from Morgan inviting him to gather the seven to strengthen their friendship. But in fact, the point is that thanks to the money collected during the crisis, it was possible to get out of it. Now these fruits need to be divided between the 7 participants. And Lee Kang saw letters from other members of the 7 that had arrived last month. He realized that they wanted to grab a bigger share for themselves and were proposing to come to an agreement in advance. He had to choose the one who would do the most good, and he chose Rockefeller. Lee Kang said that Rockefeller was a Native American, a true entrepreneur. This gives him an advantage. He can balance his weakness as a foreigner and an Asian. His dignity is the greatest wealth in America. But the decisive reason why he decided to meet was different. Rockefeller said that of all the things His Highness does, the one he understands the least is scholarship programs. He asked why it was necessary to give money and teach the lazy, and whether it was not more correct to help the hardworking. Lee Kang replied that he was not saying that Rockefeller was wrong, but that there were different circumstances. Due to the contradictions of the social system, even hardworking people sometimes go hungry. He is not trying to save everyone, but wants to help at least those who have suffered from such injustices. The protagonist said that in his eyes, he perhaps appears to be the person most concerned with accumulating wealth, all because his words may seem hypocritical. But Rockefeller said that they are not at all. He added that after talking to him, he begins to understand his mother's words. During his life, she often told him to do charity work, because you can't take it with you anyway. Lee Kang advised not to take it as something grand, but to start with a small donation and see the results. When he sees the changes in the lives of those who receive scholarships from him, his thoughts will change. They got to talking, and Rockefeller said that he now wanted to voice the real purpose of their meeting today. The topic will be discussed at the next meeting of the 7, and perhaps the first question will be that they need workers. Lee Kang said the first thing they would likely talk about would be the interim report on the fund, which they put forward last time. After this, Rockefeller even shared information about the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank and the preliminary candidates. Today's meeting yielded useful information, and Lee Kang was pleased with his meeting with Rockefeller. But something unexpected happened when he met Rockefeller's niece, Ethel Geraldine Rockefeller. He understood that the main purpose of the meeting was matchmaking, but the protagonist did not reveal the anger he felt. He smiled politely and took part in the small talk, although inside he was already calculating how to exploit this unexpected turn of events. The next day, they traveled with Rockefeller by train from New Jersey to New York. The old man turned out to be persistent, They talked about charity and art. Rockefeller noted that the prince was very interested in art. Li Kang realized that Rockefeller was serious about making him his son-in-law, and the marriage proposal had come before Rockefeller. Rockefeller said that he treasured this niece very much, so he may have gotten ahead of himself. But don't take it to heart. Although Ethel was a good candidate for a life partner, even too good, Li Kang was already married and widowed. Her inheritance was enormous, and he could not decide at once, but her appearance was exactly to his taste. Rockefeller asked if he was close to the banker Giannini, and said that Morgan's people had joined the board of directors of the Bank of Italy as partners. He conveyed that Morgan could not be completely trusted. He was like a predator, and if he decided that he needed Giannini's assets, he would swallow him up. Li Kang understood what he meant and promised to pass on the words and prepare to defend Giannini. And they arrived in New York. At the Group of 7 meeting, Morgan said profits had been unexpectedly high. He would like to discuss a few topics before distributing the profits. He then proposed creating a Federal Reserve Bank in case of a new crisis, and that they should lead this process. He proposed dividing the United States into 15 districts and creating a federal bank in each. Let their 7 take control of 2 districts each, and make New York a unified one. Of the 15 federal bank governors, 7 will become delegate directors. Li Kang thought that with this plan, he could get at least 2 of his people on the board of the federal banks. But there was a fatal flaw in the plan's implementation. Who would be the Republican candidate? Rothschild said that if Roosevelt wins, he will have to sit quietly for 2 years and keep a low profile. He asked if he would allow a private bank to be established. And Morgan said that even the F in federal bank was hard to pronounce. Li Kang said that if the Democrats win, it will be difficult for him to maintain his influence. It would be good if they weren't kicked out altogether, and if they were supported since they were constantly losing elections, maybe they would help them well. But he realized how little he was taken into account. And as long as he lived, no one would become a Democratic president. He proposed to end today's meeting and continue tomorrow. Rockefeller remarked that he was thinking about the possible power of the Democrats. Although he seemed to reject them before, he may have other ideas now. Li Kang said that it was terrible for him, but it was impossible to keep a president in Washington who was at odds with capital. Let the current elections proceed as they are. But in the next elections, this post must definitely be filled by their person. Li Kang said it was because they had to implement the Federal Reserve System, and he clearly wanted to achieve it in his lifetime. He wondered how far he was willing to go to achieve this goal, even if the worst-case scenario meant putting Democrats in the presidency. He said yes, but if the current Democratic candidate, William Jennings, lost to Roosevelt, he would no longer be able to run. Did he have another option? And he was considering Woodrow Wilson. Although Wilson was an even more ardent racist, he said he would soon have common ground with him. He explained that one of the Koreans was likely to soon go to Princeton to get his PhD. If history goes as planned, it will be Ri Sung-man who will do it. And he must use this connection wisely. First, he needs to meet with Lee Sung-man soon. He also had 2 proposals from Morgan, who proposed resuming construction of the Panama Canal. He also proposed ceding a share in the management of the canal and recruiting workers from Koreans living on the mainland. Although it was tempting, he said the terms were too favorable, like chains to bind him, and he rejected the purchase of shares in the channel. However, he said that if Morgan wanted to hire Koreans or their immigrants, he would help make the connection. Suspicious of Morgan, he only half accepted his proposal and ended the meeting. He understood that Morgan would put his people on the Federal Reserve Board, but these will be puppets acting according to his will, and it will not be so. He, who knows the future, will become its variable, and said that Morgana will shake. When asked again, he said he had a good relationship with Mr. Rockefeller's niece. It would be a good connection, and he asked to congratulate them, albeit awkwardly. And in doing so, he elevated Rockefeller as a true counterweight to Morgan. He prepared for the situation if in the future the president left the Democrats. The hero met with Lee Sung-man, who had already received his master's degree and wanted to try to enroll in a doctoral program. Li Kang said that he sent him to study, but he ended up in the faculty of flattery. But it could not be otherwise because his competitors, Yu Kil-chun, Kim Gyu-sik, An Chang-ho, were already expanding their influence under him. They are strengthening their positions. And he also wants to be useful to His Highness. Li Kang said he understood there were a lot of worries, but first he had to focus on his doctorate. Once he gets his degree, His abilities will one day be useful to the Korean diaspora. And he has one more request. He said he heard that Ri Sung-man was going to Princeton for a doctorate. He is likely to meet the president of that university, Woodrow Wilson, soon. The hero would like Ri Sung-man to know in advance what he is interested in, because this is a golden opportunity that he cannot miss. Ri Sung-man promised to carry out the assignment flawlessly and asked for trust in him. Lee Kang said that it seemed like he already understood the significance of his request. You'll have to find out everything thoroughly if you want to be useful. And I entrusted this to him. Lee Kang emphasized that not only their common cause, but also the future of the Korean diaspora in America depended on this information. He added that if Ri Sung-man succeeded in this task, he would be able to earn trust and gain access to more important assignments in the future. The prince gave him a week to gather information and warned him that time was running out, as the meeting with Wilson would take place earlier than expected. Ethel Rockefeller came to see him, and he said she had come a long way. It must have been hard. And she replied that it felt like she was traveling, so everything is fine. And besides, after the wedding was confirmed, her family takes such good care of her. Ethel asked him why he had chosen her as his wife, and Lee Kang realized that there were many reasons for choosing Ethel. Her uncle and father are the richest men in America, and she will become rich too. Her beauty and attractiveness surpass other brides, although it cannot be said directly. But at first sight, she sank into his soul. Ethel said that he was a very good liar, and said it with such a straight face that she would have a very hard time with him. She is not that simple. And he asked in response why she chose him. Because her father asked her opinion before introducing him. She replied that high society women could not love by choice. It's the same with marriage. They choose the best stone from those selected by their family. If a diamond of the highest quality appeared in front of them, is there any reason not to choose it? Lee Kang asked her if she knew that he lost his title last year due to pressure from Japan. She replied that she knew that due to diplomatic problems he would become a commoner in a year. But one day he will get it back again. And what's more, he will be able to rise even higher than before. He said that he formed a connection with the Rockefellers in order to strengthen his position in the United States. One day, when the homeland needs strength, they can become allies. He had to make an effort for this. And Ethel said that they were now partners and drew up a contract. The contract included a condition that the surname of future children must include Rockefeller. Adultery must be secret. There must be no illegitimate children. And if this is observed, the Rockefellers will always be allies of the prince. Lee Kang thought he was going to marry a stunning woman. He understood that this marriage gave him not only financial support, but also political protection at the highest level. Lee Kang mentally noted that with such an ally, he would be able to act more boldly against Japanese influence in the United States. However, he also realized that marriage to Rockefeller imposed obligations on him that he could not simply abandon. The prince decided that this union should be mutually beneficial, and he would do everything to ensure that Ethel did not regret her choice. After negotiating the contract, he returned to San Francisco, where he had little time to rest. Invitations to receptions and visits from those expecting investments did not stop. After the financial crisis, he became a particularly attractive figure for them. He said that he would die of overwork before the wedding, but the affairs of the association could be handed over to the next chairman. The hero was given a report on the state of Livermore's assets. Lee Kang asked him why he started this at all. And then he asked for it. And apparently, Livermore continues to buy up shares of oil companies. But he fears that the share of oil company shares is becoming too large, already 50% of assets. However, Lee Kang said there was no need to worry. The oil industry would continue to grow. The guy looked through all the papers that needed to be looked through, and now it was time to meet the visitors, and asked for a list. Among them was Albert Taylor, an American businessman who operated in the Korean Empire and during the Japanese occupation. Lee Kang said he was interested in the story of the investment in the Korean mine, and asked for more details. Taylor said he lived in Korea for several years with his father, and then learned that there was a fantastic gold mine in the south of the empire. He said the mine was called Chiksan Mine and was located in Chungcheongdo. It is said that it was discovered by chance while exploring the Unsan mine, and records indicate that it brought in great profits. But gold mines are not as profitable as they seem, and perhaps investing elsewhere would bring in more money. His secretary asked him to consult a specialist before investing. He suggested Jack Milo, who was currently in New York, and Li Kang agreed that it would be better to take his time making a decision. He thought that if he got this mining right and returned to Korea with its gold, it could cause a huge stir. There are quite a lot of reserves there, and if this report is not a hoax, then this is a very good investment. Taylor said there was no deception and thanked him for his consideration. Jack advised sending out a prospecting geologist before making an investment decision. This is to check whether the data is correct and, if it is correct, to immediately conclude a contract. Li Kang asked if he could go himself, but Jack said he couldn't, all because he was once shipwrecked and now he is afraid of water. Li Kang said that then everything would be closed, but Jack said that recently one client went bankrupt and one geologist was left without a job. He is a bit young, but he vouches for his skills, and besides, he is a member of their club and a reliable person. It was Herbert Hoover, who had an amazing talent for finding veins. Li Kang asked again if this was the same Herbert Hoover, the 31st President of the United States, and asked where he was now. They told him that his business had fallen through, and that he had come to New York to look for work, and that he lived nearby. If he wants to visit him, you shouldn't postpone the meeting if you have the chance. Li Kang decided to go right now, and, as he expected, this Herbert Hoover was the same Herbert Hoover. So, his next job was to tie him tightly to himself. Hoover noticed that Li Kang was looking at the papers so carefully. He asked if there were any problems, but the prince replied that no. It was just the first time he had seen a report where the intelligence data was summarized in numbers. It is very unusual and easy to read, Hoover said, that this document was drawn up by Mr. Taylor. He thanked him for the praise. And then Hoover asked if his father's name was George Taylor. The young man was surprised at how he knew his father. The man replied that they had worked together for a short time, as colleagues in business. Now he sees that he is a direct copy of his father, and said that he was glad to meet him. The main character said that he was leaving, and it was true that fate brought them together, because he knows that he is a member of the same club as they are. He saw him when he came to the club for an interview one day. Li Kang asked why he hadn't told him before if they already knew each other, and Hoover replied that he remembered him, but it is unlikely that the prince retained his face in his memory, to which the prince said that the main thing is to continue to get along. He felt that Hoover had a remarkably correct manner, not only with him, but with Taylor as well. Even with his Korean companions, he was polite. And now it is difficult to find anyone who would dare to ignore him. Li Kang said it spoke volumes about the dignity of the man who first gave the oppressed Indians of America the right to vote. The hero handed Hoover an employment contract, and Hoover said that with such an introduction he was downright intrigued. But when he saw the conditions, he said they were simply too generous. But Li Kang replied that for him it was not excessive. Hoover said that if he accepted the rights to develop the Diskin gold mine, he would give him 3% of the shares in the trust. Li Kang knew that this provision was actually insurance in case Japan found out that the trust belonged to his company. However, if the American president is among the shareholders, will they be able to do so easily? He said that this was not just generosity on his part, and as he knows, the financial crisis is still ongoing. He also has to hold liquidity. So instead of paying him in advance for exploration, he decided to share the stake. Hoover agreed and said that since he thought that way, he agreed and suggested doing so. Then he added that if his help was ever needed, he would definitely help. Li Kang said that he heard exactly the answer he wanted. They went to have the contract notarized at the law firm Carter, Ledyard & Milburn, which Rockefeller had recommended to him. There he met an unexpected man, Franklin D. Roosevelt, the 32nd President of the United States. He was supposed to check the prince's contract, and Li Kang thought that this was some kind of joke of fate. He just met the 31st President of the United States, and now he meets the 32nd. The firm's director, Carter Ledyard, said that Attorney Franklin was new here, having just arrived, but he is already showing excellent results, and he can fulfill his order perfectly. Li Kang said that, of course, he is a person who is capable of many things. Otherwise, how could he have become President of the United States 4 times? Li Kang said that since he was so confident in himself, he relied on him. Franklin replied, "Yes, Prince," and checked the contract for hidden terms. He said that there were no hidden conditions, and if the wording was slightly adjusted, the agreement could be signed cleanly. Li Kang said that was great, and asked if there was anything else that needed to be clarified regarding the terms of the contract. Hoover replied that no, he was completely satisfied with everything, and he wanted to sign as soon as possible and return to the Korean Empire, because it is necessary to complete the registration of exploration rights for the mine. The protagonist said that his partners want to move faster, and they will do so. Lee Kang said that it was time to start signing right now, and now they were bound by the contract. It will be necessary to establish relations with Roosevelt. After the contract was signed, he asked, "How about a drink?" Hoover happily agreed. But Roosevelt said he had business today. He said that if they didn't mind, we could do it another time. To which the prince replied that of course, no problem. Lee Kang said Roosevelt was the real target and asked if they should take the time to get to know each other better. After all, they would have to work together often, and Roosevelt agreed. So the three of them sat down to have a drink. And in fact, this meeting was arranged in order to have a more thorough conversation with Franklin Roosevelt. Taylor thanked him for investing in him and said he was doing a good job and asked him to trust him and use him. Taylor was sent first, and Roosevelt asked if there was any special reason for getting rid of Mr. Taylor and what his ultimate goal was. The hero was surprised by such questions and said that since he had the last name Roosevelt, he thought he had a higher goal. Lee Kang understood why Roosevelt came to the law firm. Roosevelt said that this firm was particularly frequent meeting with representatives of New York business and political circles. He wanted to use these connections to create opportunities for himself, and his dream was to first enter politics. Lee Kang asked Theodore Roosevelt how he dreamed of becoming president. Roosevelt replied that this was true, and that to rise higher to the very top, a lot of money was needed. Money needs to be either earned or made connections with businessmen like him. He said he had also thought about the prince, but had heard that he was close to Republican politicians. I thought he was a member of the Democratic Party and had no intention of changing his party affiliation. Lee Kang responded that everyone is wrong. He has not yet joined any party and believes that America needs both Republicans and Democrats. He said it was like ice melting in whiskey, adding that as a person of color, he did not want to associate with those who openly preach racism. Democrats are especially guilty of this now, and Roosevelt responded that he was not like them. He does not want to engage in politics that only divides people. Lee Kang said that then he would like to make friends with enlightened people like him, and not only that, he can support him. The hero asked what he would say, and thought to himself that he should not hesitate and shake his hand. Lee Kang said that if so, he would like to get closer to such an enlightened man as Roosevelt. Moreover, he can provide patronage, and asked how he views this. Roosevelt replied that he was already in contact with some Democratic federal lawmakers, so it might work out for him too. Lee Kang thought he still needed confidence. He asked if he thought he was a liar, but Roosevelt said no. He was just being careful. Lee Kang decided to drive a wedge so that he would not doubt, and said that he had an engagement soon, which he asked him to attend. Roosevelt thanked him for the invitation, and Lee Kang thought that if things continued this way, he would be in contact with the greatest president in history. While Lee Kang was growing his wealth and influence, various events were also taking place in Japan. At the Prime Minister's residence in Tokyo, Katsura Taro, who became Prime Minister of Japan for the third time, thanked Deputy Sayonji. Katsura said it was especially gratifying to receive congratulations from Representative Sayonji. Then he really feels like he is the Prime Minister again. And Sayonji notices that the Joseon people are, as always, troublesome and annoying. Katsura said that all Joseon people are like that. And couldn't they just throw them all in prison? Ito countered that it was better to first deal with the economic situation of their country, not with Joseon. The burden of the huge military expenditures incurred during the Russo-Japanese War led to an economic downturn in their country. The burden has fallen on citizens, and paying off the external debt must be made a priority. Katsura said Japan won the war, but its aftermath left a severe strain on the economy. He was indignant that it was because of whom they suffered so much, but Ito called for calm and said that now it was more important not to argue, but to find a solution. He asked about the situation in the Joseon colony and said that if everything was shaken up there, perhaps sources of income could be found. It was reported that the Joseon guerrillas operating south of Hanyang were almost suppressed, but in the north it will take more time. And rumors have spread that Lee Kang is supporting the rebels in the north. Most of them went there, so the number of victims decreased. Katsura asked what the point was in sending the few prisoners that were captured to Panama. Ito said that it could not be otherwise, and a significant part of the foreign debt that arose after the Russo-Japanese War belonged to Morgan. If you think about who created this external debt, You can't blame only Resident Ito. Katsura said that even if he had caused damage in the war, Saionji remained silent for 3 years. Now he's picking on little things. And Saionji said that in that case, he understands. He asked about the second prince of Joseon, Li Kang, who had become very rich. As time goes by, his fortune and influence in the United States grows at an incredible rate. Katsura said he was like a money-making machine and asked about the list of assets. He noted that although the profitable mines in Joseon are small, they are under the Li Kang Trust. Then he asked if it was possible to take away his development rights. Ito said that it had already been fatally transferred to the Yankees. If the company is confiscated for this reason, other American capital will rebel. Katsura said that he had already invested in the very same South Manchurian Railway that they would have their eye on. He was prospecting for iron ore in Manchuria and asked if they were really unable to take at least one mine from him. He said that before, when he saw him once, he seemed like a fool who did not understand the situation. But it all turned out to be a deception. Now he sees that it was a tiger, hiding its fangs and waiting for the right moment. And if he had known that he would grow so big, he would not have left him alone. He was informed that Li Kang had recently announced his engagement to the Rockefeller family of Standard Oil, thereby strengthening his influence in the United States. Her father, William Rockefeller, is the third largest shareholder in Standard Oil, and it is clear that his daughter will inherit some of the shares. If, as is said, Standard Oil is broken up, it can be assumed that most of the oil produced in California will end up in his hands. Ito said that now we need to think a little more soberly and rationally before speaking. The Prime Minister and the situation is not the same as it was during the fox hunt. If they continue to act as they did then, their country's situation will become even more unstable. Those who desire Joseon's independence will be inflamed with enmity over the assassination of Yi Kang, and retaliatory assassination attempts will follow against prominent Japanese figures. Katsura said that he understood his concerns and there was no need to worry. It was better not to touch Li Kang. Katsura said he would try not to do it, but he didn't say he wouldn't do it at all, and ordered Kuroda to call Miura Matsujiro. Miura Matsujiro, Lieutenant General of the Imperial Japanese Army, appeared before him. Katsura said that seeing how he was dressed reminded him of his father when he was young, and asked if he knew his father. Miura replied that he was good at fox hunting. Katsura said that if he gave encouragement, he would catch the desired prey. He promised any resources needed. But unlike previous times, the stage is now America. He asked if he knew what would happen if they failed. Miura replied that of course it was all his decision. Katsura said that Li Kang had been acting out in his own way until now. But now, it was all over, and he would soon be lying in the cold ground. There was an icy confidence in his voice, as if he had already seen his plan coming to fruition. Miura nodded silently, accepting the order, and left the office, leaving the Prime Minister alone with his dark thoughts. Katsura walked to the window and looked out at the rain-drenched Tokyo for a long time, realizing that the fate of Japan now depended on the outcome of this dark game. He felt that if Li Kang remained alive, the consequences for their empire could be catastrophic. Suddenly, Li Kang felt a chilling sensation, and was told that someone had entered and he heard someone's voice. Li Kang heard Kim Gyu-sik's voice asking him if he had been doing well all this time. The prince replied that it was he. The hero understood that he was the only person with whom they treated each other as equals. Kim Gyu-sik said that he was doing well and asked how the prince was doing. Li Kang replied that it was also good, and noted that he had come to him immediately after arriving in New York and asked if something had happened. Kim Gyu-sik replied that no, it was just that what he asked for was finally ready, and he hurried to show it to him. It was an engagement ring for his future wife, ordered from a craftsman from Joseon. Li Kang said it was very beautiful, and his fiancée would definitely like it, and said he was going to develop a mining and jewelry company. Kim Gyu-sik asked why he paid so much attention to it, but the ring turned out to be quite expensive, and would there be a demand for it? Li Kang replied that there was no need to worry about this. He would create this demand. He said that in order to increase purchasing power, it is necessary to advertise actively. Although they can't advertise it like they would on modern social media, the mere fact that Idol will be wearing it at their wedding will attract everyone's attention. At first, it will become a popular wedding treasure among the rich, and then among ordinary people. Kim Gyu-sik asked if he had already thought about the name of the new jewelry company. Li Kang replied that he would name her Idol, after the owner of the ring. and Kim Gusik said that it was in honor of his future wife. He thinks about her much more than he expected. How romantic. Lee Kang said that she is too good for him. While Lee Kang was making a ring and building a jewelry company for Edel, Edel was also trying hard for Lee Kang in her own way. But her father, William Rockefeller, said that the shares transferred to her alone were already worth $1 million. He used to say that when she got married, he would give her all his shares. But that was a joke. Edel said that she didn't take it as a joke, and that her father had lied to her. Her brother asked her what was wrong with her, and she said that if she went west without anything, she would definitely be despised. She doesn't want to be humiliated. Her brother and sister said that it is better to give it away than to let Edel be humiliated. She said that since she was taking it, she needed to get something worthwhile, and it was better to give shares rather than paintings or cash. Only then did the Edel family realize they had been duped. But it was too late. She carefully tucked away the stock documents and silently thanked Lee Kang for teaching her to see the world through the eyes of a strategist. Lee Kang's engagement took place at his summer residence in the Hamptons on Long Island. It was the finest resort in the northeastern United States, and the number of guests who came to congratulate it kept coming, mostly those who knew the Rockefeller family, or sometimes had dealings with them. Alice Roosevelt came up to him and congratulated him on his engagement. And Lee Kang said he was glad she came. She said that she was in place of her father, and he asked her to convey his congratulations and gratitude. He met Nicholas Longworth, Alice's husband, who was a member of the House of Representatives. Lee Kang said that he had heard about him, and if he was in New York, he would come to his office and at least treat him to lunch. Suddenly, he was informed that there were Japanese at the entrance, and he asked, why Japanese? He was informed that they claimed to have come to congratulate and poison him in the name of the emperor. Lee Kang was informed that the Japanese ambassador and his retinue were asking to be admitted, claiming that they had come as a congratulatory delegation on behalf of the emperor. He was surprised at what they were planning and realized that they must understand that he would not let them in anyway, which meant there was another intention. The prince chuckled to himself, realizing that the Japanese never acted without an ulterior motive, especially on a day like his engagement. He quickly glanced at the guests, assessing which of the guests could be connected with this sudden delegation. He decided to go and see and met Ambassador Takahara, who said that they had come to congratulate him on behalf of the Joseon government. But Lee Kang said that it seemed he was mistaken, and he had no right to represent anyone. He does not invite him, and does not want to see here those who do not have the right to do so, so he will not enter, and ordered him to leave immediately. The ambassador replied that it was clear, asking for forgiveness if they had caused any inconvenience, and they left. But before he left, he said he had something to say and warned the prince to be careful. He said to avoid external activity for now and pay attention to family matters. Lee Kang realized that this man had not come to congratulate him, but to warn him of a threat to his life. As far as he knows, he is a close associate of Saionji, the former Prime Minister of Japan. They say that a radical faction came to power 2 weeks ago, and it seems that they are not getting along with him. And because of this, the threat has even reached him. If everything works out, this can be used. But this is a matter for the future. And first, they need to deal with what is in front of them now. At the event, guests admired the heart-shaped diamond ring, which was made by the jewelry company. Lee Kang knew that the effect of such advertising would be great. And now everyone is just waiting for it to begin. He asked his lady to dance, and she gladly accepted. And during the dance, she asked what the prince's dream was. Lee Kang replied that at first his goal was simply to survive. But after everything that happened, he had many desires, and more things he wanted to protect. And to do that, he needed to be safe. He said that he wanted to remove those who disturb his peaceful life and threaten him and his family forever from the face of the earth. He understands that there are those who threaten him, and he listed 3 main threats. It was Japan, the communists, and the American racists, who really don't like it when someone else encroaches on their privileges. He told her not to worry. No matter what happened, he would definitely protect their family, and he was sure of it. She said that he was truly trustworthy, and he said that even though many enemies would continue to threaten him, he was not afraid. He squeezed her hand and looked straight into her eyes, making it clear that every word he said was spoken with complete seriousness. She felt his confidence rub off on her, and for a moment it seemed to her that she could truly follow this man into fire. Li Kang smiled softly and said that together they could deal with any threat, and that his strength was now her strength too. He quietly proposed a toast to their future, in which there would be no room for fear or doubt. Adel responded to his toast, feeling a warmth spread through her chest that she hadn't felt in a long time. No matter what trials come, the hero will endure everything and protect everyone. And perhaps this is precisely why he ended up in Li Kang's body.